Hao's spiritual awareness was sharp, senses extraordinary. Immediately realizing that the divine disk appeared behind him, currently reflecting those mysterious people. They all represented great Tao, unmatched imprints, resonating with this place, chanting and singing in front of the temple. Endless years ago, there was a group of people like this who comprehended the Tao, residing here long-term. Hao sensed something, obtaining some type of insight. He walked forward step by step, enduring the mountainous pressure. The more than 200 bones within his body shook, releasing ka-ka sounds, as if he might break apart at any time. However, he didn't stop, walking over slowly and steadily. He arrived before the ancient temple whose tiles and walls were all entirely made of gold, approaching this group of people. Then Hao sat down, sitting behind this group of people. Even though there was still a bit of distance, this was already his limit. This left him horrified. Just what type of creatures were these? The engravings they left behind were already this powerful, to the point where even someone as strong as him, reaching the so-called number 1 in heavenly deity realm, couldn't enter and be with them. The moment Hao sat down, his right leg snapped. As he began his meditation, he heard the chanting of natural gods and devils. His bones felt as if they were being struck, releasing dang-dang sounds. Pain. Intense and unendurable pain. Pong! A great impact sounded. Hao was shaking, his entire body jerking and contorting. He seemed to have been dealt the heaviest blow. His entire body starting to distort. His bones weren't enough to support him. His body about to lay paralyzed on the ground, bizarre and terrifying. Hao's joints were starting to come apart. At this moment, all of the bones in his body were cracking, and then they snapped. Afterwards, even more numerous and fine cracks appeared, the bone material completely breaking apart. This was the most terrifying, unexpected development, simply making one feel despair. However, Hao forcefully supported his body, making his flesh recover. The shattered bones didn't drift apart, instead forcefully piecing them together, continuing to endure this pressure. He was suffering, but even more so exceeding his past self. It was because he immediately knew the moment he sat down, aware of this result. Even though the pain was unbearable, he was still inwardly content. It was because he was enduring a tempering and refinement. Those chanting sounds, the sutras of natural gods and devils, were comprehended by him, allowing him to hear a type of supreme divine sound. His bones were blasted apart, as if they were being refined 100 times over. He knew that the great elder had deeper reasoning behind his choice to make him come here. It was not only because of the evil warding divine bamboo and yellow springs fruit, there was also this type of frightening and cruel baptism. He saw that group of ancient people there, these individuals like war gods. They were researching the Tao, comprehending scriptures, polishing their bodies. Meanwhile, he broke in, blending in, his body thus starting to pulse and vibrate. When a normal person entered, their bodies would be torn and bones crushed, bodies and spirits extinguished. However, with Hao's natural talent that allowed him to cultivate 3 strands of immortal energy, he could endure it, able to gain enlightenment here, allowing himself to naturally integrate into this group. Sounds of bones shattering could be heard one after another. If there was someone else here, they would definitely be alarmed, their bodies shaking. Hao's physical body was jerking about, the pain incredibly strong. His willpower could hold on, but his body's instincts were still there, reacting strongly. His head was covered in sweat. Right now, all of the golden ancient shrines' bricks and tiles were shining, becoming increasingly divine and holy, now dazzling and brilliant. Meanwhile, the men and women, young and old, seated here were even more solemn, dignified and sacred. Even though they were markings left from millions and millions of years ago, right now they looked like they were real. A rich great Tao aura pervaded the air. Golden energy poured out like water ripples towards Hao, submerging him underneath, making him a part of this entire place. He was no longer like a foreigner. Meanwhile, the pain he felt became more and more intense. Great Tao chains interweaved here one after another like saw blades, hacking at Hao's bones, breaking all of his bones. All of the bones in his body were becoming more and more shattered, Golden bone marrow even flowed out, flickering with luster there, fully displaying their divine nature. However, when the pain reached an extreme, Sherhao's body suddenly stopped trembling, his warped face starting to calm down. He became holy and peaceful. This continued until he finally fully relaxed. It was because his will surpassed his flesh, starting to examine himself. He felt more and more natural in this place, as if he became one with this group of people, no distinction between them, supported by the scriptures, surrounded by the meditation chants, shining together with them, shattering divine bones, and then reconstructing them. The bone hammering technique Sherhao learned from the great elder began to automatically operate. It was as if fine steel was being tempered 100 times, 1,000 hammer strikes descending, 10,000 strikes smashing down, reforging his bones. Woo! A loud noise sounded. A large ship slowly drove over, arriving at the summit from the foot of the mountain to the very top of the 10,000 zhang giant mountain, stopping here. We truly are lucky. The ancient markings reappeared, resonating. You all should silently study them. It will bring you great natural luck. On the warship, there was someone who cried out in pleasant surprise. It was an old and gray-haired elder. There were many young men and women on the ship, all of them with unordinary temperaments. However, only a few people got off the ship. When the others tried, blood flowed out from all over their body, unable to endure this type of pressure. Only the youngsters who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy can stand on the mountain while relying only on themselves. An elder said with a light sigh. With a swing of his sleeve, everyone obtained a spotlessly white bone symbol. The pressure was immediately weakened, allowing them to descend the ship. With a hula sound, everyone surrounded this place, watching the golden ancient shrine and the several dozen war god-like indistinct figures, starting to observe and study them. Soon afterwards, they entered meditative states, silently experiencing and comprehending the great laws. However, no one dared rashly approach, because the pressure was too great, nor did they notice Sherhao, because he was submerged in golden light. Only after half a day had passed and some individuals with 3 strands of immortal energy walked forward, enduring the pain, closing in on this war god region, did someone reveal a look of puzzlement. It was because he saw the golden mist-shrouded Sherhao. Why did we end up seeing that person from Heavenly Deity Institution? Someone cried out in alarm. This drew the others' attention, as well as startled the elder on the warship. They all looked over. The golden multicolored mist slightly scattered, revealing Sherhao's hazy figure. He is Huang, who defeated the 9 netherworlds AO. A few people cried out in alarm. They were people from Immortal Academy. These people never expected to see Sherhao here, not even those elders noticing before, because Sherhao became one with the war god markings, his aura the same. There were many young disciples who refused to believe this. There is no way it's him. How did he make it all the way up to the ancient shrine? Wasn't this a restricted zone? All those who went in would have their bodies torn and bones crushed. These are all war gods from millions and millions of years ago. Heavens, could it be that Huang is the reincarnation of one of them, reappearing in this world? No wonder he was so powerful. These people all believed different things. They really were shocked. The Immortal Academy elder that led them this time sighed. He focused on Sherhao, naturally seeing that this really was Sherhao. He couldn't help but feel a bit terrified at this youth's talent. Only those few like little Sky King from my Immortal Academy dare approach, someone said. After less than half a day after everything calmed down, another great ship appeared. Some people from Sacred Academy came as well. When they saw this scene and understood some of the situation, an uproar was raised once more. It's him. Wang Shi appeared, feeling greatly shaken up. Ha! It's Sherhao, Chao Yuxing said happily. Not everyone who Sherhao knew from the 2 academies were here. There were some who were cultivating in seclusion in the 2 academies. There were even those who had already started to merge with perfect precious seeds. Truly never expected this person to come as well. He didn't enter the 2 academies, yet was still able to come here. Some people's eyes began to flicker. The current Shi, for many people in the heavenly deity realm, was like a matchless great demon king. Ever since he defeated the 9 netherworlds AO, he crushed the others in this cultivation realm to the point where they almost couldn't breathe. The disciples of the 2 academies naturally arrived here because the elders from their respective sides lead the way. Most people couldn't ascend to the top of the mountain, only able to arrive by relying on the precious ship. There were opportunities here, there was great natural luck. The elders led them here to see if the disciples could obtain anything. When everyone saw Shi, their expressions became complicated. Quite a few people carried hostility and unwillingness. During the battle in Heavenly Deity Institution, he was too powerful. The 2 academies definitely didn't look that good back then. Of course, there were some people who admired his talent, and also some who felt fear towards him. After several days had passed, quite a few people stood up, unable to endure any further. They couldn't last any longer even with the white bone symbol the elder granted them. Alright, all of you should enter Immortal Mound through the Void Bridge. See if any of you can get some type of harvest. There are tremendous opportunities within, an elder from Immortal Academy said. Many people stood up, no longer lingering around here. It was because the war god markings tempering was truly unendurable, not something they could resist. After 4 days, 80% of the people were gone, only a few people continuing to sit here. That day, Shi opened his eyes. All of his bones were crushed by great Tao chains, and then temporarily merged again. Golden light flickered about, the bone material transforming. It then became spotlessly white and shining. For 10 whole days it was as if he cultivated in hell. Only later on, his flesh was in hell, but his spirit transcended. There was like a type of equilibrium allowing him to endure it all. Shi sensed something, revealing a look of shock. There were some around him who he recognized, moreover not too far out. Princess Yao Yu's entire body was covered in sweat, bitterly holding on. You really are sturdy, enduring this long, Princess Yao Yu said through clenched teeth, her face pale. She was one of the few young supreme beings who didn't immediately merge with a Tao seed and came here. We meet again, Shi smiled. Soon afterwards he stood up, leaving the ancient shrine, walking forward. Young man, you really are formidable. The 2 academies' old monsters spoke in praise. Seniors and I have previously met. Shi displayed an act of courtesy towards them. Little Sky King and others have previously endured here, refining their flesh, but we already believed that no one else in this world could do this. It seems like we were wrong. One of them sighed. You should go ahead. You've struck open your Tao bones, so before they've closed, it is perfect for finding the evil warding divine bamboo's elixir. Who knows, you really might be able to find the most ancient stock and refine your body. An elder said. Shi said his goodbyes, and then left this place. At the peak of this place, apart from the suspended ancient shrine, there was a small path ahead that winded through the mountains, entering the void. This was a void divine bridge. This was a path made from cobblestones, like a small bridge constructed in the void. However, there were many people who stopped, becoming deranged there, laughing and giggling, some crying and screaming, all of them cultivators from the 2 academies. Shi frowned. He felt all types of emotions, fragments of heroes left behind from the ancient era, these fragments actually invading the bodies of the present world's cultivators, making them go mad. Shi was unmoved. He wanted to quickly find the evil warding divine bamboo before his bones healed and use it to refine himself. The path curved about, entering a secret realm. The path was like a bridge that connected to these hills, leading into Immortal Mound region. White mists rose strand after strand. A small golden waterfall flowed down the mountain body. Everything in this place shockingly beautiful, carrying a type of immortal Tao aura. The area wasn't small, at the very least one couldn't see the other end. The most important thing was that this place was suspended in the sky, far from the ground surface, so this type of holy and pure mound region was naturally extremely mysterious. Only, no matter where one stood on the ground, this place couldn't be seen. Along the way, there were many people who howled as they clutched their heads, some who even rolled all over the ground in great suffering. The students from the 2 academies lost themselves here. Haha, I obtained Immortal Ancients #1 scripture, an unmatched great method. I am destined to become unmatched under the heavens. Someone roared with laughter, going crazy there, tears about to come out while laughing. In the void, from time to time, light flowed across. Those were the imprints left behind by heroic spirits, these imprints greatly affecting everyone, invading their primordial spirits. However, as time went on, those heroic spirit imprints would leave, not truly destroying these people. This was the reason why the two academies' elders dared to let the disciples come here. There were some that would wake up again, recover, but if the next heroic spirit imprint attached to them, if they still couldn't hold on, then they would go crazy again. There were some who obtained benefits from this as well. Heroic spirit fragments were leftover consciousness, the spiritual imprints left behind by ancient unmatched experts, so there might be world-shaking methods carried within them. If one's luck was good enough, able to obtain the acknowledgement of a heroic spirit's ruined soul, then they might obtain a world-shocking inheritance. Of course, these types of lucky individuals were extremely rare, because the heroic spirit fragments were too badly damaged, long losing independent will, and few would actually take the initiative to complete another. You are Huang. There were some on the path who became clear-headed. They saw that Xianxia wasn't affected as he walked on this path. All of them greatly shocked. Just how powerful was this person's willpower? Xianxia continued going forward. Even though there were heroic spirits who threw themselves over from time to time, they were all blasted aside by his powerful blood energy. He was like a true dragon that was moving around this world. His bones were split open, golden blood marrow flowing through his body, releasing an incomparably frightening aura, unable to conceal it even if he tried. This actually pushed back the heroic spirits. Of course, there were still some heroic spirits who threw themselves over, all of them incredibly powerful, simply about to produce tangible bodies, their auras devouring the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It was precisely because of Xianxia's golden bone marrow that they were drawn over, as if their past memories were stirred. They were previously unmatched creatures, having this type of blood energy. Chang. Xianxia pulled out the everlasting immortal sword. It was extremely strange and miraculous, flickering with ascension light, each slash cutting down an extremely powerful heroic spirit. They no longer dared approach again. Xianxia was long aware how strange the sword was, but he still couldn't help but feel moved. It could actually display might here, forcing back this type of heroic spirit. Dang! Right at this moment, a heroic spirit suddenly turned into a divine sword, similarly resplendent, erupting with 5-colored brilliance. It hacked at Xianxia, directly aiming for the space between his brows. As a result, blood flowed from Xianxia's forehead, his skull about to split open. If nothing was done, he would definitely be captured, his body invaded by the heroic spirit, forced to fight against him. A single mistake and he would be like the others, lost for a very long time. However, the everlasting immortal sword brandished about, carrying hazy radiance, making that heroic spirit scream out, "This sword, how could it be still in this world?" It actually released a great shout, a divine will that Xianxia could clearly sense, leaving him greatly shaken up. A heroic spirit with spiritual awareness, as well as its past thoughts. His fine hairs stood on end. Then, hot blood surged within him, his arms grabbing at that heroic spirit. Unfortunately, it fled. Moreover, at the final moment, that sword body turned into a creature. The expression in its eyes went stiff once more, no longer showing any vitality. That was a humanoid creature. Of course, it was extremely damaged, less than a third of its body left, long left in ruins a long time ago. Finally, those who became clear-headed became a bit more numerous. All of them without a doubt powerful individuals, all the finest of talents. It's Xianxia. When these people saw him, their expressions immediately changed. Right now, Xianxia was clear-headed, no longer that person seated before the ancient shrine. The conflict sparked between them who wouldn't feel fear. These were all cultivators from the two academies, none of them forgetting the great divine might Xianxia displayed in heavenly deity institution. He's actually completely unaffected. One sword each, sending all of the heroic spirits flying, someone said with a gasp. Along the way, Sherhouse saw a few old acquaintances, but he didn't disturb them. It was because they were seated on the path, struggling against the heroic spirits. This wouldn't put their lives in danger, and it might be an instance of natural luck. Meanwhile, when he saw those who previously bore hostility against him, he felt disinclined to give them a second look. He didn't stop his steps, continuing forward. Finally, he arrived before the mountain gate, about to enter the Immortal Mound depths. A mysterious door rested here. 2 stone mountains stretched out horizontally, guarding this place like 2 great doors. Green jade bamboos surrounded him, all of them extremely brilliant, releasing sparkling radiance, as if they were carved from the most beautiful divine stone. Unfortunately, these weren't evil-warding divine bamboo. In this world, evil-warding divine bamboo were just too rare, incomparably precious, their value astonishing. It could ward off evil spirits, defend against curses, poisonous substances, and could nourish the human body, prevent all methods from invading. A group of people stood at the mountain gate, all of them drenched in sweat, wishing to enter through the mountain gate, yet couldn't. There were no lack of young supreme beings with 3 strands of immortal energy among them, the most powerful young cultivators from the 2 academies lined up here. When these people saw Sherhouse, they were naturally alarmed. Some of them had provoked him not too long ago, a few even taking action. "Make way, please." Sherhouse walked over, speaking calmly. He could feel that the domain field here was extremely astonishing, stopping everyone from advancing, making them feel as if they had entered a swamp, difficult for them to proceed. When these people heard what he said, they were all stumped. Then, their faces turned red. He didn't place them in his eyes at all, feeling like they were standing in his way. They only made it here with great difficulty. All of them entering this swamp, difficult for them to move at all. The slightest careless movement might result in them being sent flying by the domain. Sherhouse frowned, now also feeling the tremendous domain force. That space was distorted, about to tear him apart. This was especially the case when his bones were currently shattered, right now even more so releasing caca sounds. However, he held on. Blood energy surged, protecting his body. In addition, he supported the single heavenly passage, forcefully pressing ahead into this place. "Move to the side." Sherhouse spoke again. It was because the space between the 2 mountains was just too narrow, like a thread linking the heavens. Those people all blocked the path. Someone vomited blood, almost ripped apart by the domain. Sherhouse avoided this, moving around him. In the end, those people looked on helplessly as Sherhouse calmly walked forward, all of them alarmed and ashamed. He was just too powerful, actually not being affected. Later on, Sherhouse saw a familiar person, Xianxia, whose clothes were purer than snow. Her thighs were trembling, her body crushed by the domain until she was about to fall. She was walking at the front. Right now, she sensed an aura behind her that was extremely familiar. Then, she realized that this was Sherhouse who caught up. At this moment, she became nervous, fearing an ambush, scared of a battle happening here. Now, Xianxia already understood that Sherhouse couldn't be fought head-on. Unless the most powerful young supreme beings from Immortal and Sacred Academy took action. Like Little Sky King, no one else in the same generation could defeat him. The road was extremely narrow. There was no way Sherhouse would remain unaffected here. His breathing was rushed, the air he released from his mouth like that of a true dragon's, roiling with heat. At this moment, the fine hairs on Xianxia's back stood up. It was because she felt a surging heat that made her entire body uncomfortable and unnatural. This was just too awkward, actually encountering Sherhouse in this type of situation. Sherhouse stopped. He gave the beautiful rear figure less than 3 foot away a look, not saying anything, only silently watching her. He didn't take action because there were old monsters outside. If something really did happen, he wouldn't be able to get away either. Moreover, right now he really didn't have any desire to take action. All he wanted was to find the evil-warding divine bamboo and start his cultivation, allow himself to soar into the heavens. Xianxia was incredibly nervous, her entire body shining, her body taut, ready to erupt with strength at any time. "Are you going to walk or not?" Shihao said softly, making her body shake greatly. At this moment, Wang Shi felt a type of embarrassment. The other person didn't care at all. She was all nervous for no reason. Huang didn't care about these matters right now in the slightest. She didn't say anything. While biting down on her bright red lips, she moved her feet with difficulty, her exquisite and curvy body sticking to the stone wall beside her, and thus finally moving out of the way. However, she herself almost collapsed, blood flowing out from the corners of her lips. The domain here was too powerful, too difficult to bear. Shihao's steps were steady, directly walking forward, not showing the slightest bit of hesitation. Wang Shi was greatly moved. The other party really was too domineering, not being restricted here. Sister-in-law, that person is too frightening. In the future, he might become a competitor for Big Bro. So we should try our best not to provoke him right now. Only when Shihao departed into the distance did the voice of someone from Sacred Academy transmit over. "Hong." Right at this moment, this path shook intensely. Everyone saw Shihao brandish his fist, smashing open a layer of golden barrier. He broke through the mountain gate, entering. At the very front of the path was a golden divine gate blocking the way, one formed from condensed, tangible, multicolored light. After a long time had passed and everyone arrived here with difficulty, they tried to strike at it, but they all failed, difficult for them to even move it. There were even more people who spat out blood from their mouths. Why is he this powerful? He blasted it open with a single fist. Inconceivable. I suspect that his 3 strands of immortal energy were cultivated by himself, not something bestowed by seniors through special conditions. It was as if Shihao was walking on level ground. He charged through the mountain gate alone, shocking everyone. Even those who also cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy felt speechless. They all knew that Huang might very well really obtain the evil warding divine bamboo. After Shihao moved through the golden barrier, he stopped, because he felt a mysterious aura. Divine multicolored light surged, entering his body, making him feel comfortably warm, incredibly relaxed and peaceful. This place definitely had great treasures. He immediately felt this, feeling both joy and worry. Then, he went on his way again, continuing into Immortal Mound, starting his search for evil warding divine bamboo. Oh! Suddenly, on a stone mountain, a strange bird flew over. It was terrifying and powerful, actually releasing a beast roar, throwing itself at Shihao's primordial spirit. A heroic spirit that is still relatively complete? Shihao was shocked. This type of thing was still in such good condition, perhaps it had memories of the past. He held the everlasting immortal sword in hand, aiming it at this bird. Who? Crazy winds swept about. This bird stopped in midair, staring at the everlasting immortal sword, not approaching. Chi! Shihao moved the sword. As a result, the bird immediately spread its wings, fleeing. It really is strange, Shihao said to himself. Then an old individual walked out, in his hands a medicine shovel. Someone else has arrived here. All opportunities must be obtained by yourself. You are? Shihao was horrified. There was actually an old farmer who appeared in this place, opening his mouth and speaking. It really was a bit strange. I am merely a drawing engraved on the stone wall by someone in the past, developed a bit of spirituality over the years, in charge of protecting this place and guiding later generations. The old farmer said. Shihao was stupefied, and then he trembled inwardly. Who was the one that engraved this? That person clearly had world-shaking power, or else how could a drawing develop life? I must consult Senior for advice. Shihao spoke respectfully. Once you continue forward, every powerful individual will be treated equally. The pressure you face will match your cultivation realm. It will be extremely dangerous. Do you still wish to proceed? I will continue. Shihao spoke without hesitation, moreover asking if there were evil warding divine bamboo here. There are a few, the oldest stock still never discovered by others. The old farmer said. Shihao seriously consulted this old farmer, asking a few more questions, and then he advanced forward with great steps. After continuing for who knew how long, he saw a stone mountain in the distance. There was a snow-white trunk at the top of the mountain, its diameter as wide as a jar's. Pure white radiance was released from it, this item incredibly holy. Hong! Suddenly, primal chaos lightning erupted, continuously exploding around it. The scene immediately changed from peaceful to violent. Xianxia widened his eyes. Just what kind of tree was this? Actually guiding primal chaos lightning down onto it. It actually appeared. The most ancient evil warding divine bamboo. The old farmer was shocked. That bamboo was pure white like jade, almost transparent, multicolored light released in endless amounts, auspicious brilliance rushing into the heavens, lightning radiance swirling about, chaotic energy surging, miraculous and shocking. Xianxia had never thought that a bamboo could actually be like this, like the creation of heaven and earth. That person couldn't be approached. Divine light flying about, holy multicolored light rising. It doesn't look far, but it is unknown if you will be able to approach it. I do not dare walk the path ahead, the old farmer said. While speaking, he turned into a shadow, drifting backwards. In the end, he entered a stone wall, becoming a stone engraving. Xianxia paused briefly, and then he walked forward resolutely. He came precisely for the evil warding divine bamboo, and he even saw it before him, so how could he give up on it? Xiao! A war spear that was dripping with blood pierced through the void, flying at Xianxia. That type of force, that type of murderous energy truly made one shiver inwardly, their souls about to become rigid. Even the powerful Xianxia was alarmed. He lost control of his body, corroded by the murderous energy, difficult for him to even budge. He was about to fall apart here. Oh! Xianxia released a great roar. The space between his brows shone, his primordial spirit as if ignited, continuously surging with power. Eventually, it was as if a golden sea was boiling. This was a struggling of the soul. It was burning, in chaos. He broke free from the restrictions. After taking a deep breath, he hacked out with the everlasting immortal sword. Dang! The sword core and that war spear collided, multicolored light rushing into the heavens between the two weapons. It was as if a star exploded, blowing up here. At the same time, Xianxia's body trembled, feeling this war spear's power steeply declining. Otherwise, the power would be simply enough to cut down stars. But right now it was trembling. Following a muffled sound, the bleeding war spear turned into a bat, flying backwards. This was a heroic spirit, one that was extremely powerful and dared to attack him. Xianxia understood what was happening. It originally possessed world-shocking power, but it was restrained by the sword core in his hand. One had to understand that many creatures along the way retreated after seeing the everlasting immortal sword, not daring to approach. Yet this bat dared to attack him. The bat was scarlet red like blood, its eyes golden. At this time, it suddenly swelled in size, and then terrifying sound waves were fired out, rippling towards Xianxia. Wang! The everlasting immortal sword shone, a rain of light scattering down. Bright multicolored light pervaded the air, blocking those ripples. A humanoid figure appeared on the sword core, as if it was going to ascend in the brilliance. Hong! Finally, an expanse of brilliant light erupted. That bat released a shrill cry, and then fled, not appearing again. This place became calm once more. Xianxia breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling. There was a small crack in the space between his brows, blood flowing out from it. Just now, his entire body went cold, feeling as if he was going to die. This place was extremely dangerous. What he felt just now wasn't an illusion. That heroic spirit was different from the ones outside. It was powerful and merciless, murderous energy released from its body as it arrived. If not for the everlasting immortal sword suppressing it, Xianxia would undoubtedly be in danger. It was because that type of power was on a completely different level, too frightening. It might have even took over his body, occupying his head, replacing his primordial spirit. Just how many years have passed now? How could the heroic spirit still be like this? Could it be that they recovered some of their past memories? Hao found it difficult to calm down, to the extent where he began to shiver inwardly. It was because even though the situation just now looked simple, it was actually extremely dangerous. That bat was ridiculously powerful. There were some who came here in the past. If they were also heavenly deities, how would they have escaped these life or death situations? Hao said to himself. He lightly stroked the sword core. If he didn't have this thing, the result would be completely different. He believed that if there were other heavenly deities that came here, they definitely had to have secret treasures and other things they relied on. That old thing had previously said that the more powerful the one who enters, the greater the pressure they faced. Hao's eyes flickered with radiance. He quickly advanced along the path. Why is it this far? Hao was confused. He clearly saw the white bamboo, but the distance didn't get that much shorter. He was still on the path. One had to understand that he possessed extreme speed. Finally, an hour later, after Hao had even lost track of how many li he had crossed, he began to approach the foot of this mountain. Meanwhile, there was a vacant space here without plants. Only scorched earth. Not a single blade of grass grew. This barren area rested between Hao and that mountain. Oh! Immediately afterwards, something that made his scalp go numb happened. When Hao had just stepped foot into this place, countless heroic spirits appeared. It was as if over 10,000 malicious spirits were howling and wailing, covering heaven and earth, numerous and close together as they threw themselves towards Hao. All types of light surged together. Dragon sparrows, demonic apes, spiders, bats, and all different types of powerful creatures emerged at the same time, throwing themselves at Hao. They were all damaged and incomplete heroic spirits. Chi! At this moment, the everlasting immortal sword rumbled, releasing endless streaks of sword light, shining with incomparable brilliance. He fought intensely here. Hao's skull had long been fractured to who knew how many pieces, but his primordial spirit didn't leave his body. However, countless heroic spirits were rushing at that location, wishing to occupy his body. Pooh! The everlasting immortal sword pierced into those heroic spirits' bodies. Some cried out miserably, running away, others turned into scattered ashes. There were some who didn't fear death at all, still rushing at him, wishing to enter his body. Honglong! Hao put on the tattered armor, rust covering its surface. This was suspected to be left behind by the Lightning Emperor, the armor itself full of holes. Right now, it fully erupted, lightning released in millions and millions of streaks. However, despite all of this, he was still drowned under the heroic spirits. This place boiled with activity. Ghosts wept, deities howled, all life screaming miserably. It was unknown just what exactly happened in the past. There were countless heroic spirits here, too many souls of creatures killed in battle, their remnant souls left behind here, carrying resentment, wishing to tear apart everything. Those heroic spirits were completely different from the ones outside the mountain gate, all of them extremely dangerous. Pong! Blood scattered out like rain. Hao's flesh almost burst apart, bone exposed. Those creatures flocked over, wanting to enter his body, smash into his bones. Chi! Hao hacked backwards. The everlasting immortal sword's radiance covered his surroundings, the sword edge even entering his own body. This battle incredibly bitter. He truly never expected picking the evil warding divine bamboo would be this difficult. Everything that happened completely unexpected. After fighting in a muddle-headed state for who knew how long, Hao discovered that those creatures had ran. This sword core began to tremble, also looking like it was vibrating, and then everything became calm. Hao's body was in tatters, blood covering his entire body. His head felt a bit blank, to the extent where he couldn't recall everything that happened just now. Is it over? He got up and then continued forward. Hong! Beneath his feet, a boulder burst, an almost transparent person walking out. Then, the sunlight shone down on him, the radiance magnificent, multicolored light overflowing into the heavens. Diamond race! Hao was shocked. This was a creature made of diamond, extremely rare, but exceptionally sturdy. Only it had long been turned into a puppet by another. In that split second, this diamond being erupted with heaven-overflowing natural law force. It was as if this entire world was going to be extinguished. However, another type of natural law immediately appeared in this place, suppressing the diamond being. The natural laws were restrained, and then it began to decline, finally only becoming half a cultivation realm stronger than the heavenly deity realm. Suppress, Xianxia said to himself. He thought of the old farmer's words, that this place would definitely suppress intruders, but that there was still hope. The diamond being's cultivation realm was higher than the heavenly deity realm, but it wasn't to the point of making one feel utter despair. Hong! This was a great battle, one that was world-shaking. The diamond race's physiques were powerful to the extreme, this barbarous collision making Xianxia feel like he was going to break apart. This was fatal damage because right now all the bones in Xianxia's body were broken. By that golden ancient shrine, he was hammered by the war god markings. These injuries still haven't healed. Pong! The diamond race puppet was unequaled in boldness and power. A body cultivator-type struggle was carried out between Xianxia and itself. Blood splashed out, pieces of bone flew out. Xianxia suffered serious injuries. He truly never thought that the picking of medicine this time would be so dangerous, as if he fell straight into hell. Hong! After thousands of strikes and collisions, Xianxia's body was almost in pieces, the ground soaked in blood and bone fragments that fell out, but he finally smashed apart the diamond being. I won! His breathing was rushed, injuries covering his entire body. The bone pieces on the ground flew over piece by piece, returning to his body once more, starting to piece himself back together. He had never fought a battle this bitter before. He didn't fight against renowned geniuses, but rather a puppet that was left from Immortal Ancient, making him feel extremely conflicting emotions inside. Then, Xianxia ascended the mountain, wishing to approach the most ancient stalk of evil-warding divine bamboo. The instant he turned around, he saw the diamond puppet reassemble, becoming as good as before. It then gradually merged into a giant rock, thus disappearing. He sucked in a cold breath of air. Xianxia arrived at the mountain top. Most of the lightning had disappeared, now only having primal chaos left. It wrapped around the evil-warding divine bamboo that was entirely white, even its leaves pure white like snow. This bamboo towered into the heavens, as thick as a water jar. It really was too brilliant, a divine aura spreading from it, making one feel ashamed of their own inferiority. It was as if he was facing the most noble plant in this world. Could subdue curses, shatter all things nefarious. Reverse the universe. There were only these words here. Was this used to describe this stalk of bamboo? Xianxia was completely silent. He recalled all types of inauspicious things. Could this bamboo neutralize all of those things? Chong! There was still one last trial awaiting him. A pitch-black metal person walked over, appearing abruptly. Its entire body flickered with great Tao traces, sturdy and imperishable, making one feel intimidated from the first glance. Darkness, immortal gold? Xianxia was shocked. There was a metal being here, its body not having any bit of impurity, completely made of darkness, immortal gold. This was just too extravagant. Who was it that forged this? Soon afterwards, he understood. This was previously a powerful creature who had unmatched strength, but it was then subdued by another, had its life ended, and then forcefully refined into a puppet. It was still a puppet. Hong! The human form darkness immortal gold being sent a fist smashing towards the sky, actually blasting through the heavens. Great stars exploded in outer space, the star fragments directly crashing down. Xianxia's entire body went cold. What kind of power was this? How was he supposed to resist against this? However, there was still a mysterious restriction that activated here, forcefully suppressing this being, making the humanoid darkness immortal gold strength decline sharply. In the end, it became only a bit stronger than a heavenly deity. It ended up like this again. Xianxia's mind trembled. I came from the other side of the world, following an undying being here in the past, but ended up dying here, the darkness immortal gold being actually released this bit of divine will fragment. Xianxia was stunned. This was a foreign creature, one who previously slaughtered his way here behind an undying being. What was the story behind this? Next to the evil warding divine bamboo was a shining purple boulder. A line of markings appeared. That was a creature, one who was endlessly frightening, as if it could cross over time and arrive, able to sever time itself. It sat there, unknown if it was feeling joy or sorrow. How laughable, I had already achieved the undying. Yet I actually came here to search for the so-called evil warding divine bamboo to break the inauspicious. It truly is absurd. If others found out, would they treat this story with ridicule or indifference? I am precisely the strange and inauspicious. So what was there to even break? Eventually he went crazy, starting to roar out. His body then gradually scattered. Xianxia was shocked, staring blankly at that sparkling purple stone wall, not saying a single word. What happened back then? He seemed to have vaguely seized bits of something. There was a hole on a certain bamboo joint, pure white liquid continuously dripping out from within, scattering down. These droplets collected into a pool of divine liquid that flourished with divine light by the bamboo's roots. Not only the trunk of this water jar with bamboo, even the leaves were snow-white like jade. Divine radiance shone brilliantly. It towered in the sky, not shooting straight up like a normal bamboo, but was actually more like a young horned dragon. The trunk was curved, incredibly bold and strong, leaves luxuriant, fine white radiance dazzling. It was accompanied with primal chaos energy. There was a pond by its roots, the pure white liquid releasing a great fragrance. Only, none of these sacred scenes could make Xianxia infatuated. His body instead became a bit ice-cold. What was that purple and sparkling ancient purple engraving trying to tell him? The roar that undying being left behind was clearly full of unwillingness, even carrying a type of frustration and a bit of despair. He was trying to find a way to neutralize the strange and inauspicious? This seemed a bit ridiculous. It was because according to his roar, he was the source of chaos, the origin of darkness, where all of the terror came from. However, he actually wanted to neutralize this. As Xianxia thought more about it, he broke out into a cold shiver, all of his fine hairs standing on end, a chill running down his body from head to toe. In that instant, he thought of many things, recalling too much. Hong, the humanoid darkness immortal gold walked over, its body accompanied by vicious light. Its entire body surged with metallic divine multicolored light, as well as a type of murderous intent that made one tremble. It was going to take action. It only had one purpose in guarding this location, which was to stop all intruders. This servant from the foreign land had previously followed an undying expert. Its master rebuked heaven and earth, somewhat exceptionally powerful, so this type of metal person was naturally also incredibly frightening. Only it died, cut down here, and was then turned into a puppet. What kind of place was this? To actually kill such a powerful foreign expert, using it for itself, this was but a humanoid figure made from immortal gold. Chong. Xianxia pulled out the everlasting immortal sword, hacking forward with this incomparable sword core, about to fight a great battle against him. The other party's cultivation had been reduced greatly through this place's natural laws. Its current cultivation realm that was half a level higher than his was still enough to suppress him, but it wasn't to the point of leaving one in utter despair. This is a clash of true bodies. Do not rely on external goods. That human form darkness immortal gold actually released this type of sound, extremely machine-like and rigid, matching the characteristics of a puppet. Xianxia was stunned. Right now, when he didn't put away the everlasting immortal sword core, the other party's cultivation began to rise, becoming extremely dangerous. A streak of divine light rushed out from its skull, tearing through the heavens, about to hack down the sun, moon, and stars. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath of air, silently putting away the sword core. Otherwise, the other party's cultivation would be completely released, thus not leaving him with the slightest bit of hope. Was this a type of test? Xianxia sighed inwardly. This really was a barrier that left him helpless. He was already seriously injured, all of the bones in his body cracked apart, golden bone marrow flowing from his shattered bones, so one could see what kind of state he was in. Would he even be able to fight his opponent like this? "Come at me then." Xianxia released a low roar. His head of long hair fluttered about, his eyes sharp like heavenly blades. He took the initiative to press over. Hung long. The heavens shook and earth swayed. It was as if two comets collided. The darkness immortal gold cast metal being also erupted with power, not using any tricks. The two's fists smashed together. The scene was too horrifying. Blood erupted in all directions. Xianxia's fist split apart. Blood and divine light filled the sky, pieces of bones scattering outwards, his flesh becoming badly mangled. He suffered an extremely terrifying blow. This was darkness divine gold, known as a rare treasure for refining true immortal weapons. After becoming human-formed, when one faced it head-on like this, it would be difficult to find someone with a sturdier physique than this being. Xianxia naturally suffered a loss. How could flesh compare to immortal gold? Perhaps if he became an unmatched creature, able to look down on past and present, his flesh reigning supreme under the heavens, then he might be able to face this darkness immortal gold being head-on. Otherwise, he couldn't face it head-on. Xianxia staggered backwards, looking at this humanoid darkness immortal gold. This type of trial was too strange. Who could pass it? In terms of physique, immortal gold was definitely more powerful than flesh, a fundamental difference in character. Even if he was the most powerful body refinement cultivator, it still wouldn't be enough in this cultivation realm, not this being's opponent. Meanwhile, if it was in terms of cultivation, the other party was half a realm higher than his, the difference not small. This was a situation that would leave one feeling extremely bitter. The evil warding divine bamboo was just up ahead. Yet there was this type of person standing in his way. How was he supposed to go over? How was he supposed to make it past this? Kill! Xianxia's eyebrows stood on end, the look in his eyes becoming forceful. He completely erupted with strength, not wishing to die here. He wanted to break through the past, transcend above. At this moment, all of his spiritual essence surged, his divine senses boiling, flesh becoming brilliant and dazzling, becoming not much different from an immortal gold being. He released all of his power, used precious techniques, and then charged murderously at this powerful enemy. Hong. Kuan Peng technique, unique and without equal, the first vicious 10 precious technique he obtained. It released the most dazzling brilliance here. A divine bird released blinding light, throwing itself at the immortal gold person. Only the other party also possessed unmatched methods, and even more so a higher cultivation. Together with his incomparable physique, this battle was just too difficult for Xianxia. Not a decisive battle at the same level. Xianxia now fully understood why the Great Elder didn't come, instead having him come alone. This was a trial of life and death, pretty much a path of death. Ha! If I can't even make it past this trial, how can I surpass the ancients? Use my body as a seed? Xianxia roared angrily, strengthening his conviction. He fought intensely against the darkness immortal gold being, continuously colliding. One could see a blood-soaked Kuan Peng weaving about, striking the 9 heavens above, diving down into the 9 hells below. He fought from the sky above to the earth below, then from the ground back to the 9 firmaments. Blood splashed all over the skies, the scene incredibly miserable. The darkness immortal gold being became more and more frightening. At first, he was only half a cultivation realm higher, but eventually, it was simply about to completely transcend above, his cultivation becoming greater and greater, about to become a whole realm higher. Kuan Peng soaked in blood, a battle of despair. Too many unexpected things happened in the search for medicine this time, everything exceeding Xianxia's imaginations. At first, it was the war god marking, and then there was this road of death. Immortal energy surged from within Xianxia's body, wrapping around his fist as he smashed it at that humanoid darkness immortal gold being. Chi. However, in that instant, the human form immortal gold's fist also became brilliant. Streak after streak of immortal light surged, becoming even more astonishing. What was it? It was darkness immortal gold we were talking about. This was a weapon refining material used by true immortals, naturally carrying immortal Tao nature. Ascension light surged, immediately bracing the immortal energy. This burning sea about to drown Shihao underneath. This was the most bitter battle. Shihao's fist released ji-bang noises. Blood flew out, his body in incomparable pain. In terms of cultivation realms, the other's was higher than his. In terms of immortal Tao aura, the other's was thicker. As for physique, the other's was incomparable. Regardless of how the two were compared, this was not a battle of the same level. There was no fairness to speak of at all. Lightning Emperor secret technique. Shihao activated lightning, sending endless electricity down on the metal being. This was quite effective. The other party's immortal gold body seemed as if it was going to melt, already starting to deform, about to turn into a liquid form. The most dazzling radiance flowed from his body, the blazing temperature distorting space. However, when the lightning finally dissipated, it recombined together, turning into an immortal gold being again, not dissolving at all. He was injured? Shihao's eyes flickered with brilliance, noticing some clues. He continued to release lightning methods until all of the electricity was depleted and he was completely spent. The immortal gold being is gradually developing resistance. No longer scared of lightning? Shihao was shocked. Eventually, the metal liquid that the other party dissolved into was everywhere, but it still fought with him, now even a bit more terrifying. It was no longer in human form, yet it could still fight. Kill! Shihao shouted out. Reincarnation divine ability was displayed, his own innate supreme being technique displayed. He fought with this immortal gold being until he went completely berserk. The battle was bitter, Shihao fighting endlessly with everything he had. As the battle went on, Shihao felt like his body and bones were going to collapse soon. A battle to surpass oneself. An indifferent, emotionless divine will rang through this place. This was a type of natural law as well as a power that protected this place. Could order all of the puppets here, maintain order in this place. This voice spoke about the truth only by transcending oneself, rising above all others at his level. Could he win this battle, defeat the immortal gold being? Was he to defeat the strong as the weak? Shihao's precious techniques surged. He roared out, all of his great methods displayed. Eventually, even the 6 Tao reincarnations had been displayed, who knew how many times. But he still couldn't kill it. It is a battle of hope, not a battle of despair. Exceed those before you, surpass supreme beings at this level from past to present. And only then can you leave this place, truly rise up above. Shihao heard that voice again, its words making his mind pound greatly. Immortal Ancient was destroyed, all in despair, not a ray of hope to be seen. That ancient voice rang through this place, carrying a type of sadness. It was here to stop those who came later. If this trial couldn't be crossed, then there was no hope at all. They wouldn't be able to compare to the creatures on the other side. Only by crossing this trial did one have a chance of stirring up something. This voice clearly told him that in the end, the darkness immortal gold being would become an unmatched sect master level figure. Suppress him with its greater cultivation realm. This was an enormous disparity, not a step over a small cultivation realm. This was the complete domination of a creature who had immortal Tao energy, like an immortal mountain that had towered for 10,000 years, unmovable. Eventually, Shihao went absolutely crazy. All types of precious techniques flew out. It was as if immortal swords flew out from his body one after another, erupting with exceptional brilliance. If this was in the outside world, if someone saw this, they would definitely be greatly shocked. At this age, this level, Shihao had such world-shaking combat strength. How many people in this great era could compare to him? Only, in this place, he was on the defensive, ready to fall at any time. He was almost killed by the immortal gold person several times. A battle that truly left him feeling helpless. And Shihao fought until he went mad. He saw a piece of limestone next to that pond below the evil warding divine bamboo. On it a line of blurry text written in immortal ancient characters. This side of the world, the so-called land of hope, one of the hidden powers, is nothing more than this. I was here, and I have acquired the evil-warding divine bamboo's liquid. Then, there was another imprint that was extremely strange and special. This was the symbol of a foreign emperor clan. The light in Hao's eyes immediately became brilliant. That was something left behind by a youngster. He saw through the imprints that person left behind, within it fragmented scenes. There was someone who had previously succeeded, slaughtering his way here, using the liquid from the divine pool to refine his body. Hao raised his head, looking towards that hole on the divine bamboo. Pure white liquid flowed out from it. This should be the work of that creature. A foreign expert from the end stages of the last great era had previously succeeded. Hao was greatly shocked. There really were people with heaven-warping talent. However, they were actually from the enemy's side. However, he also saw that the words left behind on the bluestone seemed to not completely mean what it said. The final strokes were extremely careless, clearly lacking strength. The other party should have likely barely avoided death and succeeded. I will naturally succeed as well, Hao roared. At this moment, his single heavenly passage contracted, all types of precious techniques engraving themselves on it. In the end, it continuously contracted, fully withdrawn into his body. Eventually, the shining heavenly passage was suppressed to its extreme. It was like a little sun, withdrawn into his belly. It was like a spherical sea, releasing world-shocking light there. And, Hao was a bit absent-minded and distracted. There was even more so a type of full comprehension. All of the techniques flowed past his heart. In a daze, he seemed to have seen a different path. Hovering between life and death, the partition between the two, I've seen hope. It was as if he was talking deliriously. Then, everything erupted. Hong! The sphere of light that was suppressed immediately exploded, becoming a disk, sending the immortal gold person flying, making it break apart. My path, my Tao. This is the path where it will all start from. Hao gained a flash of enlightenment, developing a type of new cognition, heart sensing something, mind obtaining insights. The light in his eyes became increasingly brilliant. That immortal gold being dropped on the ground, the cracks frightening. Hao walked over towards that pool step by step, wishing to enter inside. However, what his mind was thinking about was the eruption that just occurred, as well as his own insights. That was a path. Hao was absent-minded. He felt like he was comprehending the Tao, a Tao that belonged to himself. Hao was immersed in a magical state, his train of thoughts surging, observing that disk within his body. Hovering between life and death squeezed out the potential hidden deep within him, allowing him to instantly comprehend the Tao. He wandered about unhurriedly in this brand new world, his mind exploring the great emptiness, comprehending endless profound mysteries. He was momentarily petrified, starting to think and contemplate to himself. However, his footsteps didn't stop, continuing towards the pure white evil-warding divine bamboo. He smelled a strong fragrance that penetrated his heart and refreshed his mind, making him feel like he was going to become intoxicated. Right now, he was suppressing the single heavenly passage, returning it to his abdomen once more. A divine disk was formed there, flickering with the profound mysteries of life and death. The life and death disk formed a resplendent sun. It was restrained inside his body, the embodiment of the heavenly passage being contracted. Not far out, the human form darkness immortal gold that was covered in cracks and fell on the ground stood up. Those injuries were healing, dark light flickering about, sinister and powerful. Its eyes were cold, not carrying the slightest bit of human emotions. This was the first time it was seriously injured, but it wasn't completely defeated yet. It threw itself over once more. This was the critical moment. If he was disturbed, Hao's enlightenment might be cut short. The ice-cold darkness immortal gold puppet was a ruthless creation, loyally guarding the evil-warding divine bamboo. It lacked human emotions, walking directly over, murderous energy roiling. Dong took action again. Its pitch-black fist carried foreign power, displaying exceptional divine abilities, smashed towards Hao, cruel and terrifying. Hao sensed something. all of his bone texts interweaved, especially the brilliant divine disk within his abdomen region, even more so releasing endless dazzling streaks of light. He didn't withdraw from this type of state, still immersed within. This was a type of instinctive movement. Just like before, the single heavenly passage was contracted to the extreme, becoming even more brilliant. Then, that disk released a life and death great explosion. In addition, Xianxia released a deep roar, his body charging over as well. With a hong sound, his entire body rammed into the human form darkness immortal gold being, sending it flying out. This was an instantaneous enlightenment. He opened the treasury of his human body, pouring out endless power. It was terrifying to the extreme. Xianxia was immersed in a state of Tao comprehension, just that he didn't know if he could completely grasp all of the spiritual light. Now, he was just taking action muddle-headedly, the power erupting completely instinctively while in this type of state. If he grasped these instincts, allowing him to unleash them at any time, just how frightening would that be? Meanwhile, if he could open up a completely new path from this, then it would be even more unimaginable. A path suitable for himself was the most powerful great Tao. The darkness immortal gold being was flung out, covered in cracks once more. This time, it didn't come over to release another attack. Radiance flickered about its body, and then it disappeared from this place. Xianxia was thinking bitterly, immersed in this type of state, not completely recovering yet. He continuously thought to himself, grasping at the mysterious path's trajectory. Just now, he experienced a brand new path with endless prospects. It made his heart full of hope. This was extremely strange. Just now, he was still fighting a life and death great battle, fighting bloodily against the immortal gold being, almost about to die in the process. Yet now, he was starting to understand everything, as if he was enlightened with perfect wisdom there, entering a mysterious state. He felt like he had achieved supreme enlightenment. He was comprehending the Tao. It was a difference of heaven and earth. Everything was just that sudden. While lingering between life and death, these two opposite extremes, two types of profound mysteries were tangling about, evolving and taking form in Xianxia's body. They began to rotate about, forming a life and death roulette. He compressed his single heavenly passage again, condensing it to the extreme. The heavenly passage surrounding his body became smaller, entering his abdomen. Then, it gradually became a single point, a speck of seed, looking like a golden immortal pill, shining with waves of brilliance there. He engraved all types of bone texts and precious techniques natural laws onto it, illuminating the world within himself. Endless strands of light were released from his stomach. Only, there was a hazy death energy that was wrapped around the immortal pill too, lingering about its surroundings. This scaled-down world within him carried both a holy and peaceful feeling, as well as an aura of destruction. Xianxia wanted to neutralize the death energy, cut off the inauspicious and only leave behind the divine. However, he sensed that the profound mysteries were becoming more and more hazy, no longer being as profound and deep. Perhaps a bit shallow, he unconsciously said to himself. Forcefully removing the death energy might not necessarily be a good thing. Radiance, peace, brilliance, divinity, weren't these the incarnations there ought to be? Xianxia stopped, no longer forcefully removing the death energy, allowing them to wander about as they pleased, pervading and wrapping around that resplendent immortal pill, letting nature take its course. Between this heaven and earth with life there was death, with black there would be white, with yin there would be yang. They would always be opposed to each other. What pureness and absolute righteousness was there to speak of? While in his state of absent-mindedness, in that perplexed state, he developed this type of experience, deciding not to force anything. The universe was just like this, with yin and yang in opposition. The human body was naturally like this as well. As a result, when he looked at his body, he viewed it like a heaven and earth, like a human form cosmos, waiting to open his flesh divine treasury. Following this moment of awakening, Xianxia allowed the death energy to flow, swirl around that extreme point of gold. That was produced by contracting the single heavenly passage to the extreme until it was like a golden pill medicine. Hong! Death energy invaded his body, entering the single golden pill, clashing with it. Pooh! Sure how coughed out blood, his body shaking intensely, his stomach almost exploding apart. He was half a step from breaking apart, his body and Tao almost extinguished just like that. His body shook intensely, many cracks appearing in his body, blood dripping everywhere. He was seriously injured. Sure how woke up. He actually almost died? The moment he opened his eyes, he discovered that he already walked into the pool. The pure white liquid was rich with fragrance, strand after strand of multicolored light rushing into his body. Within his stomach, those injuries were quickly healing, nurtured by the brilliant divine liquid. In addition, all of the shattered bones in his body began to move rhythmically, releasing kangxiang sounds. It was as if a war song was chanted, ringing through this place. It was clear that after entering this brilliant and resplendent divine pond, his body underwent an intense transformation, quickly developing in a good direction. This was a type of evolution of his constitution. However, sure how couldn't tend to these things. This was a profound and meaningful transformation in itself that was worth reflecting over. So he was willing to immerse himself in this experience. However, he made himself ignore all of this, letting his body revive, his bones become tempered, while his thoughts returned to the state of Tao comprehension just now. He wanted to borrow this for realization, wanted to grasp that type of feeling. He didn't wish to miss this Tao comprehension that could affect his entire life. It had to be said that that type of comprehension was too profound. Sure how grasped it, thought through it again, trying to restrict the heavenly passage. That type of feeling returned to him. It was compressed to the extreme, the heavenly passage becoming the focal point. Then, it erupted again, creating both life and death energies. Not cutting off the death energy. It was as if he was talking in his sleep, repeatedly testing things out, continuously compressing and releasing it. He understood that having both yin and yang was the right way. He allowed the death energy to wind about this extreme point, letting it move around him. It was just like a planet moving around a sun, spinning faster and faster. Eventually, terrifying force overflowed into the heavens, filling his body. However, he was seriously injured once more. The revolving death energy and extreme points power were extremely strong, but it was about to tear apart his abdomen. The death energy within him was at an equilibrium with the extreme point, but compared to his flesh, there was definitely not a balance. The death energy that revolved around the extreme point was like a blade, hacking at his flesh, seriously injuring his abdomen. Fortunately, he was under the evil warding divine bamboo, soaked in its precious liquid. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in danger. Yin and yang have to be at equilibrium. The world inside the body needs to be at peace as well. Sure how said to himself. He suppressed the death energy, restraining it within the depths of his abdomen. Then, he released that immortal pill, having it release life energy, using it as a guide for sealing the death energy. He tested things out again and again. The extreme point continuously exploded, yin and yang energies surging, life and death power tangling together. Sure how was extremely cold, and also extremely silent. It was as if all of his emotions were frozen, not a single word uttered as he silently observed the changes of the world within his body. Right now, he was extremely serious, even more emotionless, examining his own body. He lost track of time, unable to sense its circulation, completely casting it aside. Time seemed to have come to a standstill, but it was also as if a millennium went by. For him, it was meaningless because his mind already went on a journey into the world within his body. He was calm, no emotions fluctuating, no joys or worries as he observed the various changes taking place in his abdomen. In the end, that place became quiet. Yin and yang energies swirled, life and death at an equilibrium, forming a yin-yang diagram. Then, they scattered apart again, not displaying the true divine diagram. Tangible Tao, intangible Tao. There is no yin-yang diagram to be seen in this world, he said to himself. Those types of diagram traces couldn't be seen. This was merely an abstract interpretation of the Tao. Sure how woke up, scattering this Tao. The death energy formed an ocean that was pitch black and without life force, while the life energy formed a spring of life that gushed outwards, intertwining with the sea of death. Hong. However, with just a single thought, life and death would tangle together, forming a tangible yin-yang diagram. That was the concrete appearance of the Tao. Heaven and earth rumbled. Thunder clapped. Endless streaks of lightning descended from the sky, all of it hacking down on the earth, striking down on Shurhao's body. He was startled awake. That type of method, that type of Tao, there was now an embryonic form. He managed to feel out a true path. This left him shocked and happy. When the day came that he fully completed it, he had a feeling that there would definitely be great brilliance released. It might be a type of completely new system. Of course, this was only the beginning. He only managed to figure out one part of the body. There were still many other treasuries waiting to be opened, the flesh containing the greatest truth of heaven and earth. Only he didn't have time to think about it now. He was completely startled awake, pulled out from that Tao comprehension state. It was because of the streak of lightning that suddenly emerged, vast and boundless, all of it hacking down on him. The lightning had never been this terrifying before, about to hack him to death. This was heavenly punishment that suddenly erupted, appearing mysteriously, the electricity endless and concentrated. Even with the evil warding divine bamboo to endure it, stopping many streaks, he was still struck through. Shurhao widened their eyes, in complete disbelief. Even when he was cultivating immortal energy and facing heavenly tribulation, it wasn't as bad as this lightning tribulation. One had to know that this was just the beginning. There was still endless lightning ahead, these latter streaks likely increasingly terrifying, simply about to blast him to ashes. Is it because I had just gained a flash of enlightenment and wished to tread on that path that it incurred heavenly judgment? Shurhao was alarmed. Even though there was life and death danger, his eyes instead became increasingly brilliant. A great lightning tribulation descended in this world, trying to stop Shurhao. This meant that his realizations just now were extraordinary. This might be even more significant than when he cultivated immortal energy, or else it definitely wouldn't be like this. My path, Shurhao said excitedly, roaring with laughter. Even though he would be blasted until his flesh was badly mangled in the next instant, sending his blood splashing everywhere, he still couldn't help but feel great joy. His bones were originally closed, starting to be reconstructed, but under the interweaving lightning, accompanied by the chaotic energies lightning, all of his bones were shattered once more. It was to the extent where when his flesh was penetrated by streak after streak of lightning radiance, the holes went from one side of his body to the other. Life and death were interdependent. At this time, Shurhao didn't feel any fear, not feeling despair. It was because he found that as his body was pierced by the lightning, the amount of pure white liquid that flowed out from the evil warding divine bamboo was even more numerous. The pearl-like pure white drops of liquid slid down from the bamboo trunk, far more gentle than if it landed on his skin. His body was transformed once more. The white liquid that flowed from the hole in the bamboo joint entered Shurhao's crushed bones, helping them fuse and heal, transforming and becoming even stronger. The evil warding divine bamboo's sparkling white liquid was absorbed by the bone fragments, merging with the golden bone marrow, releasing an astonishing aura of life. An exuberant aura of life was being nurtured, growing, and then strengthening. This was a type of astonishing transformation. Meanwhile, the lightning in the sky was extremely strange, as if it was the radiance of the Earth's magnetic field, brilliantly colored and warped. It poured down in torrents here, gushing outwards, magnificent and of all different appearances. It was also becoming stronger. This was an extremely terrifying signal of danger. It was absolutely frightening, its power great to the extreme. When each streak slammed into Shurhao's body, there would always be a bloody hole that was connected from front to back, producing large amounts of blood. Shurhao was, without a doubt, in serious danger. The bones in his body released jie sounds from time to time, blasted broken by the lightning. If not for the bamboo liquid's replenishment restoring his body, he would have definitely long been blasted until his body was in tatters, ruined beyond recognition. The powerful lightning and oppressive thunder, whenever it covered the sky, it would be blinding, as if all types of brilliantly colored suns exploded, exceeding the past. It was simply unimaginable. This type of heavenly punishment didn't give others any hope, wishing to completely erase one's existence. Definitely not something a heavenly deity could resist. Terrifying heaven and earth irregular scenes appeared, as if the heavens were furious and wanted to destroy all things. Hao had long reawoken from his Tao comprehension state. He endured the intense pain, every inch of his body rupturing open. Blood gushed out. Many of his injuries were great cracks that connected from one side to the other, his body almost breaking down. It was painful. Even someone with as tenacious of a will as him felt everything before his eyes darken, almost fainting here. Chi! Another streak of lightning descended, piercing his body, impossible to block. Even after he used all types of precious techniques, carrying out the most powerful resistance, it was still not enough, the lightning still about to kill him. The world was ruthless. Right now, it was as if he was abandoned by the world, about to be wiped out. The lightning that crashed down possessed unprecedented power. Was it all because he was comprehending the Tao, that he wanted to establish a different method? Based on what was recorded in the bone text, regardless of whether it was the past or future, all variables that could affect the balance of the world would inevitably suffer heavenly tribulation and be struck by heavenly punishment. Some of this could already be seen from the lightning disturbance when exceptional cultivators were about to break through, blasting those individuals. This was because the world felt fear, thus delivering judgment. Now, Hao had felt out the entrance to another road of cultivation, so it was clearly even more severe. Pa! Hao released a muffled groan, because a scarlet streak of lightning descended, shattering his shoulder. His shoulder blade cracked, and then fell off, golden bone marrow leaking outwards. This wasn't a normal type of pain. It was as if he was accompanied by the footsteps of death, and it was getting closer and closer. If this continued, then Hao would undoubtedly die. Hua Hua sounded. The snow-white evil warding divine bamboo swaying. Pure white bamboo leaves shone, leaves rustling about, the sounds clear as if a small brook was flowing past. Chaotic energy and all types of auspicious multicolored light were everywhere. It was resisting the lightning as well because the lightning tribulation descended from the heavens, the bamboo also within its range of attack. However, this water-jar-thick ancient bamboo was clearly often struck by lightning, having resistance to electricity. At the very least, Hao had seen it encounter lightning when he first saw it. Now, with it resisting the lightning, it helped Hao out greatly. Otherwise, he would have already fallen apart. The lightning was ferocious, descending endlessly streak after streak. All types of brilliant colors surged, as if a geomagnetism storm was wreaking havoc. Even though it was dazzling, it was absolutely destructive. Pooh! Hao's chest was hacked apart. Chest bones snapped one after another. An absolutely appalling scene. He was suffering the most difficult trial of his entire life right now. Body and soul might be erased at any turn. Eventually, the snow-white bamboo couldn't resist the lightning for him any longer, because this world was ruthless. The lightning changed its trajectory, surging over from all directions, not only from above. Blazing light and bright red blood blossomed at the same time. Hao's flesh was scorched black and withered. His bones shattered, golden bone marrow even about to dry up. The divine bamboo liquid was struck by the lightning from time to time, moreover splashing out. Surprisingly, this liquid didn't evaporate, a reflection of its powerful divine characteristics. It is precisely because of this type of shining liquid that Hao was able to live. He was surrounded in rich life force, and only because of this could he make it through. I need to change. I cannot die. Even though Hao was blasted until his body almost dried up, his will was firm, still remaining clear-headed. He used the Lightning Emperor Precious technique to conduct the lightning, and then the Kuan Peng method to weaken it, using Reincarnation divine ability to influence time, neutralizing the terrifying electrical arcs. All different types of methods were used. However, he was constantly enveloped within the shadow of death. The lightning struck his bones, piercing his flesh. ZZ sounds rang out continuously, electrical arcs wandering about in his body. That type of sound was extremely ear-piercing, as well as extremely frightening. The electricity released all types of sounds in his body, charring his flesh and bones black. The death energy increased, life force waning. The torment was hard to endure, difficult to imagine. He might lose his life at any time. Xianxia examined his abdomen. The single heavenly passage concentrated together, turning into an extreme point, and then it erupted, death energy and life energy coexisting, yin and yang energies swirling about. He was greatly moved inwardly. He tried to guide the divine bamboo's life essence energy into his body, at the same time allowing the lightning to hack viciously at him, produce death energy. All of it was absorbed into his abdomen. He was taking a risk. A single mistake and his flesh would be blown apart. This was but lightning tribulation, an unimaginable heavenly punishment. He took the initiative to guide it, using it to blast his own body, these actions practically suicide. Hong, an opposition of life and death, yin and yang. The two energies swirled about, forming a disk in his stomach. In the end, a yin-yang diagram was formed, the embodiment of the Tao. Lightning hacked about unendingly. Xianxia's entire body contorted. Many of his bones shattered. He guided the lightning into his body, merging it into the yin-yang diagram. Xianxia wanted to defy the heavens, neutralize the lightning, transform the death energy into life, reverse life and death. Blazing radiance was erupting, world-shaking noises sounding continuously. Streak after streak of lightning radiance completely gathered towards Xianxia's abdomen. One could see the partition line between life and death energy the lightning ultimately formed. The lightning drew out a graceful arc, separately entering the yin or yang regions. Yin and yang energies could be reversed here, death energy and life opportunity coexisting, able to transform into each other, merge into the other side. He began to devour the lightning, transforming it here. His body and other areas became a passage, guiding the lightning into his body, undergoing an astonishing change here. A life and death disk shone in his body, appearing radiant and resplendent. Actually succeeded? Xianxia's eyes flickered about. However, it was still dangerous. This was only the preliminary experience, still far from leaving the shadow of death. On the contrary, the situation became even more grim, because right now, a single mistake would make his flesh explode. Pong! Sure enough, yin and yang lost balance. This was the power of heaven and earth, absolutely ruthless, so there was no way it could be extensively controlled and exploited by another. The dividing line formed by lightning was broken. In that instant, Xianxia's abdomen ruptured, that yin-yang Tao diagram almost exploding. This was extremely frightening. Once that area exploded, Xianxia's single heavenly passage might be destroyed as well, and then his entire being would be half-crippled. He quickly suppressed and neutralized this power, and then used his flesh to endure the endless lightning radiance. He faced the heavenly tribulation head-on once again, suffering serious damage. He had no choice but to stick it through. Xianxia already had no other choice. Just now, he made a daring move, taking heaven-decisive action, exploiting the lightning tribulation, taking advantage of heavenly punishment to complete himself. It was clearly extremely risky, as if he had angered the heavens and it now wanted him dead. Xianxia went all out, his body soon full of holes, in tatters. A few bone pieces that were blasted off fell into the pool, but he still held on. He couldn't give up. As long as he still had a breath of air left, still alive in this world, then he was going to persist to the end. The yin-yang equilibrium Tao just now definitely wouldn't work, and forcefully resisting like this right now wouldn't last much longer either. If this continued, he was definitely going to die. The single heavenly passage enlarged, protecting him, but soon afterwards, it was blasted by the lightning radiance until it caved in. Then it was subdued. This method still not enough. He thought back to Willow Deity, how it had been drowned in endless lightning, blasted until it was charred black, only half a tree trunk left. In that instant, Willow Deity's technique erupted to the extreme. Am I going to end up like the willow deity, having my body broken apart? Hao felt bitter. At this time, he didn't have any roots, so he might just directly die. This isn't going to work. How am I supposed to make it past this tribulation? Hao felt helpless. He really couldn't think of any methods. His spiritual essence was becoming weak, his will wavering. He felt powerless to reverse the situation. I have to make it through. In the end, his eyes erupted with divine radiance, completely going for broke. He released an angry roar, the sound released suppressing the rumbling of thunder. He felt like he had always been on the defensive, believing that there was no way he could make it past this lightning, always wishing to avoid it, neutralize it, and as a result, he lost his mindset of forging ahead. There is no lightning that cannot be dealt with. It can similarly be defeated. He roared out, strengthening his conviction. In the end, he went crazy. His weakened bearing immediately erupted, as if he returned to his peak state. His vitality resonated, reaching the most powerful state. Hao was completely focused on one thing. He had to defeat this heavenly punishment. He wasn't going to passively endure it, now viewing this lightning tribulation as nothing special. It was just like when he cultivated immortal energy back then. When he crossed the heavenly tribulation, he carried a heart of victory, feeling like he could prevail. Right now, he was still like this. When facing this immeasurable, terrifying lightning tribulation, he began to firm up his resolution. Since this was created for living beings, then this situation could definitely be overcome. Even though Hao's body was in tatters, his will was still incredibly strong. Blood began to surge within his dried-up body again. One could vaguely see a type of symbol shining brilliantly, interweaving with the scorched black flesh and bones, increasing his life force. There was a type of blood that became brilliant as well. This was Supreme Being blood that was flowing, as well as the appearance of his third type of innate Supreme Being symbols. As his vitality was drastically increased, the power that was displayed when he took action increased as well. That blood carried a type of mysterious power, as if it could allow one to break through a cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. Even though it was only effective for an extremely short amount of time, this was definitely heaven-defying. That was why his change in aura was no longer just a mental issue. His tattered body also underwent some true changes, instantly becoming stronger, exceeding the norm. His vital energy and other things completely exceeded his normal state. Hao resisted the lightning radiance, moreover guiding it into his ruined body. He was using the bone hammering method, reforging the bones, condensing his body. The bone pieces that flew out all flew back, trembling along with Hao, releasing a strange noise. In the end, when his shattered bones were all pieced together, lightning radiance covered his body, resonating there. Bone hammering method truly was a cruel experience. The bone pieces were all shattered, and were then nourished by the evil warding divine bamboo, recovering here. This was a painful process, as if he was breathing in hell. His bones were shattered and then reconstructed. Golden bone marrow wiggled about, reconstructing divine bones. Golden multicolored light flew in 10,000 streaks. Auspicious lights released in endless strands, incredibly divine. Even though this place was extremely frightening, lightning radiance attacking over, bloody light splashing out, flesh rupturing, there was a rich life force that was making up for his body's deficiencies as well. Thunder and lightning, you are nothing more than normal fire for refining my body. Hao roared, forcefully resisting it. Eventually, Hao's tattered body continuously recovered, its speed faster than the destruction brought by the lightning radiance, using lightning to refine the body. Hao was surrounded by lightning. He took a deep breath, unexpectedly directly devouring an expanse of concentrated lightning. He guided all of it into the bones all over his body, using the bone hammering method to refine them. He stuck it through, now seeing a new dawn. Eventually, his bone marrow began to change from gold to red, full of rich life force, his bones gradually becoming sparkling white as well. His bones then went through numerous revisions, all of the cracks closing, starting to recover. In addition, there were particles that came off, eliminated from his body. In the end, The liquid released by the evil warding divine bamboo couldn't satisfy Xianxia anymore. He produced the everlasting immortal sword, opening up another small hole on the thickest bamboo joint. Liquid poured down, merging with Xianxia's flesh, forging his body. Xianxia's constitution became stronger, his bones becoming a large amount tougher than before. Finally, the electricity weakened, lightning tribulation about to disappear. He opened his mouth, starting to frantically swallow the electricity, not wishing to let any of it go. It was because he discovered later on that the destructive electrical radiance carried wisps of astonishing life force, extremely heaven-defying. It displayed its effects with the evil warding divine bamboo, the effects becoming even greater. After who knew how much time had passed, the thunder radiance already disappeared, this place becoming peaceful once more. This place was extremely quiet, the pure white divine pool about to dry up. Xianxia stood there for a long time without moving at all. An instance of heavenly punishment, incomparable lightning tribulation, ended just like that. His skin was regenerated snow-white like jade. Because of the evil warding divine bamboo's nourishment, his skin became even more sparkling and moist, accompanied by a wave of holy aura. The greatest gain was naturally the transformation that happened to his bones. He was like a butterfly that emerged from a cocoon, an upgrade in his level of life. The strength of his body increased substantially, and even though he didn't fully study to be a body refiner, he was even stronger. Xianxia sat there quietly thinking about his experiences. He was quite moved, just that close to dying this time. Just now, it was just too dangerous, all of the bones in his body exploding. He had never encountered a situation this dangerous. The will of heaven hard to fathom, lightning punishment difficult to resist. However, he still made it through in the end. Xianxia stood up. He was accompanied by flourishing vital force, feeling a type of new life feeling. He felt like he had the skin of a baby, as well as exceptional vitality. It was actually this type of aura. Xianxia was stunned. He really was different, this wasn't a misconception. It was as if his body underwent a reincarnation, being reborn here. The aura of the beginning of all life, the most precious vital force. It was because when all things were first born, they were accompanied by the most basic life vital force. As long as this was collected, then it would be extremely beneficial to the human body. For example, many cultivators welcomed the multicolored light of sunrise, collecting the first strand of morning light, absorbing the multicolored brilliance to cultivate the Tao. Through this achieve long life, it was precisely for this reason. When creatures were first born, first came into this world, they possessed all types of innate secret power. As they grew in the world of mortals, it would gradually flow away until it completely disappeared. Meanwhile, the current Xianxia had rich new life force, as pure as a newborn baby's. For him, this was extremely precious. Xianxia stood in the pool, extending out his limbs, brandishing his fists, stirring up thunderous noises that rumbled about. He didn't even use divine force, yet it was already like this. 100 streaks of lightning refined his body, the electricity striking him, and then the evil warding divine bamboo's juice permeated his body. Xianxia's constitution was strengthened to a shocking degree. If he released a fist out now, it would be enough to instantly kill a heavenly deity. My body now has a special type of aura, a type of power that is difficult to understand, yet truly exists. 2 streaks of light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. He examined his own body, feeling this type of aura from every part of his flesh. It merged with him, the force pure and holy. At first, he had only thought that his skin had been reborn, and that was why there was this otherworldly aura. However, now this was a true purity, the flesh, bones, and marrow were now full of pure energy that transcended the world of mortals. Xianxia momentarily couldn't figure out its use. He wanted to try and move it, but he discovered that it was like his body, a part of him, inseparable. A mysterious aura. Could this be the inauspicious force that cannot be resisted? Xianxia suddenly understood with a flash, coming to this type of conclusion. Those from the other side had came to this place before. The reason they looked for the evil warding divine bamboo most likely precisely to find this type of secret force, Or perhaps it should be said that they were looking for the divine bamboo's medicinal effects. Now, it seemed like there weren't that many uses, but Hao definitely didn't look down on it. He felt that, in the future, it might display tremendous effects. After undergoing the evil-warding divine bamboo's baptism, his flesh should already be a bit different. When facing different types of curse power, he might have an immunity towards them, directly resist it. Hao produced a jade cauldron, starting to gather the leftover liquid in the pool. Then, he produced a jade pitcher, directly filling it with the white juices that came out from the evil-warding divine bamboo's hole. This fragrant liquid was priceless. Just a single drop would make other people's eyes go red. An incredibly precious material for refining medicine. Meanwhile, just now, Hao actually squandered away half a pool of this divine liquid, soaking in it, truly making one's hair stand up in anger. If others learned about this, they would definitely start raining curses on this wastrel. The ancient bamboo shook back and forth, taking root in the mountain, snow-white and sparkling. Hao was puzzled. After all these years had passed, could it be that this bamboo still didn't develop spirituality? This didn't make any sense. However, he didn't think too much about it, no longer stopping, instead walking into the distance. He wanted to pick Yellow Spring's fruit. That was his objective this time. Hills rose and fell in a place far from where the divine bamboo was located. White mists were hazy, as if it was an immortal's homeland. The name Immortal Mound was still rather fitting for this place. The so-called Yellow Springs fruit sounded frightening, as if it grew beside the yellow springs of the underworld. However, Hao didn't really sense any gloomy aura on his way here. On the contrary, this path carried immortal energy. The water had divine light, auspicious and peaceful, completely different from what he imagined. He saw a small river on the way here, golden radiance gentle, leaving him deeply moved. Was this the Yellow Springs? Hao followed it because, according to what the Great Elder said, this Yellow Springs fruit was precisely at the end of the river. Only in this place could it mature, produce full fruits. The divine aura became increasingly thick. In a daze, it felt as if he had arrived at the time when heaven and earth first opened. There was spiritual essence everywhere. Every blade of grass, every tree, even the ordinary mountain rocks seemed to carry spirituality. There were a few plants that released auspicious multicolored light. There were a few mounds that swirled with brilliant colors. This was especially the case up ahead where large amounts of flames surged, that area the most brilliant. When one looked closely, that wasn't fire but instead light, but because it was incredibly thick, if one didn't look closely, it would seem as if flames were raging. What a powerful aura! Hao sighed with astonishment, feeling that there was definitely something amazing there, possibly immortal fruits and other things, definitely world-shaking natural luck. He found it hard to calm down inside, wishing to know what exactly was happening. In the outside world, a few powerful geniuses were gathered before the mountain gate. Only, they couldn't enter inside, stopped outside by the realm wall, unable to go through. Just now, all of them felt that something special happened inside. Heavenly thunder rumbling, divine punishment unending. The powerful energy could be felt even through the realm wall. Was someone facing tribulation inside? This was the first thought that emerged in their heads. Who entered? Huang was the only one. Even though they weren't willing to admit, that person was indeed stronger than them, relying on himself to slaughter his way in. Huang, what exactly is he doing? Was it him who incurred heavenly tribulation? A genius from Sacred Academy said. The people here became silent, feeling that this was definitely done by Hao, only they weren't willing to say it. It was because the two academies' elites weren't all that friendly with Hao. What great disorder! I reckon that this should have been caused by Huang, right? A white-clad beauty gracefully walked over, body elegant and wonderful, beautiful like a fairy. She carried a faint smile as she said, Didn't you all come in a long time ago? Why are you all stopping here? Not entering, instead letting Huang get ahead of you. She looked at Wang Shi, purposely provoking her. She revealed a startled expression, and then changed it to a faint smile, seemingly giggling. Wang Shi's face remained calm. Only, divine light flashed within her beautiful pupils. revealing that her heart wasn't all that clear. She gave Princess Yao Yu a look, not saying anything in response. Hong! Right at this time, a loud noise sounded within the mountain gate, making all of the genius's expressions change. What was Huang doing now, actually stirring up some great disrest once more? They really wanted to know because they were scared that he seized all of the opportunities alone. Those here were envious and jealous. Let's join hands, we have to quickly enter. One of them spoke up. The ones who could make it here were all geniuses among geniuses, the top of the young experts. However, now they could only join hands, putting aside any prejudice, or else they couldn't enter at all. At this moment, regardless of whether they were inwardly willing or not, they had to admit that Huang was powerful enough to leave others helpless. He was able to enter all by himself. In the depths of Immortal Mound, Xianxia walked over. He saw a stone bridge that was rather old-fashioned and ancient, about to completely collapse under the erosion of wind, the structure in tatters. This bridge rested over the Golden River. Xianxia followed this bridge to the river shore, because he discovered that the surging resplendent light flame was precisely in a mountain valley up ahead. In the end, the stone bridge collapsed as soon as he arrived at the other side of the river, falling into the Golden River, producing a great splash, the noise quite loud, startling Xianxia. One had to understand that this river wasn't that wide, not all that deep. How could it have created such a disturbance? It was as if endless divine force was rippling outwards, and that was why an angry wave swept into the sky. Xianxia turned around and stared at it, but he didn't stop here. He quickly hurried forward, arriving at that ravine surrounded by hills, seeing the true scene. This is... He widened his eyes in shock, his body shaking intensely, great waves stirring within him, unable to calm down. He originally thought that these were immortal fruits or other things, possibly even long-life medicine, but in the end, it was completely different from what he had imagined. This place was extremely peaceful. Those light flames all formed from gathered multicolored light, but it was definitely not the irregular scene produced by heaven and earth medicinal herbs, but rather corpses. In the valley, 5 or 6 bodies rested next to each other, all of them huge, filling up the ravine. Some of them were like stellar giants, some like star-devouring beasts, all of them strange, a few of them humanoid. Some of them were rotten, some dried up, but there was one common trait, which was that they were holy and peaceful. Even though they were corpses, there wasn't the slightest bit of gloomy or sinister aura. Even the ones that were rotting were currently producing a rain of light, not releasing a foul stench, those nearby feeling a wave of pure force from it. This shouldn't be a true immortal's corpse, right? Xianxia was greatly shocked, because apart from this, was there anything else that made sense? Otherwise, why would there be such brilliant light even after they died? One had to bear in mind that these might also be foreign undying beings, their corpses here. Xianxia was stirred up. He wanted to examine them carefully, but a wave of power pervaded this area, forming flames of light, a barrier of light covering the ravine, completely preventing him from entering. Xianxia wanted to try and forcefully barge in, using a secret treasure to test things out, but in the end, as soon as it was released and made contact with that barrier of light, it exploded, breaking into ruined copper and steel. It was corroded by a divine power, crushed into pieces. That magical artifact was heavenly deity level, proving that if a heavenly deity rushed straight in, they would likely face the same result. Even though Xianxia was extraordinary, far surpassing other heavenly deities, the most powerful individual in his current cultivation realm from past to present, his expression still changed. He knew that he couldn't charge straight in. Then he left, extremely decisive, not wanting to be tempted. Even though he knew that those corpses might have great treasures, having artifacts left behind by Taoists, if he couldn't obtain them and had to throw his life away too, he definitely wouldn't do something like that. At the end of the golden stream, auspicious light surged. There were 3 plants there, none of them that large, only about the height of a person. They were like a tree yet not a tree, like a flower yet not a flower. Every single stalk looked like it was cast from gold, the radiance brilliant, flowing with a comforting rain of golden light. One of them had fruits, these fruits like plums, their sizes also similar. Only they were golden, brilliant, and resplendent. These are Yellow Springs fruits? Shurhao was stunned. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. He directly arrived, facing no obstacles on his way here. The golden fruits were extremely brilliant, their shape like plums, but right now, they were brilliant like little suns, releasing blazing light extremely dazzling. The fragrance wafted out, making one's mind and spirit distracted, feeling an urge to become drunk under this type of aroma. If there were ordinary people here, the temptation of these fruits would be fatal. Shurhao's hand touched the golden branch, about to remove a golden fruit. A brilliant rain of light already scattered down onto his arms. Suddenly, a type of extreme chilliness instantly made his skin go taut, his fine hairs stand on end. He quickly backed up, and all types of symbols appeared on his arm, producing a screen of light. It was originally peaceful, holy. This place extremely secluded, fragrance wafting about, everything wonderful. But at this moment, Shurhao detected a terrifying danger. It was as if he was in a land of dreams, and then a viper suddenly approached, opened its mouth, revealing sharp venomous fangs, about to devour him, drag him down from heaven to hell, turning the dream into a nightmare. Shurhao's speed was fast, but there were still bits of golden light that tore open the void, rushing to his arm, directly tearing at his body. Zhang! The metallic striking sounds made one's eardrums feel extreme pain. The extremely brief encounter actually resulted in a dangerous collision. Several golden bugs that were extremely sinister began to chew at Shurhao's body, clashing with the symbols, sparks flying in all directions. The screen of symbol light formed from precious techniques was actually chewed through by them, gradually shattering, extremely frightening. Which one of the techniques Shurhao now used didn't shake the world. Even though all of the symbols were bitten through, this still slowed them down. Shurhao moved out of the way, supported his heavenly passage, standing 10 zhang out, carefully examining the situation. There were 4 bugs, all of them half a foot in length, entirely yellow. When they didn't move, they looked the same as the Yellow Springs fruit plant's branches. They were extremely similar, and just now there was no life aura, only erupting with vicious energy when there was activity. As he left the Yellow Springs fruit medicinal tree, the 4 bugs spread their transparent wings, revealing snow-white teeth like the fangs of vipers. SISI sounds released. Show! They were too fast, their transparent wings able to easily cut apart the void. They rushed forward, immediately firing a blast of golden light mist at Shurhao. This type of mist corroded space. Meanwhile, their teeth were even more sharp, releasing ka-ka sounds, able to bite through the bones of heavenly deities, to the extent where they can injure the bodies of sect masters. The 4 bugs had all different ways to attack. They turned into 4 streaks of light, attacking from above and below, in an instant already attacking him several hundred times. Shurhao's expression changed. These bugs were extremely vicious. All types of precious techniques appeared. Each time they bit down, the void would always shatter, even making his single heavenly passage start to distort. He was certain that if other heavenly deities came here, they wouldn't be able to stop even one of these bugs, but would instead be instantly killed without any suspense. Sure enough, creatures from extraordinary places were extraordinary themselves, powerful and fierce. These were clearly just a few bugs. Of course, if there were more knowledgeable individuals here, they wouldn't think this. This was the legendary Yellow Springs bug, normally birthed in lands of 9 underworlds, one of the 10 great bugs since ancient times. This type of thing had endless growth potential, able to become a bug immortal. These bugs weren't born in a place of terror, but rather appeared near divine medicine, so they could be considered a variant species. Even though there were corpses here, they were all immortal corpses possessing auspicious life aura, which was why these bugs were also a bit different. If they remained on the medicinal tree without moving, there would also be a holy aura around them. Chi! For golden lines shot over again. They screamed out, shrieking with shrill sounds, difficult for one to imagine that this came from 4 bugs, more like the crying and howling of malicious spirits, making one's scalp turn numb. When Shurhao took action, Willow branches flew out one after another. They were formed from bone texts, becoming the embodiment of order, interweaving to kill these 4 bugs. The Yellow Springs bugs moved their wings, resonating with space here, making the void collapse. Dong! A sphere of divine light erupted here. A great intense explosion sounded. This was divine force that was surging, the space being annihilated, extremely terrifying and frightening. If there were others here who didn't recognize the Yellow Springs bug, they would definitely be stupefied, finding this hard to believe. These were clearly just a few bugs, yet they were so domineering. Golden branches of order shot over, quickly extending outwards, continuously clashing with the bugs. The 4 bugs screamed. The previous auspicious auras completely swept clean, now carrying an aura of hell as they continuously attacked murderously. Hong! The divine chains of order from Willow Deity's great technique thrashed a bug flying. With a piu tong sound, it landed in that golden river, producing great waves, a mist of light surging. The other 3 screamed out, their wings fluttering about, now becoming even more vicious. Hong! Sure Hao displayed the Kuan Peng technique. As he formed imprints, divine birds appeared one after another, tearing apart the void, throwing themselves murderously at those 3 bugs. This made the 3 bugs become frenetic. After several precious techniques were displayed, Sure Hao discovered that it was actually the Kuan Peng technique that was most suitable for suppressing the Yellow Springs bug. Sure enough, there was a type of innate species suppression birds had over bugs. The bugs released brilliant light, and then their bodies inflated in size. In the end, they all opened their mouths, unexpectedly releasing strands of white silk like spiders, trying to bind Sure Hao. They produced a web, surrounding the Kuan Peng divine bird that appeared in the void, even more so trying to refine Sure Hao. Bug screeching sounds continuously rang out. Peng! Sure Hao grabbed the web in one move, fiercely tearing at it, but discovered that it was exceptionally sturdy, difficult to tear through. He released a great shout, ripping at it but only broke 2 strands. Chi! Streak after streak of lightning interweaved. He displayed the Lightning Emperor technique, blasting the 3 bugs fiercely. In addition, the Kuan Peng technique was continuously displayed. After the Kuan Peng divine birds were suppressed one after another, he gave up on them, continuing to stir on other bones texts to attack the 3 Yellow Springs bugs. Sure Hao really was surprised. He had already done so much in the battle against these 3 bugs, yet they still weren't killed. Of course, if others knew about this, they would definitely suck in cold breaths of air, feeling waves of chilliness. Just the appearance of a single one of these bugs would produce devastating results. As long as they could grow up, they would devour creatures, chewing through flesh and soul, impossible to defend effectively against. Just these bugs alone were enough to sweep through heavenly deity-level experts, unstoppable. Show! Suddenly, not far out, within that golden river, a streak of golden light rushed out, ambushing Sure Hao, charging at his abdomen. That was the bug Sure Hao had previously sent flying. Sure Hao's eyes became cold. He quickly contracted the heavenly passage to his abdomen, allowing that bug to charge over. Then, he suddenly made the heavenly passage explode. When he was comprehending the Tao, he previously discovered that the explosion of the extreme point would release unimaginably terrifying power, simply enough to tear through all obstructions. Sure enough, as soon as this bug rushed over, it perfectly ran into the explosion of the extreme point. Yin and Yang energies collided, life and death energies exploded apart, placing the bug right in the middle of the storm's maelstrom. Pooh! This bug shattered. An expanse of blood and flesh splashed out. This was the first Yellow Springs bug that was killed. This produced a wave of panic, the other 3 bugs greatly alarmed. They quickly recovered their composure, releasing shrill screams, incredibly malicious as they rushed at Sure Hao together. They used their webs as defense to stop Sure Hao's precious techniques, trying to break through with physical force, charging forward, wishing to dig into Sure Hao's body. At the center of Sure Hao's brows, an immortal sword shot out, quickly enlarging, stabbing straight into a bug that was charging at his forehead, immediately slicing it in half. This was the everlasting immortal sword, its power unstoppable. At the very least, Xianxia still hadn't seen anything that was sharper than it, sturdier than it. He previously moved this sword to that area, now perfectly using it to face this bug, directly killing it. The other two Yellow Springs bugs were horrified. When they saw two of their companions killed one after the other, one of them felt some hesitation, its attacks starting to slow down. The other one shot straight forward, attacking at Xianxia's heart, turning into a streak of light, instantly arriving. Meanwhile, the everlasting immortal sword that had just cut down a bug was still brandishing about out of fear that it would recover. It was already too late to even rescue it. Pong! Xianxia's hands merged, moving fast like lightning, grabbing this bug, steady and precise. Chong-chong sounds rang out, sparks flying in all directions. This bug screamed out, frantically digging at Xianxia's flesh. It was shockingly sturdy, this type of bug originally living in the underworld, the most frightening type of existence. Xianxia's palm dripped with blood. Gg sounds produced. That was the grinding of the bug against his bones. The scene terrifying. When the other bug saw this, it was pleasantly surprised, quickly rushing over, also wishing to bear into Xianxia's body and kill him with poison. Pooh! Following a light sound, it was as if something shattered. Xianxia turned his palm, and then a puddle of mud dropped out. It was precisely the bug that bore its way into his palm, crushed by him. Just now, when this bug entered his flesh, it was stopped by his bones, unable to move, forcibly crushed into a bloody paste. Not long ago, Xianxia used the evil warding divine bamboo to cleanse his body, refine all of his bones. His bone material was now tough to an unimaginable level. If not for this, there really might have been something unexpected that happened. Moreover, the extreme poison the Yellow Springs bug carried was also ineffective against him. The evil warding divine bamboo could remove all types of strange and sinister things, including curses, corpse poison, and other things, possessing wondrous effects. Xianxia's palm was also damaged. His skin pierced through, blood flowing out, carrying sparkling and brilliant radiance. In the end, when this type of scent wafted out a bit, the last bug began to tremble. The evil warding divine bamboo's aura. It began to panic. Xianxia quickly took action, grabbing it, holding it before his eyes. He carefully examined it. This was a type of divine bug. I wonder if the emperor butterfly can order this bug around after it wakes up. Xianxia felt some hesitation, but in the end, he didn't spare it, forcefully squeezing it until its body warped, its body releasing gotsy sounds, and then broke in the end. Pooh! He even more so raised the everlasting immortal sword, hacking it down, slicing it to pieces, chopping it up into bloody paste to prevent it from recovering. This place finally became calm again. Xianxia carefully examined this place. Now sure that there were no more Yellow Springs bugs, only 3 golden banana-like plants remained. They were sparkling and brilliant, a rain of light swirling around them. The first plant didn't have any fruits on it, only stems, clearly eaten by the Yellow Springs bugs. The second stalk had 3 fruits, the third having 5 fruits, all of them shining brilliantly with golden light, extremely dazzling. Their fragrance could make one's mind fall into an intoxicated and peaceful state. Xianxia carefully searched his surroundings. After making sure that there were no dangers, he removed a golden fruit. After inspecting it, he then prepared to eat it. Is this related to the Yellow Springs? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with amazement. This fruit was too holy, making his mind relax, become completely intoxicated by it. It was almost impossible to associate it with anything negative. Auspicious energy surged, multicolored light shining brilliantly. This was definitely a perfect thing, not having any relationship with the underworld, Yellow Springs, and other things. Comparatively speaking, it was much more peaceful than where the evil warding divine bamboo was, and there wasn't anything especially dangerous that happened. Xianxia calmed down, starting to eat this fruit. The moment it entered his mouth, a sweet fragrance entered every inch of his flesh. Fragrance surged into the sky as soon as the skin was broken. His entire being released an exotic sweet smell, giving off a wonderful scent. Moreover, Strand after strand of divine light erupted, swirling within his flesh. Then, all of it concentrated towards the space between his brows. In that instant, Xianxia was shocked. Countless strands of light interweaved, converging in the depths of his frontal bone, gathering towards his sea of consciousness. His primordial spirit was strengthened. He quickly displayed the mind-tempering method. He definitely couldn't let this opportunity go. The Yellow Springs fruit had wondrous effects on his primordial spirit, able to stimulate spiritual force, allowing it to grow. One could see a resplendent little figure appear in front of the space before his brows. Sitting there, it chanted scriptures from its mouth, supporting its body, becoming stronger. This little figure wasn't that large. It sat in front of his frontal bone, its appearance dignified, looking identical to Xianxia, but it was far more solemn and divine than him. He was like a primal chaos ancient deity, also like a true immortal, calm and unmoving. Scriptures were chanted from its mouth. Strand after strand of light were released, chaotic energy accompanying it as well. Then, 3 strands of immortal energy swirled about, winding about the fist-sized little figure's body, making him look increasingly dignified and inviolable. Xianxia entered a type of wondrous state. The mind-tempering method was displayed, operating on its own, forging his primordial spirit, guiding the power of the Yellow Springs fruit to refine his spiritual power. The scriptures were mysterious, starting from the true primordial record to the 6 Tao reincarnations and other things. They moved past one after another, continuously appearing. They then slowly formed characters, all of them engraving themselves on the little figure's body. This was a type of magical change. Xianxia felt like he was comprehending, immersing himself in the Tao. All types of profound mysteries flowed past his mind, penetrating deeper, his understanding now even more profound than before. Many things that he thought he had grasped, he now discovered that he could actually go even further. Right now, his primordial spirit was evolving, making his comprehension advance, his Tao skills more advanced. It could actually be like this. This was a type of unimaginable natural luck. It was just a single Yellow Springs fruit, yet it strengthened Xianxia's primordial spirit, from this producing a shocking transformation. That fist-height little figure floated in the void, seated before Xianxia's frontal bone. His primordial spirit left the body, comprehending natural reasoning and laws in this heaven and earth. In that instant, the mind-forging method unexpectedly stopped. Only that little figure chanting based on its own instincts, deriving profound mysteries from the heavens. Xianxia didn't move at all. Only that primordial spirit that turned into a fist-height little figure sat there. In reality, this was precisely him, currently chanting all types of scriptures. Divine light flickered. He entered a strange and indescribable state, as if he was experiencing reincarnation, going through an ancient rebirth. Another him was currently walking over from the illusory, about to live in this world. The various essential meanings of the true primordial record appeared, becoming unprecedentedly clear. In the past, he studied it bitterly, and only when his cultivation realm became more profound could he understand it. However, right now, everything was linking up, merging, becoming more profound and deep than what he had even originally thought. In the past, he thought that he had already mastered it, but now it looked like he was still lacking, far from mastery. Only now did he fully comprehend this set of scriptures, completely understand it. The true primordial record was not a precious technique, nor was it a heavenly art, but rather the most simple and ancient method of this world, the primordial principles. When one grasped it, one would get closer to the very essence of the universe. It simplified all of the complex, leaving no profound mysteries hidden, making the secrets of the heavens commonplace. Turning the complex into the simple, the great Tao becoming uncomplicated. This wasn't an issue of seeing its meanings or reasonings, but rather a true comprehension on the level of life itself, not the so-called literal understanding. The moment his understanding penetrated deeper, it was as if Xianxia suddenly saw the light, as if his head was anointed with perfect wisdom, everything becoming just that clear. When he turned around to look at everything he had learned thus far, everything seemed a bit different. The most precious scriptures, The most precious things have always been right at my side, just that I didn't fully comprehend everything yet. His mind gained new insights. Perhaps he wasn't the only one. No one in this world grasping the true primordial record's innate true meanings. It could allow one to look upon the world, comprehend the heavens' profound mysteries in a different light than before. Change the rotten to magical. In the past, sure Hao had previously grasped a bit, but compared to what he realized now, that was extremely superficial. Now, he truly understood what was called the turning the decaying into the miraculous, even the most simple bone texts able to produce mysterious divine abilities, ordinary precious techniques also having the day when they blossomed with brilliance. There were no useless symbols, no weak precious techniques. It was just that the day when they were truly dazzling had yet to arrive. In the end, there were only individuals who weren't strong enough. Of course, if the divine abilities were powerful enough, the starting point might be a bit higher. The true primordial method didn't reject the Kuan Peng technique, Lightning Emperor method, and other unmatched divine abilities. It would only make these Tao methods even stronger, supporting them with the most simple and primitive true meanings. I will become strong. Sure Hao had a feeling that at this moment, he was moved, gaining deep understanding, as if he woke up from a great dream, immediately comprehending. Before this, he was proud and arrogant, feeling like he himself was already one of the most powerful individuals from past to present in the heavenly deity realm. Only now did he understand that back then, he was too arrogant. Only now did he gain true understanding, feel like he was among the most powerful few from past until now. Moreover, he believed that there were others who comprehended this type of true meaning. Even though it wasn't through the true primordial record, it was possible through other methods as well. The day when they would reach this awakening would arrive one day. For sure Hao, the true primordial record wasn't an unmatched canonical text, just a set of scriptures that were the most useful, stirring up the very depths of his mind, allowing him to gain enlightenment. Everything happened just that abruptly. After eating a yellow springs fruit, as his primordial spirit grew stronger, starting to chant scriptures, he unexpectedly comprehended the true record. The yellow springs fruit wasn't the critical thing, it was just the trigger. If he didn't have this opportunity sooner or later, there would be other factors that would trigger this. Only this time he coincidentally pushed his comprehension earlier. He had already accumulated enough, only lacking the last glimpse of spiritual light. Primordial spirit comprehending the Tao, scriptures supporting it. More and more symbols were engraved on the fist-height little figure's body, densely packed, making him look more and more holy and solemn. The mind-tempering method was instead rejected, no longer operating now, only sure Hao's instincts remaining, chanting true scriptures. After fully comprehending the true primordial record, he began to start the Lightning Emperor Precious Technique, 6 Tao reincarnations, and other techniques. It was like reincarnation, reviewing them over and over. Resembling reincarnation, eventually Sure Hao felt a type of misconception. As if he truly was in a reincarnation, every type of powerful precious technique he had previously learned forgotten in a rebirth process, and then now regained once more. Unknowingly when the 3 strands of immortal energy winding around his primordial spirit rose to his head, forming great Tao flowers. There was a creature on one of them, seated and chanting scriptures, endless time fragments moving around it. It didn't belong to this world, didn't belong to the future, but was rather located in the endless past. Of the 3 great Tao flowers constructed by immortal energy, one of them was completely different from others, that one having a creature in it. That one was like himself, a copy of him that lived in the past, one that had long disappeared endless time ago. Only right now they were connected, linking up with him. He felt a feeling of reincarnation, developing a vague feeling as if he had studied all methods in this world, everything originating from this small figure. It was to the extent where just now, when he comprehended through the true primordial record, it was also this creature that seemed to have lived in the past who displayed great use. That creature was chanting sutras, wrapped in fragments of time, high above everything, coldly and ruthlessly overlooking his present world self. It opened its eyes. This made his mind pound, feeling a type of experience that was difficult to describe. There was fear, excitement, and a feeling of novelty, his mind becoming extremely complicated. There is no reincarnation in true meaning, only the derivation of life's intrinsic nature. Even now, Xianxia still didn't really believe in reincarnation. He was using his own understanding to explain what was happening. He comprehended the Tao, gaining a realization on an incredibly deep level. This was Xianxia's greatest gain at this time. The creature on that strange great Tao flower resonated with his primordial spirit, continuously experiencing the endless great Tao profound mysteries, sensing the great transformations of the world. It was as if thousands of worlds were rotating, just too miraculous. On Xianxia's primordial spirit, all types of scriptures rose and fell, harmonizing with everything there. However, eventually only the core piece was left, which was the true primordial record. This became the foundation, everything else decorations sprinkled on top. All methods quickly brushed past, only the primordial what was the most real. Eventually, the true primordial record turned into the most complex patterns, separating from his primordial spirit, engraving towards the mysterious creature supported on that flower. These patterns were going to be engraved on that creature's body. Then, the other divine abilities' natural laws also became resplendent. Not only did they emerge and flow along their surface, they unexpectedly began to engrave themselves on the primordial spirit, ultimately also coming off, engraving themselves on the centermost great Tao flower. Xianxia was shocked. He regained consciousness. It was a miraculous evolution. One was the past, was the other the present? The two flowers represented different concepts. Meanwhile, were those scriptures also being selectively chosen? Xianxia felt as if he seemed to have grasped something, but also overlooked something. Unfortunately, he now already fully woke up, everything coming to an end, disappearing without a trace. It was unknown how long it would be before he could enter that type of state again. The greatest gain was that he fully comprehended the true primordial record. This was the root of everything. When will the other two great Tao flowers produce creatures? Perhaps at that time, everything will become clear, and then I will achieve success, Xianxia said to himself. This was his intuition. He had that type of premonition. He felt like the process just now was only a development process, not complete yet. Only the true primordial record and that creature that seemed to exist in the past seemed to have mutually completed something. The other methods and two other great Tao flowers were not complete yet. Now, the scripture sounds have stopped, and the mind-tempering method began to operate, continuing to strengthen his primordial spirit, absorbing the yellow spring's fruit's divine effects. It was just like his experience with the evil-warding divine bamboo. Xianxia's greatest gains was not only the divine medicine itself, but instead miraculous insights. When he was by the evil-warding bamboo, he comprehended the initial form of his own path, and then here, he fully grasped the true primordial record, moreover resonating with the creature on one of his great Tao flowers, as if he experienced a reincarnation. I've become stronger. Xianxia truly sensed the wonders of the true primordial record, his grasp of various methods feeling more and more smooth, much more fluent than the past, now able to display immeasurable divine might. He felt that if he went out now and fought a decisive battle against others in the heavenly deity realm, he would definitely display brilliant power, not be in danger at all. He really wanted to go out and verify his gains. Only he still couldn't go yet. Then, the yellow spring's fruit displayed the effects it ought to have. Xianxia's primordial spirit was changing. It was unknown how much time had passed. His mind was in a daze, muddle-headed. His primordial spirit was strengthened, becoming sturdier. He felt as if he had entered a deep sleep. However, immediately afterwards, a deep coldness startled him awake, waking him up from the sleepiness. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a yellow river that carried death energy, all opportunity for life extinguished, this river flowing towards the limits of a vast and deathly still great earth. In his surroundings, there were millions and millions of bones, unknown just how many there were, producing a frightening layer of bones over the great earth. They were all dried-up bones, all of them about to crumble into powder already. This left Xianxia horrified. What happened? Where was this place? Yellow Spring's fruit. In that instant, he understood something. immediately realizing why this fruit had this type of name. There was a reason for this. Yellow Springs fruit. It previously looked divine. Multicolored lights endless, auspicious brilliance released in thousands of streaks. He overlooked the intrinsic quality of this place, only seeing its resplendent golden light side. Only at this moment did he wake up. This was a Yellow Springs fruit. At the ends of this yellow river, there was a vast precipice. Below it, an incomparably enormous volcano, the crater dark like the abyss of hell. The river fell inside, and then no auras could be felt. Was that the underworld? What was there inside? Xianxia seemed to have vaguely heard endless gods and devils roaring, as well as countless malicious spirits and withered bones struggling. It was extremely strange. The limits of this river were originally endlessly far, but Xianxia now saw a cliff, seeing the underworld within that volcanic crater of death. The yellow springs flowed on, the underworld endless. Xianxia began to think to himself, was this a dream, or was he forcefully brought to this strange place? There were millions and millions of skeletons scattered on this boundless great earth, seemingly endless. As a light breeze blew over, bone powder flew everywhere like dust, the scene terrifying to the extreme. This was a land of extinction. No creatures here, no thriving life force, only death and decline. Xianxia pinched himself, trying to see if this was real or fake. There was a sharp pain. He widened his eyes, feeling that this was inconceivable, his face full of shock. He was right next to hell? Xianxia was truly stunned. All of this outrageous. Not long ago, everything was still pure and holy, but now it was so desolate, full of death energy. He lightly kicked at the ground, the bones on the ground flying out, exploding in the air, unable to resist his forceful blow. Snow-white bone powder scattered down. Xianxia was confused. Why was it like this? Did the Yellow Springs fruit have this type of power, able to bring him to a different world? He walked forward, deciding to investigate this place to its end. Kuan-Peng's wings moved, and he activated lightning as well. Xianxia's figure cut across the sky, overlooking this world covered in thick death energy, as if he was a divine being patrolling the skies. At the ends of the earth rested tall and massive cliffs, boundless and endless. The massive volcanic crater below devoured everything like an abyss. Xianxia was shocked. He felt a wave of devouring power that was going to suck him in, the power surging, incomparable, unexpectedly a bit difficult to resist. He hurriedly withdrew backwards, not wishing to be in this type of defensive state. Then, when Xianxia was far enough away, he used his heavenly eyes to examine the volcanic crater. Waves of ferocious cries sounded from that direction. One could vaguely see gods and devils covered in shackles, their bodies dripping with blood, roaring and struggling. There were also malicious spirits that appeared one after another, their bodies made of deep white bones, pieces of rotting flesh sticking to them, their appearances incredibly sinister, shrieking and screaming out as if they suffered unforgivable injustices. Moreover, there was magma that surged, evil spirits falling inside from time to time, turning into strands of clear smoke, burned until there was nothing left. That wasn't a normal type of rock, actually carrying a bloody odor. The odor could be smelled even from far away. This was an endlessly gloomy and frightening underworld after all. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath of air, continuously taking steps backwards. He still didn't really understand one thing. Just how did he end up here? Suddenly, the massive crater erupted, the underworld erupting, what was sprayed out not magma, but white bones and malicious spirits. The sky filled with mists, phantoms howling, the scene's world shaking. White bones covered everything in this world. Heavens! Xianxia couldn't help but cry out. There were white bones everywhere, death energy flooding into the heavens, malicious spirits countless, rushing forth between heaven and earth. He developed an ominous feeling. Then he felt as if the entire world was shaking intensely, heaven and earth about to capsize, universe about to overturn, everything becoming different. Who? From the hell within the volcanic crater below, woo-woo sounds were released, energy rushing into the heavens. Then, blood energy surged, black mist scattering in the end. No! Hao released a strange cry. Even though he was resisting, fleeing towards the distance, it was completely useless. The entire world of death was trembling. His body was pulled on by a wave of great power, dragged into that volcanic crater. On the endless great earth, even though tall mountains were rare, not that many, every single one of them was majestic, towering into the clouds. However, right now, an astonishing change took place. These mountains began to move towards the volcanic crater's underworld like dust. Apart from this, the other skeletal remains, boulders, and other things also surged, sucked into the volcanic crater's underworld. This left everyone stunned. The great world was incredibly vast and endless, scenery endless. Yet right now, everything was concentrated on one point, falling into the volcanic crater's abyss. This didn't seem to make sense. At the very least, there were a few great peaks that appeared to be even more majestic than the volcanic crater, yet right now they were similarly sucked in. That was like a black hole, swallowing everything. Hao didn't avoid it, unable to break free, also swallowed up, entering the dark underworld. Hong! He followed the rocks, white bones, giant mountains, and everything else down. Many things directly smashed against his body, the force extremely great. If it was a normal person, they would have long been turned into a bloody paste. Hao's entire body shone. He supported the heavenly passage, protecting himself, not allowing those things to strike his body. However, things continuously smashed down from above, all of the giant mountains crashing down, as if meteorites were blasting down. This made him feel a great pressure. Even though he was a heavenly deity, he could still feel exhausted. Fortunately, Hao was strong enough, able to completely resist it all. Even though tens of thousands of mountain boulders continuously smashed down, he was still impervious to all methods, symbols flickering around his body, crushing mountain peaks into fine powder one after another. At the same time, there were many other mountains that fell from the distance, directly smashing into the scarlet-red magma, some turning into ashes on the spot, some falling into the Great Sea, only producing a bit of magma spray. Hao shivered inwardly. What kind of place was this? There was magma everywhere that could devour all tangible matter, destroy everything. He even saw a few demonic gods, and after being smashed by the giant rocks and other things that fell, they also fell into the magma, these creatures immediately releasing miserable screams, turning into smoke. It finally became a bit more peaceful. Everything on the ground devoured, nothing else falling. The underground world thus also truly appearing before Hao's eyes. This place was vast and boundless, islands formed from white bones floating to the magma's surface one after another, ancient black palaces appearing one after another, creatures coming in and out from them, among them including demonic gods, malicious spirits, and other things. Apart from this, there were also a few continents that floated above the magma, pitch black like ink, on their surface many holes, these holes rock caves. There were devils and other creatures coming in and out, this place simply the netherworld. Every so often, there would be a few white bone islands that would sink, a few black continents also breaking apart, falling into the red magma, breaking apart into fine powder. There were many demonic gods that howled in grief, countless malicious spirits roaring, struggling. Many white bone hands reached out from the magma, but they melted away soon afterwards again. This couldn't be anything other than hell. Within the magma, giant stone pillars appeared one after another, towering into the clouds, the surface on them full of natural gods and devils being tormented, some being burned by flames, others hacked at by divine swords. There were a few who had their tongues removed, some their entire heads cut off, but they still didn't die, still struggling. All types of frightening things were happening. Hao felt as if his scalp was turning numb, starting to doubt his own eyes. Was all of this real? There was actually this type of strange place. It truly was a bit too miserable. Hong! Suddenly, in the depths of the magma sea, a golden palace rose, releasing blazing heat and immortal Tao aura. There was a creature shrouded in immortal mist there, his body tied down by shackles, locked down by 5 iron chains, his 4 limbs and head bound, imprisoning him in the air. At this moment, Hao could clearly sense an immortal Tao power. However, the following scene left him shocked. Those 5 metal chains turned into 5-colored immortal gold, their colors all different, pulled perfectly straight, starting to pull at that person. Ah! That creature howled miserably, immortal mists surging, power that was divine and powerful beyond imagination surging. It wanted to break free. As a result, with a few light pu sounds, bloody light rushed into the heavens. The 5 chains pulled until they were extremely taut, tearing off all 4 of his limbs and his head apart. The scene bloody, too horrible to endure. Is that an immortal? Xianxia was alarmed. He clearly sensed a powerful immortal Dao aura, but that creature still had his body torn apart. Following a world-shaking roar, that creature, together with the golden palace and 5-colored immortal gold, fell into the magma. At this moment, a bloody smell poured over, extremely pungent. He roared angrily, screaming out, but he was powerless to change anything. He entered the sea of magma, his body slowly eaten away, his shining body becoming pitch black, immortal energy becoming weak, death energy rising. Eventually, he was completely submerged, only bubbles surging. A black mist overflowed into the heavens soon after. Its life was ended just like that. When Xianxia saw this scene, he felt his body go ice cold, becoming extremely chilly. Why did he end up seeing this type of scene? Everything happened too suddenly, terrifying to the point where one shivered all over in fear. Xianxia didn't dare believe what he was seeing was real. I don't believe this is real, he shouted out. Following a Hong sound, an isle made of white bones surfaced from the magma. The red magma flowed about, several chains rising from the isle, immediately locking him down. Xianxia struggled intensely, but he actually couldn't avoid it, unable to break free. He became just like the immortal Dao creature, bound here, as if 5 horses were pulling on his limbs and head. Xianxia's 4 limbs and neck were bound by ice-cold chains, tightly locking down his flesh. His body was pulled until it was completely taut, unable to budge even the slightest inch. Was life really just this brittle? He was actually going to get his body divided up here. Not long ago, Xianxia was still high-spirited, because he comprehended his own path, even obtaining tremendous opportunities, now able to look down on all of his peers. Yet now, he was in such a sorry state, about to die in this hell. At first, he didn't believe that this was real, but now, the ice-cold chains winded about his neck, about to snap it, everything just that real. Adjudication of hell. In a daze, he heard a cold and ruthless voice from the depths of the magma sea. Then, the iron chains were pulled taut until they were like divine swords, starting to tear apart his body. Pooh! Following a light shout, Xianxia felt a bone-penetrating pain that was difficult to endure. He couldn't help but cry out, blood splashing high into the air before him. In the end, he saw his own head torn off, and his 4 limbs even fracturing, torn apart into several pieces. This was a type of indescribable pain, making him feel a wave of humiliation. How could he die just like this? Who was treating him like this? Xianxia couldn't accept this, feeling a type of fury. He couldn't help but roar into the heavens, unable to endure this. This type of end was just too pitiable. Only what could he change? Even that true immortal creature was torn apart, let alone him. I can't accept this, Xianxia roared out like a mad demon. His 4 limbs and head dropped into the magma together with the white bone island, a blazing heat attacking over, burning at his body, his flesh similarly becoming dried up. This magma could destroy deities. Soon afterwards, Xianxia's flesh disappeared, only white bones remaining. Heh! Ha ha! At this moment, Xianxia didn't feel grieved, nor did he feel anger, unexpectedly revealing a gentle smile, and then he laughed loudly. I refuse to believe this is real, even though it is quite vivid, making it difficult for one to tell if it is real or fake. I believe that everything is a play on the mind, existing in my own consciousness. Xianxia said calmly, immediately calming down. What other types of torment are there? Just come at me, he shouted out. Then, an immortal sword flew over, resplendent light released. It immediately pierced the space between his brows, nailing his primordial spirit in place. making everything before his eyes go black. He completely entered darkness, as if body and Tao were being wiped out. Yellow Spring's fruit was not simple after all, worthy of its reputation, making me have the illusion that I really am by the Yellow Springs, the underworld about to die. In the darkness, he continued to speak to himself. Correct, only the greatest pain and torment, the greatest suffering can forge a sturdy primordial spirit, strengthen the will. Is this the so-called Yellow Springs fruit? Just come at me, Xianxia shouted. He firmly believed that what he was facing was not real, even if it was difficult to tell real from fake right now. Heavenly Deity Institution's Great Elder didn't tell him the various effects of the Yellow Springs fruit, only telling him that it could strengthen the primordial spirit. Now, he gained some realization in his suffering, believing that all of these experiences weren't real, just a type of self-tempering. I want to become strong. Just come at me, hell! He roared out. In the darkness, Xianxia felt as if his head, torso, and 4 limbs were divided, falling into the magma, burned until only bones were left. He felt incomparable pain. However, he believed firmly that this was only him losing his mind, not something that was truly happening. What underworld? What heavenly devils and gods weeping and howling, true immortal having its body torn apart? All of it was fake, all illusions. He believed firmly that he was standing in the same place, just that he was immersed in a type of spiritual world, and that was why all of these things were happening. He couldn't help but feel shock towards the Yellow Springs fruit's medicinal effects. It was because everything was too real, with almost no holes in these scenes, as if he was truly experiencing cruel torment, not like it was fake at all. He roared loudly, wishing to regain his consciousness in this nightmare. Completely wake up and grasp everything. Even if this was a form of tempering for the mind, an essential tribulation he had to face for strengthening his spiritual force, he still wanted to be on the initiative to throw himself in, not be passively trapped like this. The darkness was endless, surrounding this place. Xianxia's will became more and more blurry, as if he was about to disappear, enter an eternal nothingness. Everything here is fake. Why aren't you waking up yet? Xianxia roared at himself. Only, when he opened his mouth, blazing magma poured in, but then it flowed back out from his throat. He felt as if he didn't have any flesh. Only his skull and bones of his 4 limbs floated in the red liquid. Why was it this real? Why couldn't he wake up? Xianxia tried again and again to wake up, using all types of methods to stimulate himself, but his will instead became more and more blurry, about to disappear. This won't work. If I fall into darkness like this, will I never be able to wake again? Xianxia's consciousness thought within this weakness, feeling a bit frightened. His suffering really was too great, his experiences extremely strange. If he sunk into the sea of magma and entered a thorough muddle-headedness, was something unexpected going to happen? Even if it was the will of the world, in a dreamland, if he suffered damage here, would it affect his cultivation? Laughable. This is a true hell. The Yellow Springs fruit is able to link up the 2 worlds. There is a set of bizarre symbols within them that could open the void and serve as a shaft, dragging you into the underworld. In the darkness, there was this type of cold voice that sounded ruthless and without any fluctuations, as if it was an arbiter speaking. Why is it called the Yellow Springs fruit? It is because it contains the coordinates of hell, able to open up the realm gate and bring you straight into the underworld. If you die here, then your life will come to an end. If you live, then your mind will be tempered. That person didn't display joy or worry as he spoke like this. Xianxia was perplexed. His will was extremely powerful, but just now, the pain was unendurable. His body torn apart by chains, and then magma that could burn gods and devils to death poured down onto him, too difficult to bear. Right now, he began to develop doubts. Wasn't this a dream produced by the Yellow Springs fruit? Could it be a true experience, the so-called divine fruit's symbols really able to open up a gate in the void? Xianxia was frightened. All of this was just too terrifying. However, he still didn't believe it too much. That type of fruit would be just too heaven-defying. He couldn't lose consciousness now. Regardless of whether what he was experiencing was real or fake, it would be beneficial for him to remain clear-headed. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble. Pooh! Then he felt as if his bones were shattering, completely burned down. His primordial spirit also began to break apart, splitting into several pieces, and then it quickly dimmed. Why does it feel this real? Am I going to die? Sure How still wasn't willing to believe this. However, the intense pain of his primordial spirit splitting apart and the feeling that he was dying was just too real. In the end, he couldn't hold on anymore. Endless darkness surrounded him, his spiritual awareness scattering. He felt like he was starting to fade away from existence, about to disappear forever. Right now, he didn't even have the ability to think anymore. He really couldn't hold on any longer, about to return to the earth and dust, forever extinguished. In the end, with a hong sound, he lost consciousness. Endless darkness drowned out this place. Just too strange. In the final instant, How released a weak strand of consciousness. If it was fake, then it was too realistic, simply impossible to distinguish from reality. If Ti was true, then he was definitely dead. After who knew how much time had passed, a white bone island rose from the magma, rising from the scarlet-red ocean surface. It was as if many years had already passed, a bit of phosphorescence flickering about. A strand of soul flame appeared from within this radiance, extremely bright and brilliant, somewhat standing out from the masses. Who am I? He released this type of vague consciousness. Then, he saw a dark sword core, a tattered skeleton, and even a rust-filled lightning emperor armor. It was just this familiar. I have some impression. When looking at these things, it's as if I experienced a person's entire life. That soul flame released a low voice, and then it couldn't help but cry out, as if it was in extreme pain, frantically trying to recall something. Just like that, many years passed. On this white bone mountain, a few soul flames emerged, and then went out again. There was only that one strand that was the most special, moving around a sword core, armor, and other things. Only this day did he obtain new memories from those objects. He saw two pieces of white bones that were different. True primordial record, 10,000 spirit diagram. He recalled these two things with difficulty. Then he struggled fiercely, filled with unwillingness, as well as a type of despair. I am someone called Huang. I am a heavenly emperor, or I am sure how? He seemed to be talking about himself, yet was also questioning this soul's intrinsic quality. Only he couldn't recall any details, only a vague and rough impression. He was suffering greatly, wishing to know what exactly happened in the past. Just like that, he thought bitterly every day, struggling. When facing these remains that were not destroyed, some memories arose from time to time, spiritual light fragments flickering occasionally, allowing him to recall many things of the past. Year after year passed. In this place, time was the least valuable, continuously flowing on. In an instant, several decades passed. This soul hovered around these objects, recalling more and more things. His past gradually became clearer. I am sure how. I ate a yellow springs fruit, fell into the underworld, but couldn't stick it through, dying here. When he learned the truth, this soul was stupefied. The past happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, the various things of the mortal world, his past close friends, everything was now far away. He couldn't help but release a cry, screaming like a malicious spirit, the sound echoing for a long time in this place. When he recalled what happened of his life, he was full of unwillingness, carrying too many regrets. Did he really die just like that? He already parted from those he was close to, silently being buried alone here. This isn't real, he howled out. Time flowed on. He felt the years elapse one after another, all the way until a century passed. Only then did his wounded heart start to calm down. Time is ruthless. 100 years passed. My experiences were actually real. When he recalled the events of the past, How was stunned. The last hope he carried in the depths of his heart no longer existed either. 100 years passed. Time wasn't fake. So what else was there to say? It was too cruel. I still want to return to the human world to see my loved ones. See those who I am close to. The soul flame throbbed, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. When your desire is powerful enough, It is possible to reincarnate you. Within that sea of magma, a heartless voice sounded once more. Soon afterwards, a disk appeared, full of reincarnation power. It emerged from the magma, continuously rotating. There were several areas, displaying the world that needed to be reincarnated into. With a show sound, that soul flame was sucked into that disk, and then it fell into the black hole that it opened up, thus sent out to be reborn. The various things that happened in the previous life appeared in his mind one after another. Within the joys and sorrows of life, there were a few people's faces that appeared, the happiness and sadness of life now truly reflected. Xianxia released a sigh. Did this life pass just like this? He really found this hard to accept. What is the outside world like? I wanted to go back and give that world a look, see how those people are all doing. He carried bitterness and regret. After he was devoured by the black hole, he was reduced to a pure soul consciousness, and now he was sent out to be reincarnated. Then, he felt as if he became an infant that wasn't even born yet, still in the mother's womb, nurtured by the natural essence of the world, not absorbing the mortal world's turbid energy yet. A reincarnation while retaining memories? Xianxia silently thought to himself. He operated the true primordial record, the willow deity technique he cultivated and other things, absorbing wisps of natural essence from this world. He wanted to use this to strengthen himself and nurture the mother body, but he discovered that it was extremely difficult. The yellow springs fruit really is strange. After who knew how much time had passed, when the infant was about to be born, Xianxia suddenly gained a flash of enlightenment, as if he completely understood something. He firmly believed that this type of reincarnation didn't exist. Even though I don't understand how 100 years passed just like that, how everything was that lifelike, even my mind unable to distinguish reality from illusion, I strongly believe that this is a great dream. What I experienced is not real. I am Huang. I am sure how I want to wake up. Unfortunately, there was no so-called waking up. In the following years, he experienced the fate of mankind. This world did not have abundant essence energy, long entering its last days. Only the essence energy he acquired in the mother's womb was effective. After he was born, it was extremely difficult to acquire more. Eventually, he lived to the age of 160, becoming someone of considerable age. However, compared to his previous generation, this declining era was too poverty-stricken, not allowing for cultivation. Then, Xianxia was reincarnated once more, being transmigrated again. He didn't say a single thing during this entire process, carrying his memories as he was reincarnated, experiencing the weakening of age and death. He remained silent most of the time, not uttering a sentence. Only when he reached this world, when he entered that underworld again, did he hear that emotionless voice. After reincarnating several times, what kind of fond memories have you gained? Yellow springs fruit. You really are strange. Xianxia spoke this sentence. Finally, the world became chaotic, heaven and earth breaking apart, magma surging, sending Xianxia out from this hell. Xianxia woke up, now standing before 3 stalks of golden and resplendent plants. Holy multicolored light poured out, brilliant and divine, several yellow springs fruits hanging from them. A great dream. Xianxia sighed with admiration, at the same time filled with joy inside. It was because his primordial spirit force had been substantially strengthened, becoming a lot stronger. How could someone have this type of primordial spirit while in the heavenly deity realm? He was greatly satisfied. However, soon afterwards, divine light erupted from his eyes, and then his pupils rapidly contracted, his breathing immediately becoming rushed. The moment he lowered his head, he saw a few diagrams in his palm. They were small, but they were quite real. For diagrams, all of them reincarnation imprints. What was going on? Xianxia cried out. These were exactly the same as the imprints that were applied in the land of reincarnation before he was transmigrated, each time one imprint applied. Now, there were 4 of them in total at the center of his palm, and in that realistic dream, he had previously reincarnated 4 times. There was a faint recording in a bone book of this great era, and in the jade heavenly books of Immortal Ancient, There were even more so some explanations. There were people who said that there was reincarnation, only it wasn't something everyone could carry out, only a select few exceptional heavenly talents had a chance of reincarnating, and that this was proved by those individuals who had reincarnation imprints. Only very few people could imitate and carve down those types of imprints. The 4 imprints at the center of his palm weren't that large, but they were extremely complex, like deep starry skies, but also like a condensed reincarnation life and death disk. For reincarnation imprints, all of them extremely indistinct, but all real. Xianxia was stumped. What was going on? What he experienced was real. But why was it that he was standing perfectly fine here, his body unchanged? In that instant, he thought of many things, not moving at all here, as if he had remained petrified throughout the years. He recalled that when he cultivated his second strand of immortal energy, his body and Tao were almost erased, his primordial spirit leaving his body, entering a cage of darkness. He saw many mysterious primordial spirits that were locked up there in that place. It was to the extent where he vaguely saw reincarnation in that land of darkness. The instant of return to the body, the moment of concentration, was a reincarnation of life. Xianxia said softly, great waves stirring in his mind. Reincarnation, this was an extremely serious topic that left countless individuals blessed by the heavens at a loss. A problem that remained unsolved throughout all of time, no one able to explain it distinctly. It was easy to confuse ordinary people. Some people believed in superstitions themselves, believing that there was definitely heaven and hell, that previous incarnations existed in this life, but how could cultivators believe in these things? The more powerful one became, the more they believed in themselves, and not the so-called mandate of heaven, the so-called gloomy foreordained. Cultivators walked against the world, precisely practicing the Tao to twist karma, go against their own fate. Otherwise, how could cultivators achieve long life, achieve lifespans that far exceeded ordinary people's? Only, after endless time passed, thousands of eras passed, no one was able to decipher the true meaning of reincarnation, unsure whether or not it truly existed. If one said that it didn't exist at times, there were individuals whose soul seeds would revive. For example, Qingyi, as well as other heavenly talents who had reincarnation imprints appear on them, like the current Xianxia. If one said that there was no direct proof. Who could say for certain that anyone was a true reincarnated immortal from the ancient eras who had died? Perhaps reincarnation were only brandings of certain periods of time, a wondrous experience when one went on a mental journey into the great nothingness, a piece of imaginary experience when the primordial spirit left the body. Xianxia thought to himself, pondering over this. He didn't really wish to think about the true meanings of the past, present, and future, because these went against his own notions. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did he raise his head, waking up from this state of silence. Just now, when I was absent-minded for a while, heart unable to calm, I felt like everything I experienced now already happened in the past. Could that also be considered a type of reincarnation? Xianxia laughed self-mockingly. Sometimes he felt like what he was currently doing had already happened, like déjà vu. Should this be considered a type of reincarnation? He shook his head. These weren't the mysteries he should be trying to look into right now. This was the domain true immortals set foot in. Only when he could exist for a long time in this world would he then touch upon the cycle of life and death. Only then would it have any significance. Right now, all he needed to do was become stronger. Primordial spirit force truly is astonishing, Xianxia said to himself. Even he was astonished. How could the primordial spirit of a normal heavenly deity be this frightening? Xianxia stood in his original location without moving. The space between his brows shone. A small figure walking out from his frontal bone, divine radiance shining in 10,000 streaks, releasing endless strands of multicolored light, auspicious energy swirling about, incomparably divine and exceptional. It was right before Xianxia's brows, shining like a small sun. It was definitely a supreme being in the heavenly deity realm, from past to present, not many individuals' primordial spirits in this cultivation realm able to compare. There was a type of imperceptible great might exuding from it. Apart from this, above this fist-sized primordial spirit were all types of bone texts, densely packed, forming a set of natural armor, protecting it within. True primordial record. Xianxia said to himself. These patterns were the bone texts of the true primordial record. Now they became one with his primordial spirit, becoming an unmatched set of armor. The primordial spirit returned to his head. Xianxia was full of vital energy, reaching the greatest peak of his entire life up until now. Regardless of whether it was his flesh or his primordial spirit, Xianxia already stood at the peak of his martial Dao career. If he encountered the 9 Netherworlds AO again, he had confidence that the battle wouldn't be as difficult. Now he had faith in sweeping through all enemies. Was there anyone in the heavenly deity realm who could still face him? Xianxia produced a fine white little cauldron, storing the other Yellow Springs fruits. The first tree already had all of its fruits eaten by the Yellow Springs bugs. The second tree originally had 3, but he already ate 1, and the third had 5 golden fruits. The 7 fruits were golden and sparkling, carrying an intoxicating fragrance, but it was also extremely dangerous. Who would have expected that eating a single one would bring about reincarnation? A single mistake would make one pass into oblivion, forever unable to free oneself, unable to wake up. Even now, Xianxia was still in doubt. Was it a dream or was it real? It was because the 4 reincarnation imprints on his hand were too glaring, constantly reminding him. He didn't eat a second one, because the Great Elder had instructed him that eating 1 Yellow Springs fruit was already enough. Eating more wouldn't produce any effects. The last 7 can be given to others. However, I have to watch over them, or else there might easily be problems, Xianxia said. He then turned around, leaving this place. He didn't dig up the 3 fruit trees, because they couldn't live even if he removed them. He had previously heard that places where the Yellow Springs fruit grew were areas of extreme een, terrifying to the extreme. This meant that they were definitely places where endless corpses remained. Meanwhile, the reason why this place was sacred and holy was because the bones here weren't of ordinary creatures, but likely immortal corpses. Even though there weren't many, they possessed miraculous effects. Regardless of whether it is this place or the depths of the ravine, there are several remains that seem to be from true immortals. With my current ability, it is too difficult for me to approach them, Xianxia said. Otherwise, he didn't mind becoming a grave robber, checking those supreme creatures' bodies for immortal Dao treasures. He followed the path from which he came for a bit, and then changed his path, looking around this hilly region, to see if there were other opportunities. After all, this place was known as Immortal Mound. Soon afterwards, he arrived in a stone forest region, rocks everywhere, some like heavenly swords that pointed straight towards the sky, some like old bulls, blocking the path ahead, some like kuanpungs spreading their wings, standing upright and motionless there. In addition, there were strands of immortal mists here, making one couldn't help but want to get closer. Xianxia walked inside, relying on his own feelings to make his way forward. In the end, he arrived in the depths of the stone forest. There was a stone forest here that wasn't that tall, but there was a vigorous aura. It's that old farmer again. Xianxia saw the old farmer he saw previously. He was pacing about here, but this time the other party didn't say anything, as if he was listening to some type of Dao sound, comprehending the Dao here. Xianxia also heard it. There were waves of scripture sounds here. In addition, it wasn't a single person that was chanting. The sound mixed, even quite noisy scripture sounds unending. The entire mountain was covered in a layer of bizarre radiance. With a schwa sound, Xianxia rose into the air, arriving on the mountain, surveying the area behind the mountain. His scalp immediately became numb, his body quickly moving backwards. The scene behind the stone mountain was shrouded in mists, dusky, but also having strand after strand of immortal mists mixed in. Ghost-like figures were everywhere, of all types of creatures. In the darkness and duskiness, they released low roars, crying out. At the same time, a few extraordinary creatures were seated there, unmoving, chanting scriptures. There were many followers around these creatures, these followers sitting down as well, comprehending the scriptures' meanings. Heroic spirits. There were so many heroic spirits, covering this place densely, as if there was a sea of corpses, a mountain of bones concentrated here. Most of the heroic spirits were damaged, only the powerful heroic spirits that were seated and chanting scriptures complete. Instead of saying that they were chanting scriptures, it was better to say that they were displaying great divine abilities, subduing and gaining subordinates. This is an extremely great power. Xianxia was greatly moved. If these heroic spirits were released one day, even heaven and earth would change color. Watch carefully. The few heroic spirits furthest back have all become golden, no longer carrying energy, not that much weaker than when they were still alive. The old farmer appeared, speaking at Xianxia's side. Xianxia opened his heavenly eyes. As expected, he saw that within the mist, there were a few specks of golden light within the depths of the concentrated heroic spirits, dazzling and brilliant like blazing suns in the night sky. This greatly stirred up his mind, his soul about to become rigid. Those creatures were too powerful, unprecedentedly so. They carried immortal Tao aura and not death energy. These heroic spirits are too strong. If they leave this place, who could stop them? Xianxia broke out into a cold shiver. Forget about those heroic spirits who carried golden light. Even if those others that had badly damaged limbs rushed over, they would still be difficult to defeat. Not only might Xianxia die here, this world itself might end up in chaos. The old farmer opened his mouth, saying, "This place is called Immortal Mound, but it is actually an ancient burial ground. After the Great War, too many creatures were buried here, no lack of true immortals among them. There are some that have turned into heroic spirits, displaying the terrifying scene of this place. However, there is one thing you don't have to worry about, which is that they temporarily cannot break free, because there are seals in place here." Xianxia soared even higher up, and as expected, he saw a sheet of paper on the other side of the stone mountain that was turning yellow. On it was an immortal ancient character. Seal. This was an old-fashioned piece of paper that was windswept and battered by rain, already turned yellow, but it still had such great power, suppressing endless heroic spirits, no one able to take a step beyond it. If I recall correctly, there seems to be someone who has said that those who have karma in later generations can come and undo the seal, bring these heroic spirits to battle. Only, they need to be careful. A single mistake and it will be hard to distinguish friend and foe. The heroic spirits ultimately bringing great suffering to the world. This old farmer was drawn on a stone wall by someone, and only later on did he develop spiritual wisdom, moreover able to completely understand past events. However, the things that he revealed to Xianxia were already sufficiently world-shocking. Xianxia stood there in a daze. He looked at the endless creatures, a few golden spheres of light incomparably terrifying. If those things appeared in the world, they would definitely be exceptionally frightening. Aside from this, I seem to have heard a voice tell me to pass this on to those who come later. There is an even more terrifying supreme being sleeping under this ancient land. The old farmer further said. Xianxia suddenly turned around, looking at him, finding it even more difficult to calm down. It is rumored to be an unmatched expert among heroic spirits, already a supreme being heroic spirit in immortal ancient great era. Its previous body is ancient beyond belief. The old farmer's expression became grave, telling him that the heroic spirits here were double-edged swords. "I will keep this in mind," Xianxia said. If he had a choice, he wouldn't be willing to come here. However, if the day truly came when he had no choice, he would come back and undo this seal. Xianxia turned around and left, no longer trying to listen to those messy scriptures. They didn't carry too much meanings for him. "Goodbye. I am going to cultivate. Using the body as the seed. I have to succeed." Xianxia decisively turned around to return to Heavenly Deity Institution, leaving Immortal Mound. He was going to start his own path of nirvana. The return path went extremely smoothly. Along the way, Xianxia met a few acquaintances, for example Xianxia, Yao Yu, as well as other powerful cultivators from the two academies. He already came back. There is still so much time left. Don't tell me he already obtained the evil warding divine bamboo in Immortal Mound. A genius from Immortal Academy said quietly, his eyes flickering with light. The others all looked over, all of them feeling restless. They all used up a great deal of effort, and only then did they manage to all break through the mountain gate together. Meanwhile, the other party was actually this easygoing, about to leave already. Dao brother, did you obtain any harvest? Someone from Sacred Academy asked with a smile. Hao gave him a look, replying, a bit. Don't tell me you really found evil warding divine bamboo? Princess Yao Yu's eyes swirled with radiance. She was originally lucid and elegant like an immortal, but now, she was a bit mischievous. Hao smiled, but didn't say anything, not replying. However, this instead stirred up everyone's suspicions, all of them revealing strange looks, finding it difficult to calm down. Don't tell me you really did discover evil warding divine bamboo? Moreover, obtaining it? A young man from Immortal Academy asked with a serious expression. Hao didn't respond, turning around to leave. There was no need for him to tell everyone about his experiences. Halt! After being ignored, that male from Immortal Academy became a bit angry, loudly berating out. Hao didn't pay him any attention, continuing forward, about to walk out from the mountain gate. Chi! That young man raised his hand. A streak of sword energy released from his palm that was divided into 5 colors, carrying metal, wood, water, fire, earth auras. This was 5 elements divine sword, a type of ancient divine ability. However, the 5-colored sword energy didn't blast towards Hao, but on a giant rock beside him. It first hacked it into 2 pieces, and then that boulder then turned into powder. The sword energy was like a rainbow, able to split the heavens. What is the meaning of this? Hao turned around, looking at him and asking indifferently. Everyone's minds jumped, because Hao's battle accomplishments were too astonishing. After defeating the 9 netherworlds AO, he vaguely had the might of number 1 in the heavenly deity realm. How many people dared provoke him? The more powerful geniuses had long broken through, now at the sect master level waiting for Huang. Now, there weren't many heavenly deities who dared provoke him. Dao friend, do not misunderstand. This Dao brother's temperament is too straightforward. He was a bit agitated just now. Someone else from Immortal Academy hurriedly explained. That youngster also woke up, his body becoming a bit cold, feeling like he had acted too rashly. Normally, Immortal Academy's disciples were high up above, receiving the respect of everyone no matter where they went. However, this person was different. He was simply a demon. This Huang could clearly enter either Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy, but because the 2 academies' elders weren't able to grant him enough benefits, under discontent, he decided to give up on both. Towards this type of figure who could overlook all of Immortal and Sacred Academy's heaven-warping figures, he really didn't have the courage to provoke him, not daring to speak disrespectfully before him. That was why when this youngster woke up, he felt a wave of fear. Hao took action. A sword streaked across the sky, inconceivably fast, striking the gold crest that held the youngster's hair in place. There was also a lock of hair that scattered down. You? That youngster's face turned white. He wanted to say something, but his arm was grabbed by that person next to him, and then he directly shut his mouth, not saying anymore. Don't carelessly aim your sword at others, or else I might misunderstand it for you declaring war against me. Hao gave him a glance, and then turned around to leave. The group of people remained silent for a long time. Huang's style still never changed, not caring about the 2 academies' dignity at all. If anyone provoked him, even if it was the 2 academies' elders' direct disciples, they would still be taught a lesson. You should just stop here. The fact that he didn't directly take action against you is already not bad. Someone advised from the side. The youngster's face was pale. He released a cold snort, really daring to show anger but not daring to speak out. Even though his 3 strands of immortal energy were created after the elders of the Long Life family exhausted endless efforts to create them, bestowed upon him regardless, he was still someone with 3 strands of immortal energy. However, all of his dignity and prestige were trampled on by another just like that. I refuse to believe that without a perfect seed, his future accomplishments will still be that astonishing. The youngster said with a sneer. Right now, everyone knew that Huang needed a perfect ancient seed, and only then would it match his heaven-warping aptitude. However, the two academies didn't prepare one for him. His current situation was quite awkward. Once he merged with a normal seed, his future accomplishments would become limited, and he himself wouldn't receive that much attention. No matter how arrogant, how conceited you act, it will only be in the heavenly deity realm. I'll be waiting for you at a higher cultivation realm. When we are both sect master-level figures, I want to see what you'll bring out to show off. The youngster's voice was extremely cold, but he spoke it extremely joyously. Of course, the main reason was because Hao had already gone far away, breaking through the mountain gate's energy screen, already leaving. However, everyone nodded as well. Forget about obtaining a yin-yang seed, world tree sapling, and other things. Huang couldn't even take out a slightly inferior Dao seed. If he wanted to compete with the top-level figures, it would be just too difficult. Regardless of whether it was Little Sky King or the few others, they had all merged with unmatched ancient seeds. They originally looked down on their peers, undefeated, but now, they were even more so perfect, truly becoming one with the Tao, none able to face them in the heavens above or the earth below. What a pity he didn't choose to side with a long-life family. Perhaps he might just become a part of the masses. Wang Shi also spoke out. She felt like Hao's future looked bleak. Losing the qualifications to compete for number one among the younger generation, it was because since he chose the ancient method, he needed the most precious seed. But he didn't have one. Who knows, Heavenly Deity Institution might have an ancient seed as well. Someone said quietly. From the past until now, extremely few perfect seeds have appeared, pretty much a fixed amount. Several ancient seeds were excavated one after another. Where would he even go to look for them? It really is a pity. Princess Yao, you also spoke like this. Right now, everyone believed that Hao's path ahead would definitely be rough, losing all of his former brilliance, unable to become a future miracle. Everyone knew that he was at his entire life's most critical point right now, but it would be difficult for there to be any suspense in his situation. If nothing unexpected happened, from today on, it would be a downhill road for him. Even if he obtained the evil warding divine bamboo, it still wouldn't be too useful. Even if he refined the most powerful golden body under the heavens, he still wouldn't be able to stop a light brush from an immortal method. Those who have truly merged with perfect immortal seeds will have unmatched Tao methods that can destroy all body methods. Someone said with a sneer. No one thought that Hao's future was good. Even though they all felt restraining fear towards him, once the heavenly deity realm was broken through, everything would be changed. We're going. They continued forward, wishing to find the evil warding divine bamboo and other heaven-defying opportunities. On the road back, Hao saw a few old friends. He discovered that Chao Yuxing was the most relaxed. When he woke up from the state of dealing with heroic spirits, he took the initiative to seek out those ancient war souls, actually trying to steal from masters. He used a strange method that allowed him to search the heroic spirits' memories, learn their ancient methods. So this is the yellow springs fruit? Chao Yuxing didn't dare eat it, because after he heard Hao's experiences, he shivered all over. Mysteriously undergoing for reincarnations, everything just that vivid. This was just too shocking. He decided to put this fruit away first, and then ask Sacred Academy's old monsters in the future for guidance or show it to his master in the lower realm, and eat it then. I'll eat it. The lunar jade rabbit just happened to be here. She didn't hear their conversation before, only believing it to be a divine fruit. She seized it, and then with a kung chi sound, ate it in a single mouthful. This really is a delicacy. I love eating non-meat things the most. The little rabbit widened her large ruby-like eyes, her head of long silver hair flying everywhere, her fine porcelain-like little face filled with joy and happiness. However, immediately afterwards, she entered an absent-minded state, not moving at all, entering a state of blankness. Where is her consciousness? Why did it disappear? Chao Yuxing cried out. The young Qilin beast in her arms cried out with aoao sounds, clearly also frightened. Even the primordial spirit vanished. This could signify a person's death. Too domineering. Hao's expression was serious. This was the first time he saw what happened after someone ate a yellow springs fruit. In that instant just now, he vaguely felt that a corner of the void had been torn apart, as if there was a dark region that flashed past. However, he wasn't sure if what he saw was real or fake. Regardless, the little rabbit's primordial spirit disappeared. This was extremely serious. Could it be that the yellow springs fruit really can bring one into reincarnation? Xianxia said to himself. He and Chao Yuxing guarded this place, not daring to take half a step from here, to the extent where they didn't even dare touch the little rabbit out of fear of something unexpected happening. Just like that, one day and night passed. The lunar jade hair was like a young lady sculpture, fine and beautiful, her white skin like snow-white porcelain. However, there was no spiritual aura, unable to move at all. Finally, around noon, when yang energy was at its greatest, a transformation happened. In that instant, darkness surrounded this place. The little rabbit's flesh became indistinct, and then she disappeared. Xianxia and Chao Yuxing wanted to stop it, but they were too late. They were actually pushed out by a wave of mysterious power, the little rabbit thus disappearing. Where did she go? Chao Yuxing shouted. Soon afterwards, the darkness disappeared. The little rabbit's beautiful body reappeared, still standing in her original spot. Moreover, her long eyelashes moved, and then she opened her eyes. She looked extremely perplexed, a bit lost. She stood there, not knowing what to do. Wake up! Xianxia called out, dragging her out from some type of state, restoring her divine consciousness. What did you end up experiencing? What did you see? Chao Yuxing immediately asked. The little rabbit looked at the two individuals before her, still looking a bit stupefied. Her experiences just now clearly frightened her quite badly. She opened her mouth, and then with a AO sound cried out loudly, saying, I was scared to death. A damn disc seemed to be sending me through rebirths. So strange. Why don't I remember any of it? I only have some blurry impressions. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed one of her arms, checking to see if there were reincarnation symbols. However, in the end, he discovered that it was completely blank. Examine yourself. See if there was an imprint added anywhere, Xianxia said. Over here. The little rabbit pointed at her calf, pulling up her dress. On her small leg that was pure white like jade, there was a scar, looking like a burn, but it was quite indistinct. The lunar jade rabbit shouted angrily, Who plotted against me, trying to disfigure my beauty? Xianxia was shocked. This was an injury, as if something was forcefully scrubbed off, and that was why one couldn't see if there really was a reincarnation imprint. There was a strange wave of power there, removing everything. What exactly did you experience? Xianxia asked. There seemed to be reincarnation. On that road of reincarnation, I remember I saw a cauldron that was cast from all types of immortal gold, flickering with 9-colored brilliance. There was also an all-life source energy flowing about. The cauldron was full of blood, the blood continuously trickling down. It broke free from the shackles of space and time. I seem to have seen some scenes, all of them of great battles, terrifying and unimaginable. Also, I seem to have seen a blurry figure in the cauldron that was seemingly familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere, but I just can't recall where right now. The little rabbit spoke about many things in one breath, leaving Xianxia shocked and alarmed. This was all too strange, the little rabbit's reincarnation a bit different from his. The cauldron she saw made Xianxia's mind tremble. It was because he knew that cauldron, the cauldron that didn't belong to the present or past. He concluded that this great era was too strange, involving too many things. There were things from the past immortal ancient, as well as later generations, involving too many powers, everything tangling together, making this entire heaven and earth become chaotic. Replay everything to me clearly through divine will. Let me take a look, Xianxia said. He wanted to see the little rabbit's experiences. Hong. There was an enormous cauldron, incredibly massive, chaotic energy surging within it, making it appear exceptionally deep, as if it contained a boundless universe of its own. Correct, within it, there were all types of stellar rivers and great stars flickering about, adorning that area, deeply buried within that cauldron's primal chaos, making it seem increasingly grand and boundless. This cauldron, Xiao's eyes erupted with divine light. This was the scene he saw through the little rabbit's divine consciousness. It was that cauldron he had previously seen before, only right now it was even more astonishing. It displayed its original form, submerging itself in the cosmos, as if it could devour endless stellar systems. Every time he saw this cauldron, it would always be difficult for Xiao to calm down. He always felt like there was something extraordinary that would happen between them, the two of them sharing great karma. That woman! Xiao suddenly discovered a white-clothed woman behind that great cauldron, style exceptional. Her hands currently forming imprints, striking the great cauldron over. Her body was a bit indistinct. On her face a bronze mask that carried tears and traces of blood. It left others just that deep of an impression, even making one's heart tremble. It's her. Xiao previously followed Heavenly Deity Institution's people to Immortal Battlefield remains, at that time entering a strange land. In that place, he had seen a giant seated in the endless past who wished to kill present-world geniuses. But in the end, a woman with exceptional charm took action from the lower reaches of the River of Time, stopping him. It was precisely the woman from behind the great cauldron, actually her who was moving this cauldron. There are others. Xiao saw 3 more indistinct figures, all of them male. One of them even stood on a great bell, releasing sound waves. Time rippled outwards, surging like a great sea, entering the cauldron ahead. It was them who struck this cauldron, making it quickly arrive. Hong! With one last blow, the great cauldron disappeared. The little rabbit woke up. Xiao didn't see that woman seated within that cauldron from the little rabbit's divine consciousness, but instead saw the individuals who took action behind the cauldron. It was extremely strange, difficult to explain clearly. These were clearly scenes the little rabbit's divine consciousness seized. Yet in the end, what Xiao saw was different from her. This doesn't make any sense. The little rabbit cried out strangely, because what Xiao described was different from what she saw. Think a bit more. What else did you see and hear? Xiao asked. This matter was definitely not normal. What the two witnessed was different, leaving one in confusion. I forgot everything already. The little rabbit was quite embarrassed. What exactly did she experience? She already forgot it all. Even though her primordial spirit had previously undergone something similar to reincarnation, experiencing a great dream, she couldn't remember any of it. Try to think a bit more. Xiao's expression was serious. There are some sounds, and then this great cauldron flew over. It shone, the noise it released was faint and drawn out, as if it sounded from the ends of the world, as if... The little rabbit tried her best to remember, her brows locked together, the process painful. She was searching with the deep layers of her sea of consciousness. It seems to be trying to communicate with me, saying that there was one who has been buried in endless corpses, stepped through the remains of endless realms, traveled through the dark domain alone, drifted through the realm sea, neutralized the ominous and inauspicious of endless ancients, a lonesome and desolate journey, fighting a bloody war alone. They wanted to ask that about all of that persons. The little rabbit unexpectedly began to cry when she spoke up to hear. I should be able to remember some of this. Back then, I felt extremely broken-hearted. I clearly heard something extremely important, but now, I actually don't have any impressions of it left. The more she struggled, wishing to see something from the depths of her sea of consciousness, the more futile it was. Eventually, everything was covered in clouds, nothing visible anymore. Xiao tried to enter her sea of consciousness to carefully examine those experiences, but it was still useless. It was because that place was covered in mist, carrying the power of time. Chao Yuxing also tried helping Xiao. Forget it. Xiao shook his head. He released a light sigh, saying, when the universe is overturned, yin and yang disturbed, time in chaos, these imprints cannot remain. We won't be able to capture them. The most important thing was that it went against the flow of time, contradicting it, which was why those imprints no longer existed. Are you all going to enter Immortal Mound? Xiao asked. Forget it. Since the opportunities have already been brought out by you, what are we going to do inside? Chao Yuxing's skin was extremely thick. Sure Hao gave some of the evil warding divine bamboo's precious liquid to them, gave Chao Yuxing a yellow springs fruit, and then they went back together. During this period of time, they saw Chang Gongyan and others, also giving them a bit of divine liquid. That's Huang. After leaving Immortal Mound and arriving at the peak of the Great Mountain, many people cried out in alarm. They naturally all recognized him. Right now, the golden ancient temple suspended on the mountaintop had already disappeared. All of the war deities' imprints scattering. No traces to be seen. Youngster, are you truly not going to consider joining my Immortal Academy? That is the land of natural luck where you can transform. An elder from Immortal Academy said, if there are no perfect ancient seeds, then there won't be much meaning in me going. Sure Hao replied, then come to my Sacred Academy. An old monster from Sacred Academy called out. Sure Hao smiled, feeling a bit bitter, but also rather helpless. Sacred Academy's elders long came to a decision. The heavenly horned ant's extreme strength blood and other vicious 10 essence blood long divvied up. What was the point in him going? There was no share of great natural luck for him. The few world-shaking geniuses the two academies fostered already occupying all of the natural luck. Even if he went, they still wouldn't give him more resources. The last of the immortal opportunities left behind by the two academies was only enough for 2 or 3 people, but it was already decided beforehand to be given to long-life family's successors. Seniors, goodbye. Sure Hao descended the mountain without any hesitation, his speed extremely fast, gradually disappearing. Formidable, this mountain has 100,000 steps, the great pressure able to crush a heavenly deity to death. Yet he can descend so carefree like this. Just how powerful is his body? An old monster sucked in a cold breath of air. They believed that when they were young themselves, they were far from having this type of skill. Compared to Sure Hao, the difference was tremendous. A few people felt regret. If they let this type of genius go, leaving him in heavenly deity institution, allowing him to emerge and perish on his own, advancing casually, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Those who made the decisions will likely feel regret. I have a premonition that Huang has far greater potential than what we have imagined. Might be even more formidable than the seeds that have been specially fostered. An old monster spoke quietly, his expression grave. Sure Hao used many days to ascend the mountain, but going down was a breeze, quickly arriving at the foot of the mountain. It was because after experiencing the evil warding divine bamboo's pure white liquid's baptism, as well as comprehending the Tao there, his flesh became even more sturdy. The symbols and pressure released by the mountain were ineffective on him. Sure Hao left into the distance, leaving this area, heading straight back to Heavenly Deity Institution. On the mountain, a group of people were discussing among themselves. A few young geniuses already returned, arriving at the top of the mountain. Sigh, it is a pity. Forget about the most ancient evil warding divine bamboo. Not even a normal stalk was found. Forget it, don't be like this. There are only those few stalks of evil warding divine bamboo, the youngest all several tens of thousand years of age. Never were there any ordinary ones. Did Huang really obtain the most ancient evil warding divine bamboo? It truly is unimaginable. Just how great of a natural luck is that? It was rumored that from the past until now, not many have seen that bamboo. They felt that it was a pity, all of them feeling regretful. Of course, they were also full of envy and jealousy towards Sure Hao, truly a bit unable to accept this. No harm, even if Huang obtained the most ancient evil warding divine bamboo liquid, so what? He is unmatched at the heavenly deity realm, but that doesn't mean that he can continue to remain invincible in higher levels. You have to understand that if one wants to become the most powerful figure in the next level, a precious seed is needed to break through. Does he have one? You're right. He will not play the leading role in the future under this sky, can only make those others look even more unapproachable. Without a perfect heavenly seed, he won't have any extraordinary accomplishments. His figure will most likely be missing from the competition for most powerful among sect masters. The conclusion has already been decided. I want to see if he can still look down on everyone in the next great cultivation realm. If he cannot, then he should just know his limits and lay low. Otherwise, there will be many who will look for him for revenge. Many people sneered, because Xianxia had previously oppressed them until they couldn't even breathe. This was especially the case for a few people who had previously stood against him, now even more so feeling pleased. Xianxia was in the distance. He didn't even have to think too much to know that there were people waiting for him to become a laughingstock. They all knew that he didn't find a suitable Tao seed. Using the body as the seed, everything will start soon, he said to himself. Many days later, he returned to Heavenly Deity Institution, visiting the Great Elder. The academy was now much quieter, because the outstanding individuals have all left, either entering Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy. Only a group of cultivators who didn't have the qualifications to enter either remained. There weren't that many left. Now, no matter where one went in the massive Heavenly Deity Institution, it was extremely quiet, a somewhat desolate scenery. You've done very well. The Great Elder gave Xianxia recognition for his tempering this time. Below a spiritual mountain, the Great Elder had long prepared several medicinal pools. He was working at the arrangements himself. Beside him a few large cauldrons that were cooking old medicines, full of brilliant lights and overflowing color. A wave of fragrant and strong medicinal smell wafted over. It will be difficult to say how much time it will take now, the shortest a few months, the longest perhaps more than 10 years, the Great Elder said with an incredibly serious expression. I understand. Xianxia nodded. He already completed all preparations, wishing to break through now. He produced the evil-warding divine bamboo and yellow springs fruit, because the Great Elder might need to use a bit when refining medicinal herbs. How are you feeling? Many people outside are paying close attention, wanting to see how you are going to merge with a Tao seed. See if you can take that step, the Great Elder said in a solemn and serious manner. This was reality. One could well imagine that when Xianxia entered seclusion, it will be difficult for the academy to keep the secret even if they wanted to. The disciples who remained behind will definitely leak the news out. Xianxia was now at the very forefront, few people able to compare to him. Many people knew that he didn't have a perfect precious seed. What kind of choice was he going to make? What kind of accomplishments would he have? Quite a few people were waiting to see him become a laughingstock. In reality, that very day when Xianxia began to make preparations, news already leaked out. A few long-life families and geniuses from the two academies received news. Huang is going to enter seclusion. Wu. I really want to see if he can stir up any disturbance. He is unmatched in the heavenly deity realm, but what about the next level? How will he continue from here? It's finally starting. Will it be the beginning of his decline? Or will it be a sudden rise to glory? We will have to wait and see. Xianxia still hadn't truly entered seclusion. Yet he already drew everyone's attention. I am waiting for you to come out of seclusion. Will you still be able to act that domineering? Please don't fall behind now, or else it will be quite miserable for you. You'll have a taste of what it feels like to be defeated with just a raise of another's hand, someone said through clenched teeth. Huang, you don't have an unmatched ancient seed. No world-shaking heavenly horned ant blood. So what will you bring out to compete? I want to see just how you will maintain your glory. Haha. I finally waited until this day. After we all make it through the heavenly deity realm and meet again at the sect master level, let's see who will be the one who laughs last. I really am looking forward to it. Already can't wait. There were some people who bore hostility against Xianxia, right now all of them waiting for the result. The heavenly deity realm Xianxia was like a great mountain that weighed down on their minds. Not many people able to match him. They were hoping that the situation could be turned around at a higher realm. When that time came, it wouldn't be Xianxia's world. Perhaps it might be them who looked down on Xianxia instead. Many people knew that Xianxia's seclusion this time was going to be incredibly rough. In reality, many people were curious as well. Why would Huang, while not having an unmatched heavenly seed, dare break through? Wasn't this destroying his own path? One had to understand that once you shot the arrow, there's no getting it back. Once he made the choice, there was no way out. He either succeeded or he became half-crippled, or he might even die. Sure how, just what kind of path did you end up choosing? I hope everything goes well for you. There were people who felt worry for Sure How as well, for example, Qingyi. They all felt worry. Sure How went into seclusion so abruptly, just like that. Without an ancient seed, how was he supposed to proceed? He shouldn't die from this. I feel like he is quite similar to that person my master who is always muddle-headed or sleeping talked about. Chao Yuxing said quietly. In the outside world, everyone was discussing spiritedly, but Heavenly Deity Institution was extremely quiet. Sure How had long completed all of his preparations, adjusting himself to the greatest state. Every inch of his flesh was sparkling and shining, releasing auspicious multicolored light. He was full of vigor, his primordial spirit's flourishing life force forming a silver blaze, emerging from the space between his brows, extremely brilliant. In the end, this wave of spiritual flame condensed into a small figure, floating there. The Great Elder was quite shocked, saying, "The flame that leaks out from your primordial spirit is already like this, simply able to forge another primordial spirit." At this time, the several medicinal pools on the ground all released ripples. Within them all different types of rare divine medicines and ores. For example, Heavenly Deity Tree's leaves, Octatic Treasure Unicorn, Immortal Bloodstar Sand. Every one of them was priceless. If they were in the outside world, many people's eyes would become red, experts from all directions coming to fight over them. Enter the first medicinal pool first, the Great Elder said. Sure How sat down. A medicinal fragrance wafted out, all of his pores relaxing. The scalding medicinal liquid stimulated his body until it trembled. This really wasn't a normal type of heat, but similar to molten iron, making even Sure How grimace in pain. With his present flesh shell, it was difficult for even the sharp edges of divine weapons to injure his body. It is the immortal bloodstar sand. Sure How was a bit dizzy. This wasn't a normal type of medicinal liquid, but the product of a type of sand after it melted. When it landed on his body, the temperature was even greater than that of magma. It was rumored that this type of star sand was extremely rarely seen in this world. After the blood of immortals who had been killed in battle was scattered across the cosmos, they would dye a few star fragments red. As time went out, only a bit of essence remained, becoming specks of sparkling and translucent sand. This sand was completely melted into a large cyan cauldron by the Great Elder. Right now, it was poured down like soup straight onto Sure How's head, leaving him speechless. This was just too forceful. If it was an ordinary deity, they would have long been burned to ruin, turning into bones. After the sparkling and translucent sand melted, turning into scarlet-red liquid, it released sky-reaching brilliance, truly as if the blood of an immortal was flowing. It carried a faint bloody smell, as well as a type of fragrance. It seems like the rumors were true. This sand indeed created after being soaked in the blood of immortals. The Great Elder said to himself. Sure How grimaced. This really didn't feel that good. Having liquid that was who knew how many times hotter than magma poured right on his head. Wasn't this simply suicide? From this, one could see just how sturdy his flesh was. Not even his flesh melting, still sparkling and shining. His body swirling with brilliant colors, absorbing the essence of the immortal bloodstar sand. If it truly is immortal blood, pouring it over your body would have immediately turned you into a thick puddle of blood, nothing left behind. Fortunately, after transforming into star sand, as well as the nurturing of endless years, the murderous energy has been removed, only a bit of essence left behind, which is why you can now make use of it. The Great Elder released a sigh. This type of thing was just too precious. Once it was used up, there wasn't much left in this world. It was quite amazing. Even under this type of great temperature, when the red star sand liquid entered the medicinal pool, it didn't destroy the other medicinal goods, instead blending inside, everything becoming even more fragrant. Sure How began to suspect if it was the high temperature that made him feel intense pain, or if it was actually the bit of essence left from the immortal blood remains hacking at his body. Just like that, he endured the intense pain, rising and falling in the first medicinal pool. His body felt as if it was being cut by blades, continuously tempered. Eventually, the Great Elder even produced a large blade, starting to cut at his body. Sherhao's face was about to turn green. What kind of skills did the Great Elder have? If this blade descended, wouldn't his body and spirit be erased? Don't worry, I will properly control my strength. Hurry and use the bone tempering method, the Great Elder reminded. Pa! Immediately afterwards, Sherhao knew what was called pain seeping into the bone marrow. When the Great Elder's blade descended, blade energy poured out endlessly, brilliant as if a silver river descended, pouring down from above. However, this didn't injure his skin, all of it cutting into his bones. This type of control of strength and technique really made one gasp in amazement. Sherhao immediately released a muffled groan. He really was in great pain, unknown just how many bones were hacked apart, exposing the bone marrow within, making him directly break out into cold sweat. The suffering he went through not too long ago by the evil warding divine bamboo reappeared. I am examining your achievements. See if your gains from Immortal Mound have been sufficient. Inspecting for deficiencies to help complete you, the Great Elder said. Could he still be imperfect? Even the heavenly deity tree's leaves, octatic treasure unicorn, immortal bloodstar sand, these things were used to refine his body. His body would be sturdy even if he didn't want it to be. Sherhao's suffering only began. His body was being reforged again. At first, he didn't utter a sound, but later on, as the Great Elder hacked at his bone marrow with blade energy, snapping his muscles and veins, destroying them 100 times over, the medicinal liquid continuously refining him. In the end, he couldn't hold it back anymore, releasing a low roar. This continued for 10 days. Then, the Great Elder had him sit inside of a cauldron, scattering some evil warding divine bamboo liquid onto him. A day and night later, Sherhao felt as if he had the spirit of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. After this round of tempering, his body became even a bit stronger than before. Was this to allow a heavenly deity fight a sect master? Sherhao really had a type of powerful self-confidence. Even though he was still in the heavenly deity realm, right now, he felt the urge to challenge an even stronger opponent. Enter the second medicinal pool. The Great Elder didn't even give him the chance to take a breather, pointing at the second sparkling pool. White mists were rising from it. Sherhao entered. His fine hairs immediately all stood on end. There weren't only many types of medicinal goods inside. There were also all types of bugs, all of them variant species across the great wasteland that were extremely toxic. Below the white mist, even though that liquid was brilliant, one could tell with a single look that it was extremely frightening, not sacred and holy. This place was brightly colored, a strong smell wafting out. The bugs that filled this pool truly horrifying. At the same time, there was a cauldron on the side that was already boiling, the liquid inside continuously splashing out. The various divine bugs within it were even more rarely seen, some still alive, needing to be refined by a divine cauldron. Sherhao's scalp even felt a bit numb, but he silently remained inside. With a hua sound, the Great Elder poured all of the liquid and bugs over his body, into the second medicinal pool. They're living! Sherhao could sense that not a single one of the bugs that were poured into the great cauldron were dead. All of them attaching themselves to his body, starting to chew at him. The moment they opened their eyes, the white scorpions all over him stabbed their tails into Sherhao's skin, the hooked stinger terrifyingly sharp, even tougher than divine weapons. The Great Elder shouted, "Don't resist! Let them pierce in, you absolutely must not kill them. These are white jade scorpions, rare and precious, all noble-blooded rare creatures." Sherhao was speechless. He actually had to take the initiative to go along with this, allowing these scorpions to sting him. Immediately afterwards, his entire body relaxed, or else he might end up killing these white jade scorpions. Even though quite a few of these reached the deity level, they still might be blasted apart by the heavenly deity realm Sherhao's flesh. Ah! Sherhao released a miserable scream. These scorpions' venom was highly toxic. His entire body, aside from his eyes, was completely covered by these white scorpions. Unknown just how many scorpion tails pierced his skin. There were scorpions all over him, stinging him. They hung from his body, moving about, leaving one horrified. If it was a female going through this, they would have long screamed, immediately vomit. Fortunately, Xianxia was a thick-skinned person, not minding it too much. It was because he had even eaten scorpion flesh before. Only that type of intense pain and messy feeling still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The main thing was the pain. This was definitely enough to kill a normal heavenly deity. It was because these were deity-level venomous bugs, and with so many of them together, it was just too horrifying. Soon afterwards, the white jade scorpions changed from white to scarlet red, dyed this color from Xianxia's blood. In the end, the venomous blood returned to Xianxia's body. He couldn't help but move his body, releasing a muffled groan. Ah! In the end, he screamed out. Being nailed by endless venomous scorpion tails like this was just too hard to endure. When the venomous blood returned, it was about to completely corrode all of his flesh and inner organs. In the end, after a day and night passed, this type of suffering finally ended. All of the heavenly scorpions died, the venom's essence scattering. However, immediately afterwards, Xianxia felt the world before him go dark. It was because endless centipedes appeared, all of them golden with wings. They poured down from a large cauldron, scattering down on his body. With so many centipedes moving about, crawling over every inch of his body, Xianxia's skin went cold. Then, the intense pain returned. Elder, is there a need to refine the physical body like this? He felt like he was about to fall apart. Of course there is a need. Refining the muscles, bones, and skin, something like this needs all types of fierce methods. Only after experiencing all types of tribulations will it be clear if you are the genuine article. The future does not need bean sprouts from greenhouses. Reality will be 10,000 times worse than this. The great elder spoke extremely calmly. Just like that, after 10 whole days and nights, Xianxia was tormented by 10 types of the most frightening venomous insects, lingering between life and death. In the end, he soaked in divine liquid, his flesh being recovered. Sure enough, the effects were amazing. The 10 types of poisonous bugs were wondrous treasures of this world to begin with, heavenly materials of the highest grade for refining the body. Now that it was paired with all types of divine medicines, they displayed astonishing effects as expected. Elder, when can I use the body as the seed? Xianxia felt like he had already completed enough preparations, ready to carry out a transformation at any time. You are already in the process. Even though you still haven't carried out the crucial step, you are already on the path. To use the flesh as the seed, one naturally needs to rise to the highest level on all aspects, becoming the most powerful in the heavenly deity realm. Otherwise, what hope will there be in succeeding? The great elder was extremely serious. In these 20-something days, a few astonishing things happened in the outside world. Huge news. An exceptional genius from Immortal Academy broke through, merged with a perfect ancient seed, carrying out a higher biological level rebirth. He succeeded. The transformation said to be perfect without any flaw. His unmatched disposition world-shocking. Woo! There is someone from Sacred Academy who has also successfully merged with the Heavenly Horned Ant's extreme strength blood and Phoenix, rebirth essence blood. In addition, he surpassed the ancients, merging 10 heavenly passages to one, carving a natural primal chaos-killing formation in his body, undergoing an inherent sublimation on the biological level. In the outside world, a few shocking pieces of news sounded. People broke through the heavenly deity realm one after another, reaching an even greater domain, undergoing perfect transformations, shocking the world. Meanwhile, what was Huang doing? Everyone was waiting for news about him. Quite a few people sneered. Without an unmatched heavenly seed, how was he supposed to compare to those people? He was destined for defeat. A month had already passed, but there was still no news about Huang. He still didn't emerge from seclusion. 2 months. That area in Heavenly Deity Institution was shrouded in a great formation, not displaying any changes, no news coming out. In the outside world, the corners of a few people's lips curled up. They couldn't help but smile, feeling like Huang was likely in trouble, the chances of failure greater than success. 2 months have passed, but he still hasn't emerged from seclusion. What is he doing? Is he giving birth or something? Haha! Immortal Academy has people with unmatched seeds. These people undergoing great rebirths one after the other, walking out from trials of life and death. Huang doesn't have a perfect seed, but is still in seclusion, still trying so hard. Now that I am saying this out loud, it really is hilarious. 2 months had passed, but there was still no news of Huang. This type of silence produced a bit of disturbance in the outside world, some people ridiculing him. There were many people who believed that this type of continued seclusion meant that he failed. Without a Tao seed that matched his talent, and no opportunity to defy his own fate, what was he going to use to break through? There was simply no way of rising up. With his aptitude, becoming a powerful sect master shouldn't be a problem, but everyone knew that he wouldn't be satisfied with just this. There was long news that went out that he had been preparing all this time, wishing to become the most powerful in one move. 3 months passed. There was still no news of sure how. In the depths of Heavenly Deity Institution, weeds were even growing tall in the Great Elder's residence. Under the nourishment of spiritual essence, they could be said to be frantically growing, now already about the height of a person. This place was full of weeds, lacking traces of inhabitation. It looked somewhat wild and abandoned. No one came to disturb this place, because the Great Elder had ordered that no one was permitted to approach to avoid disturbing Hao, who was currently cultivating in seclusion. Will Huang really be able to make an astonishing breakthrough? He'll definitely be stronger than ordinary people, but without a suitable seed, it is already impossible for him to compare to those exceptional freaks. What a pity it is that he wasn't able to draw the attention of the 2 academies. Huang is destined to fall, difficult for him to tread a path of extreme glory. In the future, he will be much stronger than us, far greater than ordinary geniuses, but he already lost the qualifications to compete with the best geniuses from the 2 academies. Even the students who remained in Heavenly Deity Institution thought this way, no longer viewing him in a favorable light. It was because this was the cruel reality. Without the assistance of the 2 academies, there were no bright prospects ahead. Even those from this academy were already like this, so there was even less of a need to talk about the outside world. Those people's faces had long been covered in smiles, already seeing a dim path waiting after Hao's defeat. Haha. We are waiting for him to appear, truly looking forward to the day when we can see that Huang again. Someone snickered, the expression on his face quite calm, as well as a bit cold. While everyone was making their guesses under all of this hostility, Hao continued to remain in seclusion. Right now, at the foot of a spiritual mountain, Hao had already lost track of how many medicinal pools he soaked in. He had endured torment of every means possible, continuously having his body tempered, from medicinal baths to soaking in extreme poison, and then having blades added to his body, it continued without end. For example, the Great Elder had previously ruthlessly raised a bronze war spear, the edge leaving injuries all over his body, his flesh full of holes, a truly miserable sight. Then, he was baptized in medicinal liquid. During this process, Hao endured the intense pain, operated the bone hammering method, cultivating in a hell-like circumstance. According to what the Great Elder said, Hao's generation looked like they experienced a lot, but they were actually too lacking. The amount of suffering and torment was limited, far from enough, all flowers grown in greenhouses. When the true turmoil began, that would be hell on earth. Great battles would continue endlessly, wounds and sickness everywhere. If one didn't have an unbreakable physique that had been refined 100 times over, just that scene alone would leave one frightened beyond their wits. The Great Elder wasn't trying to torment him for no reason, but was truly refining his muscles, bones, and skin, forging an imperishable golden body, helping him reach the most ideal state. If one wishes to use the body as the seed without a perfect body, there is no need to keep fooling yourself. Your body would just break apart halfway, exploding on its own. During this period of time, Hao had been blasted by divine mountains until his body broke apart, almost turning into a puddle of bloody paste. even more so hacked and broken down by 10,000 blades, slicked down into white bones. Despite this, the Great Elder continuously had Sure How operate the bone tempering method. Even Sure How with his powerful mind almost collapsed. He clenched his teeth, holding on, not complaining or howling out. He could only take this path to its end. It was because the Great Elder had said that all of the suffering now was for the great transformation that was to follow, for the sake of a perfect rebirth. The Great Elder had previously walked this path as well, but it was a pity he ultimately failed. That was why he applied 1,000 strikes, hundreds of types of refinement to Sure How's body, turning him into a piece of precious iron. He wanted to polish a piece of immortal gold, had to succeed. During the 3rd month, Sure How already went from a grinding of the flesh to a tempering of the mind. The latter was clearly even more dangerous. During this process, the Great Elder's methods fully appeared, inciting his mind, smelting his primordial spirit, continuously pressuring it, squeezing out his potential. Second primordial spirit. The Great Elder had great expectations, forcing him to forge a second primordial spirit. It was because his primordial spirit force was extremely powerful, long exceeding other heavenly deities at his level. Silver spiritual flames raged. Sure How's second primordial spirit was growing, eventually becoming vivid and lifelike, identical to Sure How's first primordial spirit, just that it was a bit smaller. The Great Elder was inwardly shocked. He just wanted to try something with this youth, but never expected to truly produce a rough core. He wanted to use this method to refine his soul and spirit, not expecting that it would actually succeed. Right now, Sure How felt a strange sensation. There was 2 of him, one mind able to be used on different things. It was extremely strange, yet also wonderful. It could completely be called an unconventional rebirth. Like this, wouldn't he be able to do many things? Only the Great Elder's following words shattered this thought. The great Tao has to be returned to the most simple. The intrinsic essence must be one. What external spiritual bodies, puppet primordial spirit, second magical body, 3 immeasurable bodies. These are all the wrong way short-term glory. In the end, they will all be shattered and broken. Only one's origin is true, from one to the Tao. The so-called Tao returning to the most simple wasn't just hot air. The second primordial spirit, external bodies and other things were just methods on the path of cultivation, not the unmatched path to take. By being born in this heaven and earth, we ourselves are also a part of this world. A piece of nascent cosmos is already equipped with everything. All we need to do is to evolve, to continue improving ourselves and transcend above, reach great heights, forge our true selves, not to draw legs on a snake, adding external limbs or souls to our bodies. The Great Elder spoke extremely bluntly. What he spoke wasn't absolute logic, but there was indeed some reasoning behind what he said. Perhaps because he wasn't on the level of the most powerful ancient immortals yet, what he said might contain some errors, but for the most part it was precious truth. Soon afterwards, Sure How's second primordial spirit was turned into a divine flame, used to burn his first primordial spirit. Fiery light surged, continuously jumping about, entering his main primordial spirit. The second primordial spirit became nourishment, strengthening his main primordial spirit. It could be said that after forming a second primordial spirit, and then smelting them back into one, this type of forging process was a great refinement, perfecting something that was already outstanding. The primordial spirit was treated like a piece of iron core. It was continuously refined, the impurities within the divine soul erased, making it pure and perfect, turning it into repeatedly refined essence steel, immortal gold that had been tempered 10,000 times. This wasn't the end, but the beginning. The mind tempering method originated from Immortal Academy. The exceptional talents there definitely undergoing this type of transformation as well. Only, you have to strive to do even better, do even more, the Great Elder warned. In the end, the Great Elder passed on a few even stranger ancient methods, not only those secret methods limited to Immortal Academy. He had Sure How forge his primordial spirit into a weapon, and not like a second primordial spirit or other things. This was extremely dangerous, but it would greatly sharpen his will. This was a path of transcendence. If one was defeated, they would die on the spot, leaving behind a flesh shell without a consciousness. However, if they succeeded, their vital energy would be gradually strengthened. At first, the main primordial spirit was still there, holding the weapon formed from primordial spirit force, brandishing it about, the scene astonishing. Later on, even the main primordial spirit disappeared, turning into a sword core itself, becoming a golden war spear, producing an unstoppable heavenly blade and other things. This was extremely astonishing, remolding 1,000 times over, refined 10,000 times, repeatedly forging the primordial spirit, removing all of the so-called impurities within, only leaving behind the essence, strengthening it further. Sure How couldn't help but say with a trembling voice, "Isn't this the chaos calming art? That type of great method, known as one of the 3 great extreme sword arts from the ancient times, had previously unleashed a bloodbath against the foreign intruders, corpses piling up into mountains, calming an entire era. Meanwhile, this method was to turn the primordial spirit into a sword core, its power boundless. Wherever it passed, mountains would collapse and seas would roar, stars destroyed, nothing able to stop its strike. Just a damaged sword art, still passable when used to refine the primordial spirit. If you want to use it for attack, it is still far from enough. This type of mysterious great method was enigmatic even in immortal ancient great era. If one wanted to obtain it for themselves, it is just too difficult. Sure How's primordial spirit was continuously sharpened, becoming more and more pure, now extremely powerful. This was a soul weapon, one forged to destroy an enemy's primordial spirit. One could well imagine how frightening Sure How's following experiences were. Using his primordial spirit to resist a soul weapon, this was just dangerous to the extreme. There was a chance that he might just directly die here. Your body can compare to divine weapons, extremely powerful, currently transforming towards an unbreakable golden body. So the primordial spirit should also be like this, able to face soul weapons. The great elder told him directly that there were many extremely frightening soul weapons on the other side. Back then, the reason why this world suffered a great defeat during Immortal Ancient's last days was because the other side used many soul weapons, and that was why the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths suffered such great losses. Among them, there were a few unmatched soul weapons that even more so cut down true immortals, wiping out the primordial spirits of some existences on that level, shocking this realm. When Sure How heard this, he gasped. He was momentarily silent, and then he had the great elder continuously use the pure golden staff to attack his primordial spirit. He defended himself with his naked primordial spirit, resisting it barehandedly. It seems like the chaos calming art is even more valuable than what I had thought. The day will come when not only my flesh is unbreakable, even my primordial spirit will be cultivated to that step, so that I won't fear any type of attacks. Sure How's expression was serious. It was clear that since the chaos calming art could turn the primordial spirit into a weapon, kill countless enemies, wipe out everything in its path, then it could definitely strengthen the primordial spirit to the extreme. If even its offensive potential was penetrating and unmatched, there was less of a need to talk about passively defending against soul weapons. It was definitely an unmatched ancient method. For months past, Sure How still didn't emerge from seclusion. 5 months passed. Heavenly Deity Institution was still quiet. Half a year passed. Some people in the outside world shook their heads. A genius who didn't have any hope had been locked up for so long already. What kind of pleasant surprises could there be? Woo, for geniuses from Immortal Academy came out of seclusion. The most powerful few from Sacred Academy have pretty much all appeared. All of them achieving perfection. Yet Huang is still nowhere to be seen. Can I say that he is putting on quite the airs? Ha ha! Someone laughed loudly. Those young supreme beings have perfect ancient seeds, yet they didn't use up that much time. Meanwhile, Huang is so reserved, not willing to come out. He really is bashful and adorable. Heh. A few people laughed coldly, not concealing their mockery and ridicule at all. Quite a few people were waiting for Sure How to make a fool of himself. 6 months of torment. From the flesh to primordial spirit, Sure How underwent severe tempering. This was already no longer a seclusion at the heavenly deity level, simply training on the sect master level. The great elder was incomparably harsh, different form his usual amiable bearing. He didn't let a single thing go. If there was a bit of dissatisfaction, he would immediately restart the process. Show. The deep blue soul weapon carried biting cold killing intent, hacking down from the front, striking at Xianxia's primordial spirit. If there were any outsiders here, their expressions would definitely change greatly. It was just too easy for those fluctuations to kill heavenly deities. A blue war spear flew out, releasing brilliance that illuminated mountains and rivers, streaking across the sky. How could normal heavenly deities resist this? Even sect masters' faces would turn pale. They definitely wouldn't think of this as a type of sharpening, but simply slaughter. If someone in the heavenly deity realm faced this type of attack, they would undoubtedly die. Right at this time, before the space between Xianxia's brows, that fist-height little figure rushed into the sky, taking the initiative to face it. The immortal mists and brilliant multicolored radiance it released were unexpectedly restrained, becoming a bit simple and unadorned, becoming dim. He formed a first imprint, and the moment he shifted sideways, the fist imprint smashed into the blue war spear's shaft, releasing a clear dang sound. Fiery light rushed into the heavens, dazzling to the extreme. This little figure looked plain and without decorations, just like a secluded Taoist. However, at the crucial moment it displayed its abilities. This strike was world-shaking. He unexpectedly bare-handedly resisted a soul weapon. Xianxia had already remained in seclusion for a long time, enduring a hell-like torment. It was now already the later stages, a verification of his abilities. With a wung sound, the blue war spear was too resplendent, struck flying by that fist imprint. Not bad. The great elder nodded. It was far from just not bad. If it was anyone else, forget about sending a blue spear flying. Even if they slightly touched a soul weapon, they would be blasted into scattered ashes, unable to face it head-on. It was because this type of thing was made specially for killing primordial spirits. Go! The great elder released a light shout. After he spoke, a sparkling long blade hacked over, erupting with brilliance that even made the heavenly sun grow dim. It streaked across the sky, hacking down on heaven and earth. It was another soul weapon. A sparkling long blade hacked apart the void, trying to cut down the mind, descending with an unsurpassed stance. Xianxia's primordial spirit was as fast as lightning. It turned into a divine sword, still without any radiance, but it was terrifyingly sturdy. It directly rushed forward, unexpectedly about to face it head-on. Right now, even the great elder felt a bit nervous. This was too risky. A single mishap and Xianxia's primordial spirit would be completely wiped out. Dang! A sharp and clear noise sounded in the air. The sword and blade clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Then, the two competed intensely, continuously hacking at each other. Good, very good, excellent. Even the great elder, who had remained serious this entire time, praised him 3 times in succession, happy and excited. After cultivating bitterly for so many days, they now received great results. Chi! In the end, the purple and sparkling long blade tore through the sky, no longer continuing. That divine sword turned into a fist-sized little figure, sturdy and astonishing. Not even a soul weapon could cut through it. This level of primordial spirit was rarely seen in this world. It was too sturdy. With a schwa sound, Xianxia's primordial spirit returned to his flesh. He also felt a bit of regret that he wasn't able to obtain the perfect chaos-calming art, the damaged art only enough to train his primordial spirit, unable to truly release a powerful and unmatched attack. Xianxia's body was well-proportioned, tall and slender. Even though he didn't look all that robust, he was healthy and handsome, a physique that was sturdy and powerful, already basically a human-shaped divine weapon. It was because his current body could already directly destroy heavenly deity magical artifacts, able to face sect master-level precious treasures, powerful and astonishing. Apart from this, his forehead bone shone, primordial spirit light receding. This was the embodiment of his vital energy flourishing to the extreme. It long exceeded the power that a heavenly deity ought to have. He already finished his preparations, using up many medicinal pools. The octatic treasure unicorn, heavenly deity tree, soul-guiding lotus, evil-warding divine bamboo, yellow springs fruit, and other types of heavenly materials have all been absorbed, raising him to a perfect state. In my many years in this world, you are the most powerful heavenly deity I have ever seen. The great elder was generous with his praise, releasing a heartfelt sigh of admiration. There was a feeling of being gratified, as well as happiness, but also some frustration and bitterness. It was because he finally nurtured an ideal disciple, just as powerful as he had imagined, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly deity realm, or to be more precise, exceeding the heavenly deity realm. At the same time, he also thought back to his past. When he was on this path, it was also incredibly bumpy, also using the body as the seed, but he failed, almost having his body and Tao wiped out in the process. Whether or not he would succeed would all depend on the final step. Thank you, Senior, for everything you have done. Sure Hao spoke from his heart. The great elder had invested greatly in him, all types of divine bugs, precious techniques and other things all used up without any consideration for their cost, even more so spending a larger half of a year refining his body and divine senses. Your present body has exceeded my past self, unmatched in heavenly deity realm. Your chances of success are greater than mine, the great elder said. He was an exceptional genius in the past, no one able to compare to him when he was in his youth. He then added, saying, also, you have a strange seed that is still growing. Right now, it is like a heaven and earth placenta. If you occupy this, your chances of success will be greatly improved. Sure how completely all of his preparations, now only lacking the final trial. Only, how was he going to enter this strange seed and occupy it, becoming the immortal core that was being nurtured? The seed was hazy and indistinct, surrounded by mist. Primal chaos surged, the most primitive aura released from it. One could vaguely hear sounds of the heavens 10,000 Tao. Back then, nearby Fire Province, Sure Hao seized this strange seed from Celestial Clan's mine. This seed was constantly changing in size, no set shape. He had never made use of it. Only today did it display the brilliance it ought to have. Using the body as the seed, you are destined to succeed, the great elder said, encouraging Sure Hao and also himself. This was the only disciple he had fostered with such care, as well as the disciple he had entrusted all of his hopes onto in this life. Back then, he had failed on this path, so all of his hopes were now entrusted onto Sure Hao. A hazy radiance flickered within the great elder's pupils, his expression serious as he said, we don't have an unmatched ancient seed, unable to carry out the so-called perfect merging and transformation. Since that is the case, then the body will be used as the seed, a heaven and earth reformed, transcending above. Understood, Sure Hao nodded. From now on, there is only the issue of you entering this seed. Just focus on your comprehension. Transcending above, inspect and verify the body as Tao path and technique to its end. Do not worry about anything regarding the outside world, the great elder said. Chi. Then, the great elder took Sure Hao's everlasting immortal sword core, infusing endless divine force into it, making it release radiance that was dazzling to the extreme. The mountains and rivers were immediately illuminated, making the sun and moon grow dim. He fiercely brandished the sword, hacking it down. Then, a strand of Sure Hao's heart blood flowed out, and the seed that fluctuated in size split apart. Divine multicolored light overflowed, Tao sounds endless. It was as if heavenly gods and devils were chanting. He drew a bit of heart blood from Sure Hao, and at the same time opened up that seed, letting the blood scatter inside, using it as a blood sacrifice. That seed was opened up like that, cut through by the great elder with the sword core. Sure Hao didn't hesitate at all, immediately leaping into the seed, taking its place, becoming the unmatched divine core that was being nurtured within. The most difficult step had arrived. How was this heaven and earth placenta going to be closed? In reality, the instant the sword opened it, it was the same as this placental being exposed. It would gradually wither up, and then lose its purpose. This is heaven-mending medicine, something I obtained from the heaven-mending Tao, able to seal up this placenta, the great elder said. When Sure Hao heard this, His body trembled, great waves stirring in his mind. The lower realm had the heaven-mending pavilion, 3,000 provinces had heaven-mending sect, while the 9 heavens above had heaven-mending Tao. These were what he knew about. At the same time, there was also a sky-severing Tao in the 9 heavens above. From pavilion to sect, then to Tao, it was just as the names implied. There was a legend in the 9 heavens above that heaven-mending Tao had a type of long-life medicine. Perhaps it couldn't be called a medicine, perhaps an immortal stone, immortal core, but it could mend the heavens, able to nurture all living things. Right now, what the Great Elder acquired was precisely a portion of this type of item. Xianxia saw some sparkling liquid flow down, making the Tao seed that was cut open start to heal, not leaving behind the slightest flaw. Then he was sealed within. There were other methods to seal this seed as well, but it definitely would make it lose a set amount of essence. However, this way it didn't lose anything to the point where it was even nurtured. From here on out, I am going to a place of natural luck to bury the seed. Wait for you to come out of seclusion. These were the Great Elder's final words for him. Then, Xianxia couldn't hear anything. He was about to change and transform above, display a transformation on a biological level, win or lose, everything was going to end here. It was clear that as Xianxia went into hibernation, not appearing this whole time, the outside world had long been stirring with commotion. This was especially the case when he didn't show himself after half a year passed, things becoming even more noisy. 8 months passed. There was still no sign of Xianxia. 9 months passed. Xianxia nowhere to be seen. A year passed. Huang seemed to have disappeared. A year passed. Heavenly Deity Institution's Great Elder's residence was completely overgrown. Wild grass everywhere. Vines covering this place densely. 10 Crown King Tianzi used up 12 months of time to merge with the world tree sapling and fully rise up. The day he came out of seclusion, a giant tree supported the heavens, towering into the world beyond, irregular scenes astonishing. That day, news spread, shocking all under the heavens. 10 Crown King, his name Tianzi, remained in seclusion for a long time, news about him now finally appearing. He had undergone the most perfect evolution. His intrinsic life quality increased limitlessly. That day, all types of irregular scenes all appeared. In Immortal Academy, a divine spring surged from the earth, sweet dew pouring down from the heavens, great Tao golden lotuses blooming in the void one after another. True dragons even appeared, circling his place of seclusion. Tao sounds rumbling, resonating with this place. Word tree, just how astonishing of a thing was this. Even true immortals would gasp when they saw this, yet he had the luck of merging it into himself. This transformation could be considered perfect without any flaws. What kind of name did he have? He was previously known as 10 Crown King, his name Tianzi, literally meaning the child of heaven, his courage and strength exceptional. The day he came out of seclusion, a dragon fist ruptured the sky. A few days afterwards, another disturbance was raised. In Immortal Academy, purple energy rose from the east, large amounts of purple energy rising into the heavens above, seeping into the earth below, broad and powerful as it spread out 30,000 li. Heavens! What kind of astonishing irregular scene is this? Who came out of seclusion? Why is it this grand and vast? I know what it is. This is great mist purple energy, one of the legendary unmatched ancient seeds. It had previously displayed extraordinary prowess in Immortal Ancient Great Era, known as a perfect precious seed. It actually appeared in this world again. Everyone knew that someone from Immortal Academy had successfully merged with the great mist purple seed, carrying out an extreme evolution. Now, this person came out of seclusion. Another heaven-warping genius appeared. Moreover, clearly a young supreme being in the truest of meanings. It was rumored that the creatures who could successfully merge with this type of unmatched ancient seed would definitely enjoy endless glory in their life, having the quality to sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was too difficult for others to face them. A glorious age had arrived, wind and clouds stirring once more. A great era descended. Even though they might have reached the end stage of a great era, to the extent where it could be called the final days, they had also reached the most brilliant era. A world tree sapling merged with someone. Just how heaven-shocking was this? Then, the great mist-purple energy seed also appeared. This was an unmatched seed. Purple energy rose from the east, sweeping out 30,000 li. This was the reflection of incomparable divine might. That day, in the 9 heavens above, all great clans trembled. The true meaning of young supreme beings appearing one after the other, rising up in this chaotic world, leaving everyone's minds shaken. It's actually that type of ancient seed. One has to understand that even if it was in the era where true immortals existed, that is still a perfect seed. It would leave even long-life beings in shock. Regardless of whether it was ordinary Dao inheritances or undying families, many experts were discussing. Everyone had a feeling that his was just the start, that there would be world-shocking young geniuses who would appear. Perhaps the best ancient seeds were going to gather in this world. It wasn't for any other sake, only for true glory, to alter the regrets of the past, for the sake of defeating the foreign powerful enemies. The perfect ancient seeds have all appeared. Who is number one under heaven? Who is truly unmatched and will display their prowess in this generation? Back then, there were a few seeds that withered away without the chance to even mature. I believe in this world, they should be able to display great brilliance. Everyone was looking forward to this clash at the peak between young supreme beings. Of course, the people of this world still didn't wish for everyone to massacre one another, but rather to go head-to-head for the sake of resisting the foreign enemies. I hope to see great stars rise up one after another, move through the sky like great suns, produce dazzling sparks when they clash. But when doomsday truly arrives, for everyone to aim everything against the enemy in unity, there were people who were looking forward to this, wishing to see a glorious era. There was no one who wanted to see a great era ultimately wither away, become a dilapidated world filled with death and coldness. The 9 heavens 10 earths suffered an extremely heavy loss in the previous war. The entire great world left in ruins, turned into 9 heavens and 10 ancient earths. Now, they were all hoping they could change the situation. Even though everyone knew that that was extremely difficult, feeling that this was impossible to accomplish, they still carried hope. Who is the overlord? Who is number one under the sky? Which ancient seed is the most powerful? Everything is going to be revealed soon. This was what many people were thinking. Revering the strong was an instinctive and innate tendency. Even the big names and ancient figures wanted to know which seed exactly was worthy of being known as an unmatched seed. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary mountain gate or long-life families that towered for endless years, they were all waiting to see the most dazzling radiance erupt in this great world. As the outside world was clamoring about, sighing with astonishment towards the unmatched ancient seeds, heavenly deity institution was still quiet. In reality, Xianxia was already no longer here, silently brought away by the great elder. Spring is when seeds are planted. Fall is when they are harvested. This was the great elder's voice. In addition, this really was what he did. He buried Xianxia, covering him in earth, and then didn't bother with him any longer. This wasn't heavenly deity institution. The heavy earth energy was like liquid, tangling together strand after strand, and then forming a paste-like state. However, this place didn't irritate the nose that bad, not true dust, but a type of energy, a type of earth energy formed from heaven and earth essence. This place already didn't belong to immeasurable heaven, but another heaven in the 9 heavens called clear, profound heaven. This was an ancient land, nothing else visible, only earth energy filling everything, creating a yellow expanse. It was as if endless beasts were moving about, sending yellow sand into the sky. In reality, this ancient land was originally like this, earth energy resplendent like smoke and light, extremely thick. This was a type of innate essence energy. Now, the great elder brought Xianxia here, burying him here precisely to have him nourished by this type of innate essence energy, helping the seed nurture the divine core within easier. Xianxia really was like a seed, planted underground. They were actually waiting for him to sprout roots and germinate. Right now this place wasn't peaceful. That strange seed was being nurtured, releasing a type of sound, perfectly merging into one. In reality, it was extremely peaceful to begin with, harmonizing and sharing a type of unified pulse with the entire world and even stars in the cosmos, resonating with them. In the ears of cultivators, this was like the sound of immortal Tao, as if the most ancient scripture sounds were transmitted from the heavens beyond, so loud even the deaf could hear, could allow one to comprehend the Tao. This was the most precious aspect of this seed. It was like a heaven and earth placenta, the produce of this heaven and earth's transferring process, connected to the heavens, harmonizing with the world. Right now, all different types of natural laws were condensing and gathering here. A heaven and earth placenta. It naturally intertwined with this world, enjoying the baptism of endless Tao. Strand after strand of natural laws, streak after streak of chains winded about the placenta, including the visible and the invisible, everything linking up together to form a cocoon. This was precisely what made up the outer shell of this seed right now. This was especially the case when it was buried in this type of place with rich earth energy, which was the so-called origin land, making the effects even more clear. It was because this made the seed and the world even closer, intertwining together. Sure Hao wasn't unfamiliar with this. Back then, Qi Daolin had suggested to him before that he could borrow this seed to cultivate immortal energy, only at that time he didn't end up using it like this. Sure Hao remained in these Tao laws, wrapped around by all types of natural principles. He now truly saw the intrinsic nature of this world, seeing the most primitive and simple natural Tao. He was like an arid desert that greedily absorbed rain, observing, emulating, comprehending everything, and then added his own reflections. He was close to the great Tao, comprehending it. This was what one needed to do when trying to break through the heavenly deity realm. If there was a chance to merge together with the great Tao, instantly becoming one with it, then the achievement would benefit one for the rest of their lives. This was the main reason why many geniuses wished to find a perfect ancient seed. A perfect Tao seed contained too much of this world. If one could instantly merge with it, then it will be as if the cultivator saw many intrinsic qualities of this world, comprehending the real meanings. One could well imagine the results of this type of achievement. That was why everyone was searching for a perfect Tao seed. It was precisely because they wanted to borrow this to comprehend the truths of heaven and earth. Moreover, that type of seed was different from normal Tao seeds. Once one merged with it, it might just be forever, not like other seeds where it was merely a flash of realization. Merging forever meant that there would be many chances in one's life to merge with the world through the seed, able to continuously rise up on the path of cultivation. Having a perfect seed was equivalent to grasping one's own fate. These were words of wisdom from the last great era. Sure Hao didn't have this type of seed, so he naturally needed a different wondrous path. Now, he saw these natural laws through the heaven and earth placenta, understanding the intrinsic quality of many things. Using the body as a seed, I won't merge with a seed from the outside world, but rather link up to this heaven and earth with myself, thus witness all profound meanings. Sure Hao said to himself, experiencing everything within the scripture sounds. It was because according to the theory of using one's body as the seed, one would hold the most basic Tao principles of heaven and earth in his flesh, activate the world within his body by observing heaven and earth. When one merged with a perfect seed, regardless of how it was, it would rely on this great world, relying on this great cosmos. It was because he was a part of it himself, living within it. Meanwhile, using the body as a seed, this was to be side by side with it, be at the same level as the cosmos, not residing beneath it. Correct, using the body as the Tao was to place oneself at the same level as the cosmos, making oneself a world as well, a heavenly dome of its own. By examining the world, studying it, one would then activate oneself. On this path of making the body as the Tao, in theory, the creature would not be an insignificant entity on this great world, not a member of those who took up residence within it and absorbed its nourishment, but rather rising far above. Using the body as the seed, what one developed was oneself. There was no fake external objects, not acquiring what one needed from the great cosmos, but instead having immortal gates within oneself that one could open. Power continuously released his potential boundless divine might pouring out from within. When one reached the end of this route, power wouldn't be compared through how large one's body was. Even if the human body was less than a speck of dust compared to the star domain, It could similarly tear apart the entire cosmos, transcend above, rise far above. Some words from the great elder rang by his ears, carrying dejectedness, as well as hiding many regrets. We were defeated in the last great era, all because there were a few unmatched ancient seeds that were powerful beyond limit on our side. But when they entered the undying being's side, they couldn't adapt as well, thus being at a disadvantage. Using the body as the seed. The reason why there were people who began researching this from the last great era was because of this extremely serious backdrop. At first, even though they still weren't a match when facing the foreign side, there wasn't too great of a disparity. The main reason for this was because the creatures of the other side had the undying realm gates opened. The original energy of that realm was released, two realms merging together, causing the powerful individuals of this world to feel uncomfortable. There were some extremely powerful creatures whose Tao became unstable. After heaven and earth changed, they were unable to adapt. It was because they were used to merging with the original heaven and earth, becoming one, harmonizing heaven with man, merging Tao and self, as well as even further derivations of this path. Even though that type of situation could be overcome, methods developed later on, it was still clear that having a perfect seed didn't mean that it was without flaws. That was why some wanted to walk the path of self as seed. The great elder's words sounded in Hao's mind, making him feel extremely cautious, observing the regulations of the heavens, witnessing the intrinsic qualities of the universe, comprehending the true self, opening up immortal gates within one's body one after another. This was what Hao needed to do. Only this seemed like a path that could be taken, but it contained tremendous dangers, to the extent where it could be said every step was a crisis. First, without a perfect seed to merge with, prying into the world's innate, profound mysteries like this was a type of taboo. It would suffer the wrath of heaven. This was not something that received the approval of the heavens. The perfect ancient seeds were opportunities the great world left for the creatures of the world. These were what was acknowledged. These were the opportunities for examining many of the world's innate qualities. Meanwhile, when one did what Hao did, hiding within a heaven and earth placenta, it was as if he was stealing the mysteries of heaven, already considered a taboo. Everyone's understanding was different. This could be considered as angering the heavens, natural laws will descend to punish him, and this could also be considered as a turtle dove occupying a magpie nest, seizing the opportunities the heaven and earth placenta was originally going to bestow upon immortal treasures, and so there was going to be a retaliation. Hao was more inclined towards the latter. He definitely wasn't one who believed in any so-called punishment of heaven, but instead felt like he was retrieving lost ground. Correct. When this path had just been opened, he already encountered great danger. While residing within the placenta, there was a mysterious wave of power that winded about various natural laws of heaven and earth, this power currently targeting him. What is this? Hao was shocked, feeling extreme danger. This strange seed changed between large and small, forming an heaven and earth placenta. When it was large, it still wasn't bigger than a zhang in length. Only no one would have expected the inside to be so empty, as if it was an expansive void. It would be fine for even several dozen or over 100 people to sit in. Immortal mists spread, the holy aura here becoming more and more rich. All types of heaven and earth order interweaved. Hao was in the middle of it all, discovering with shock that there was a creature's aura, and it wanted to kill him. Previously, when he was in the 3000 Dao provinces, Qi Daolin had believed that this seed contained a type of immortal gold, just that it still hadn't formed, not being designed. He told him that it would be conveniently forged into an unmatched immortal weapon after Hao borrowed this for his rebirth. Meanwhile, in the 9 heavens above, the great elder believed that it was some other type of immortal Dao good that was currently maturing. However, now that Hao was truly inside of it, moreover stabilizing, he discovered with alarm that this was a creature, a powerful living creature. The retaliation began. Hao wanted to turn the body into the seed, but in the end, he immediately incurred the wrath of heaven. That is, when a streak of immortal light flashed past, an expanse of chaotic energy surged. Hao saw the creature inside. It was a woman whose long hair scattered over her shoulders, perfect and flawless, beautiful like something out of a dream. She sat in the void, her eyes suddenly opening. There was actually a woman inside of the seed. One who was gorgeous and astonishing. Sure how really was surprised. He never would have thought that he would find a living creature in the so-called heaven and earth wondrous seed, let alone one who was this beautiful. It was precisely her who was releasing the killing intent, wishing to destroy him. Waves of spiritual essence wafted out, that area becoming more and more clear, no longer blurry. That woman displayed her true body from within the mist. She sat in the void, her eyes like lightning. This woman was different from all of the women Sure how had met in his life, not carrying a type of otherworldly, fairy-like aura. Her beautiful eyes were extremely large, moreover incredibly sharp. Even though they were extremely pretty, they weren't gentle. The two eyes like immortal pools that contained sword radiance. This type of deep divine light would make even the giants of an area lower their heads, not willing to face it head-on. Under its radiance, one would feel like they were far too inferior. Meanwhile, her brows were extremely beautiful, slender and long, but they were about to reach her temples, giving off a rather unique feeling. This was an extremely beautiful woman who was full of essence, energy, and imposing might. Her forehead was wide, snow-white like jade, her beautiful eyes releasing essence energy, fine nose straight and tall. She truly had cherry lips that were moist and bright, her teeth like jade. Even though she was sitting, her body was definitely tall and slender, her curves astonishing. If she stood up, she would be half a head taller than ordinary men. At this moment, she had already gotten up, standing in the void, surrounded by chaotic energy, using it like clothes, white mists blocking a few of her crucial areas. However, this type of hazy beauty only made her appear even more astonishing, full of irresistible temptation. It had to be said that this woman was different from everyone else. If one only looked at her exterior appearance, she really was too outstanding. She had a head of purple hair that scattered down to her waist, some in front of her chest, blocking her tall chest. Her waist was small, a pair of slender beautiful legs pure white like jade, astonishingly long. Even Sure how who had seen many astonishing beauties couldn't help but reveal a shocked appearance now. This woman was beautiful to the point of being a bit unreal, could be considered perfect, moreover carrying a unique style. A person like you needs to be punished. She transmitted divine consciousness fluctuations, not speaking. It was because she had never appeared in the outside world, not knowing the language of the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, she had her own thoughts and spirit, able to completely express her own mood. This was extremely astonishing. Having wisdom at birth, this really was divine, grasping everything even without learning. Sure how got over his initial shock, now becoming much more calm. What did he even do? He entered a seed, discovered a living creature. This really was inconceivable, world-shocking news. Even though he had heard of similar rumors, they were just rumors after all. Not many had personally seen it happen. Now he really did experience it. An immortal core that was being nurtured by heaven and earth had now been seen by him by accident. Moreover, he already violated it, could even be said to have completely harmed this woman, by rashly barging into the world that nurtured her. It was the same as seizing her everything. There was no way they could remain on friendly terms. This matter wouldn't end until one side's death. The other party wouldn't let him go. I'm sorry. The first thing Sure how did after he calmed down wasn't to throw himself over murderously to settle this problem, but rather apologize from deep down. Thinking from another perspective, if they switched sides, he would be even more angry. Someone was trying to seize her everything, destroying the process in which one achieved immortality. This would definitely incur the greatest hatred. Do you think that everything will be fine just by you speaking these words? That woman spoke, her voice pleasant to listen to, as if the words she spoke were sounds of nature. Sure how was immediately shocked. This time, the other party didn't use divine will fluctuations, but rather directly release sound, using the words of the 9 heavens 10 earths to interact with him. Born under the heavens, nurtured by the earth, the moment you entered, I sensed too much information about the world, from this learning all of this. The woman said incredibly coldly, her eyes bright like lightning. I did not know that you were cultivating in seclusion here. I thought that this was only a heaven and earth wondrous seed that contains immortal gold and other things. Xianxia said. However, he felt like no amount of explaining would do much. However, even though he felt like he wronged this creature, that didn't mean that he would let the other party kill him. He had to protect himself. He wouldn't just sit and wait for his death. You are even going to take the initiative to attack me? That woman's brows jumped slightly, her phoenix eyes flickering with brilliant purple light. More primal chaos surged in front of her. I will not be the first to attack you, but I won't wait helplessly for death either, Xianxia said. Soon afterwards, Xianxia verified that her cultivation was higher than his, but as for just how much higher exactly it wasn't something he could measure. Purely in terms of cultivation, this was definitely an extremely frightening woman. It was just like the legends, a spirit nurtured by heaven and earth, immortal core born from the earth, every single one unimaginably powerful, exceeding supreme beings, destined to become immortals. Why did they call them immortal cores? It was because as soon as they were born, they would directly ascend to immortality soon afterwards. There were people who previously said that they were children of heaven, that these creatures would only make a trip around the mortal world, their starting point destined to be higher than everyone else's and more powerful than everyone. Only this type of immortal core was rarely seen since ancient times, not many from the past until now. Once they appeared, great winds would stir, the world lose color, these individuals difficult to stop. Of course, their process of birth was also extremely slow, several millions of years at every turn, perhaps even longer. There were previously people who recorded in immortal ancient times an immortal core that took 10 million years to be born. This creature achieved immortality the moment it emerged in this world, and its cultivation only began to rise. However, these creatures had one weakness, which was that once someone disturbed them while they were being born, they would stop, unable to continue their ascent. This meant that once the heaven and earth placenta was broken open, she would stop her growth here, because she was not perfectly nurtured, losing all hope of advancing in the immortal Tao. Qi. The woman took action. With a wave of her hand, a magical imprint took form, the void immediately warping, everything changing there. Xianxia's expression immediately changed. Needless to say, this woman was powerful beyond belief, just a randomly produced magical imprint already like this. She didn't attack with everything she had. Xianxia felt like if it wasn't a true supreme being who came, they would definitely all die. Sure enough, with a move of her body, everything there became indistinct, and then space split apart. Soon afterwards, she scattered the magical imprint, extremely careful not to break the seed, because that would completely ruin all of her hopes. Just now, she was only testing, moreover extremely carefully and simply trying things out. However, it still carried such great power. Xianxia couldn't help but develop suspicions. Could it be that this creature had long been nurtured, about to come into the world? In that case, her true cultivation was simply impossible to measure. Qi. The woman's eyes were shining, releasing strands of purple multicolored light, making the void tremble. Then, this place was immediately restricted, making everything freeze in place. Even time seemed to have stopped. This scene was too frightening. In that instant, it was as if endless years passed. Xianxia felt like even if he put up resistance, there was no meaning. Unless the Great Elder was here to join the battle, there was no hope to be seen at all. However, the Great Elder was outside, unable to know what was happening inside at all. This strange seed was completely secluded from everything else, impossible to see through. Otherwise, he would have been able to see inside a long time ago, not having to go this far. There was no meaning in competing against an immortal core in the heavenly deity realm. The void quickly calmed down, all of the natural laws disappearing. The multicolored light in the woman's eyes restraining, becoming calm. What kind of object did you use to make this seed heal? She asked. This was the issue she had been preoccupied with the whole time. It was a heaven-mending wondrous object obtained from heaven-mending Tao, can also be considered a type of long-life medicine. Perhaps it might even be a type of wondrous stone the type of material itself unclear. Xianxia replied, inwardly startled. Is there more? The woman asked, her eyes immediately becoming even more brilliant than a sun, piercing into his mind. There is. Xianxia replied decisively. Then fine. I will lend this heaven and earth placenta for you to cultivate. Once you separate and leave, use the heaven-mending medicine to reseal this seed. Can you do this? She didn't threaten him, but rather spoke in a consulting voice, moreover just this generous. Xianxia never expected her to be this easy to deal with, not angering her. She was just this gentle, not matching her imposing bearing. I can do this. He gave a firm response. The heaven-mending medicine actually had this type of miraculous effects. Xianxia was sure that as long as that medicine reclosed this seed, there wouldn't be any effects on it, the same as leaving it as good as before. While examining the natural laws of heaven and earth, I have long faintly sensed that a calamity was coming. However, I never expected it to arrive this fast. The woman said to herself. Natural laws interweaved around her, the aura of the heavens and 10,000 realms rushing over. This was the result of the seed interacting and resonating with the outside world, divine chains of order that linked up the universe's Tao. Then, she raised her head, her sparkling purple hair scattering about, revealing a perfect face. She gazed into the void. Her entire body shone, space between her brows splitting apart, producing a vertical eye, this eye seemingly able to peer into the everlasting. All types of symbols interweaved in her surroundings, these characters unchanged since time immemorial. It was because this was the product of the great Tao condensing, turning into symbols and wrapping around him. Scripture sounds immediately rang out, as if it was going to shake up the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, in reality it only sounded in this space, absolutely deafening. Streak after streak of time fragments fluttered by, strange scenes flowing past one after another, almost as if it was all a dream. Xianxia was stunned. This woman was deriving, measuring his future, examining his destiny. These were simply omniscient and unmatched methods. I have seen from your body in this world scenes of blood splashing into the heavens, bones piling up into mountains. This world is full of slaughter, the world destroyed, everything too bitter. If I come into the world, I will likely be just like many great figures, falling in the darkest and most chaotic times. She muttered to herself, almost as if she was mumbling deliriously. Xianxia's mind trembled. If you come into the world, you will definitely become an immortal. Would you still die then? Not even immortals are going to be enough. It is just too frightening. The darkest of times in all of history are coming. No one able to stop this great flood. The woman calmly replied. Then, the scene beside her disappeared, those symbols also gone. This is the will of heaven. You have entered my heaven and earth placenta to cultivate. And when the time comes, you will face the calamity in my place. The woman directly said. If I can take your place, then that is not a problem. Xianxia didn't mind at all. I will not appear in this great era. If you can live, then we will meet in the next great era. The woman said like this. Fine, we will meet in the next great era. Xianxia nodded, his expression extremely serious. He was shouting inside that he had to continue living. He wouldn't die, he still had to change the fates of many people. Then, with a flash, that woman withdrew to the side, giving him the innermost position. There was actually a stone slab there that was extremely smooth and ancient. If one didn't search carefully, it would be easily overlooked, almost one with this place. She walked over to a corner, letting Xianxia sit on it. When Xianxia walked over and sat on it, he was immediately shocked. This smooth stone slab was less than 3 foot in length, but it carried all types of simple and unadorned patterns, mysterious and unfathomable. This was the essence of this Tao seed. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, the endless Tao of heaven immediately poured down, surging over from all directions, submerging Xianxia within, mysterious scripture sounds shaking up his mind. It really was strange. When he arrived in this central position, everything became different. Scriptures like waves, like ripples, spreading here, covering everything. The noise was so loud even the deaf could hear, completely waking one up. In that instant, Hao was about to comprehend the Tao, drowned out by heavenly natural laws. While immersed in this sea of great Tao, his mind gained limitless realizations. In this place, he was like a stalk of withered plant that obtained the nourishment of rain, receiving the illumination of sunlight, about to revive and grow vigorously. This was what he needed, replenishment for the soul, transcending on a biological level, a sublimation of the self. The path of cultivation was precisely to evolve, carry out an advancement on the biological level, and thus break through all shackles, shine with the sun and moon, coexist with heaven and earth, truly undying. This was the ultimate path for many people, the final destination for cultivators. I want to obtain long life, to continue living, but not to coexist with heaven and earth, shine with the sun and moon, because in this world, the day would come when everything becomes gloomy and bleak. When Hao was comprehending the Tao, he wasn't completely engrossed, but was rather moved inwardly, continuously gaining enlightenment. It was because he knew that his own path was different, that he had to exceed all those before him, that he had to open up a miraculous path. It was clear that obtaining a perfect seed, obtaining the great world's recognition, coexisting with this world wasn't his path, because he didn't have that kind of ancient seed. He never obtained the opportunity, couldn't be considered to be doted on by the heavens, and as such, he had no choice but to step on this path researched by the great elder and himself. Hong Long Long. A curtain descended from the sky, crashing down, just too shocking. Streak after streak of divine chains fell like a great waterfall, pouring down from beyond the sky. This type of majestic scene was something he wouldn't forget for the rest of his life. This was the beginning of his transformation. He wasn't blindly imitating and carving down 10,000 Tao symbols, but rather seriously studying, comparing it to the world within his body, verifying the two. He wanted to be right beside the great world, or even surpass it. A speck of dust could fill a sea, a stalk of grass able to hack down the sun, moon, and stars. Hao said to himself. This was his deepest and most fundamental realization. This wasn't a sigh with sorrow, but rather truly a type of experience. Even though he was insignificant, like dust compared to the stars, negligible when compared to the star system, nothing when compared to the great cosmos, all individuals were perfect, all having realm treasuries waiting to be opened, or perhaps they could be called immortal gates. The more commonplace meaning was that there were treasuries within the human body, and they could be continuously opened. The human body was like a speck of dust. Even though it was insignificant, once the realm treasury within one's body was opened, then he would become boundless, vast, unmatched. This was on the premise that one was able to open these, comprehensively and endlessly open them. Hao was tangled by endless divine chains of order, as if he was bound here, turning into an immortal inscribed steel, not moving at all. He sat on the stone slab, receiving this baptism. This was like borrowing as a reference, even more so a comprehension by analogy. If one wanted to be alongside the great world, they couldn't blindly imitate. Only when the light of enlightenment truly flickered, one obtaining their own Tao and opening up the immortal gates in their bodies, would there be meaning. The chains of order were extremely beautiful, extending out along the void like the tail feathers of a phoenix, divine light within its brilliance, so dazzling one couldn't open their eyes. Hao gently caressed them with his hand. They were gentle, not explosive and wild, but rather gentle, everything because of the stone slab he was sitting on. This was the embodiment of him receiving approval, treating him like the creature that was being nurtured. It was because right now he was the immortal core nurtured by the heaven and earth placenta. The most basic order, the simplest and most ancient natural laws were fully displayed without any restraint before Hao, not really any secrets left. His eyes were clear, gradually becoming brilliant, hunger for knowledge as he observed these most fundamental chains. Normally, how could he obtain these things so easily? Of course, this wasn't some precious technique, wasn't an omnipotent great divine ability, all the most basic and simple natural laws. However, it was precisely because of these chains' existence that they could continuously combine together, becoming the most complex, profound mysteries. Sure, Hao was intoxicated. Right now, he gained some insights. This was a bit similar to the true primordial record, containing the most basic things. Sure, Hao was a bit stupefied. Then, he was inwardly shocked. What was the reason for this? Each time, he felt like he completely comprehended the true primordial record. But when he looked back, he would find that there were new discoveries, different understandings. Correct, he was now comprehending the Tao, once again gaining enlightenment through the true primordial record. In that instant, his primordial spirit shone. Previously, the symbols formed from the true primordial record were engraved in his primordial spirit. It was as if a layer of armor covered him, and right now it was resonating. Immediately afterwards, the natural laws of the heavens and endless chains descended, resplendent like divine rainbows, dazzling like divine swords, merging with his primordial spirit, making their way towards the true primordial record symbols. Light continuously flickered about between the two. In the end, they actually mutually verified each other, interweaving and shining upon each other. Amazing! Sure, Hao couldn't help but cry out, greatly stirred up. This was what he needed. He wanted to understand the primitive, profound mysteries of the world, figure out the ultimate nature of the great heaven and earth. Without a doubt, right now, the true primordial record was resonating with the most simple natural laws, allowing him to see even more clearly, much more deeply. Then, his primordial spirit shone. The true primordial record scriptures covering its surface became incomparably brilliant, characters flickering one after another, resonating with heaven and earth. Then, the laws of the heavens and divine chains of order pouring down seemed to crumble apart. Sure, Hao reached out his hand, carefully sensing this, touching these soft natural laws and order, and then he tried to truly break them down, turn them into the most basic particles. He succeeded. Divine chains of order appeared one after another, turned into golden granules, these granules like miniature suns. Sure, Hao's mind was greatly shaken. He was seizing the factors of the natural laws, trying to make contact with the intrinsic nature of this world and observe it from this close of a distance. In the distance, in a corner, that woman who was beautiful like an illusion was quietly observing. At first, she still remained calm, but eventually, she revealed a look of astonishment, all the way until she became fearful. She never expected that such a young man would make contact with the essence of the world so quickly. The starting point terrifyingly high, able to research the greatest wisdoms of martial Tao. Even though Sure Hao was completely infatuated, he didn't lose himself, remaining extremely clear-headed. He lingered around these natural law factors, researching them, the divine chains of order broken down into sun-like granules one after the other, glistening and bright. Sure Hao took action, using his divine will to control these granules, trying to piece them together once more. However, due to a bit of inattentiveness, they smashed together, immediately producing frightening consequences. The void collapsed and then it was destroyed. Not far out, that woman was alarmed. If this place was destroyed, then her path of illumination would also come to an end. However, disaster didn't descend, because the stone slab beneath Sure Hao shone, simple and ancient patterns spreading out, stopping everything, calming the explosions of natural laws. This stone slab could calm everything, because it was the center of the heaven and earth placenta, the product of heaven and earth's intersection. It didn't receive any punishment, and it could obtain protection. There was no backlash, nor was there any wrath of heaven. Sure Hao said to himself inwardly, that creature didn't attack him, and when the danger first appeared, it was easily neutralized by the stone slab. This really was going smoothly, but at the same time it also made him feel uneasy. It was because this was stealing the mysteries of heaven. There was no way the great Tao would tolerate this. He was going to incur punishment. This wasn't like 10 Crown King or the others who obtained a perfect seed, obtaining the acknowledgement of the heavens. When one had those types of seeds, it was equivalent to being in agreement with the great world, obtaining its protection. There wouldn't be any more dangers. Right now, Sure Hao's actions completely went against this. He was forcefully seizing the intrinsic secrets of this heaven and earth without being acknowledged. The reason why it was so peaceful the dangers neutralized, was because he seized the nest of another, temporarily deceiving the mysteries of heaven, not discovered yet. Once it got out, he might be in great danger. Calling it a hidden destiny was fine. Calling it the backlash of the heaven and earth placenta was also acceptable. They were all the same thing. However, Xianxia believed in the latter, not believing that there was any hidden predestined fate. Just like that, time unknowingly elapsed. He couldn't sense its flow, only sitting there alone, seeking the Tao, breaking down the granules of order. Gradually, Xianxia immersed himself within, forgetting all other things. All of his thoughts were concentrated in the sea of Tao laws. Rumbling sounds rang unendingly through this place, scripture sounds incessant. These were natural laws, these laws forming light, becoming vast bodies of water that surrounded him, glorious and exceptional. Xianxia's primordial spirit was dazzling to the extreme. The true primordial spirit was trembling, releasing sounds on its own, scripture sounds shaking the world. After the scriptures resonated, the natural laws of the heavens also began to respond. The golden granules seemed to have instantly became larger, becoming clearer, seen through by Xianxia. Then Xianxia arranged them. These factors began to spin around, unexpectedly truly becoming like a stellar stream, spinning, forming a star system. In that instant, he felt as if his body was shaking as well. Hong! In a daze, he felt like a few immortal gates within him had been opened. Those intrinsic factors then also began to pulse. Xianxia recombined them again and again, arranging those factors based on the true primordial record symbols. Then, he derived the Willow Deity's technique, not directly displaying the precious technique like in the past, but rather putting his own hands to work, starting from the most fundamental, personally constructing natural laws and forging precious techniques. As a result, he became engrossed, entering a wonderful state. The most basic things constructed the most complex, the most powerful divine abilities. This process allowed him to understand much more. Then, the other methods, other precious techniques were also like this, derived again and again. Eventually, with the true primordial record's resonance, these shining golden granules were actually also broken down, further differentiated. They were like granules, like arcs of light, difficult to capture even with heavenly eyes. However, when Xianxia used a Tao-seeking heart to see it, he covered everything with a single glance, everything appearing in his sea of consciousness. Xianxia was immersed within, completely wrapped up in this, long forgetting everything else. Right now, it was as if he was drunk and obsessed, feeling incredibly great. Hong! Suddenly, a golden hammer descended from above, smashing into Xianxia's body. He immediately vomited blood, almost blasted to pieces. Fortunately, he didn't fly out from the stone slab. He immediately became clear-headed. What was going on? Did the punishment of the world begin? This didn't make sense either because it was made from natural laws. This was the embodiment of the great Tao, producing a tangible weapon that struck his body. He lowered his head, looking out. The stone slab below him shone, just now condensing a shield to stop a large portion of the golden hammer's attacks. Otherwise, his body would be in pieces right now. I was fully immersed in the analysis of divine chains of order, losing myself in the research of those miniature golden granules, overlooking the greater situation. To be more precise, I overlooked the greatest understanding of the great Tao. Xianxia woke up, suddenly seeing the light. When one was too focused on one corner, it was easy to overlook the entire sky. The massive Tao was the root of all. Sometimes, when one grasped the grand power, there was no need for specific small methods. Under the influence of the grand power, everything would be crushed underneath. Xianxia gained a flash of insight, further comprehending the Tao. Inside the strange seed, in this heaven and earth placenta, it was as if he was absorbing nutrients, strengthening his indestructible golden body, obtaining the fruits of the Tao. This was a path of transformation. He was becoming stronger, breaking through, on a journey of rebirth that would affect him for the rest of his life.